When I turned 1 year old, memories of my previous life suddenly surfaced. I had transmigrated into the novel my friend had recommended to me. In part 1, the female lead defeated the villainess, married the male lead, and reached an extremely happy ending with the death of the villainess who had once tormented the female lead, while the two main characters had a son and a daughter and lived happily ever after. And in a gloomy, deserted tower, someone's sobbing cries rang out. Your Grace, I miss you. Your Grace, have you truly forgotten me? Your Grace. The little girl in the woman's arms thought to herself, I'm not their daughter. I was reincarnated as the villainess's daughter. Ironically, I myself was the greatest contradiction in this happy ending novel. In truth, the villainess had once been the male lead's wife. They had been a happily married couple for 3 years. When the female lead had just been hired as a servant at the mansion, the male lead fell in love with her, and they began meeting in secret. Despite the villainess's heartbreak upon discovering that cruel truth, the male lead confessed to the female lead, I love you, Eunice. She could not help gritting her teeth in rage. Your Grace? No, it can't be. The betrayed villainess did everything she could to protect her husband's love and her position as Duchess. Unfortunately, the novel was on the female lead side. The male lead regarded her efforts as wickedness and imprisoned her in the Spire Tower. But she was not alone, because she had me, the fruit of her love with the male lead, growing inside her belly. The villainess looked out through the window and cried out in resentment, sob, Your Grace. Your Grace. Seeing her fragile state, the little girl thought to herself, she's crying again. The villainess from a novel. No, my mother spent the whole day missing her former husband except when she was feeding me. What was so good about a man who abandoned her and left? But does being the villainess's daughter mean I'll have to live here for the rest of my life? Why did I have to reincarnate in such a low-quality novel? Can I endure this? Along with my foolish worries, life in this dark tower passed by in the blink of an eye, and when I was finally able to walk on my own, I had to part from my mother. But even until the very moment I left, my mother's tears fell for the Duke, not for me. After that, although I was sent to the Imperial Orphanage, the painful days I had endured in the tower simply continued. Everyone looked at the little girl with mocking eyes. Oh my, is that her? She's the villainess's daughter. She must be just as wicked as that woman. What a nuisance. Should we just starve her? She probably won't die from missing a few meals, right? Disgusting. The Duke might even be happier if she died. This child really was helpless. Other than staying silent, the little girl did not dare resist. Even so, Mother had at least taken care of my meals. If I didn't have memories of my previous life, I probably would have cried every day. Time passed, and I turned 6. At that time, a woman cursed at the little girl. Hey, are you glaring at me? You really are just as vicious as your mother. Being criticized was even more exhausting than being ignored. I don't want to get used to things like this. Thinking that, the little girl said, I'm sorry. In the end, the director of the orphanage also learned of the situation. The woman panicked when she saw him. He turned away abruptly and said, if it doesn't leak outside, who would know? But with the director's tacit permission, they no longer felt the slightest bit of guilt. Just when I was gradually becoming used to this beggar-like story and fate, someone new came to the orphanage. That beautiful, pure, and kind girl was different from the others. She was very friendly to me. She treated me if I got hurt, secretly gave me food, comforted me, and cared for me affectionately as if I were her own child. That's right. There couldn't only be lunatics at the orphanage. I hoped this peace would last a long time. No, the daughter of a villainess was never allowed peace, was she? One day, the little girl was taken away by a group of strangers and asked in confusion, Hey, why are you suddenly taking me to the Spire Tower? Shouldn't you go see your mother's final appearance? This is our last bit of consideration. She frowned, as if they were doing it for me. How could someone who only ever longed for her husband think of me? Even so, when I cried, Mother still fed me. That embrace was warm enough to make me forget the hunger and loneliness that came afterward. Fine, let her see me, so that whenever she misses me, she can imagine what I look like. At that moment, the door opened. Now, say your last goodbye to your mother. She could not help being shocked. She had been pale before, but not to this extent. She called out faintly, Your Grace. Even when breathing was difficult, she still wanted to seek out her love. How strange. All this time, whether I was beaten or cursed at, I endured it. But when I thought that, in the end, Mother still did not care about me, my heart hurt so much. Mother's Duke, Mother's love. He had forgotten us and was living happily now. Why did Mother know that? But Mother's sorrow over the person who never cared for me until the very last moment. I could understand it because I was the same. At that point, she forced out an awkward smile and spoke. My name is Daphne. No one gave me one, so I named myself. Isn't it pretty? She thought, even though Mother will look at my eyes, which are exactly like Father's. And remember that husband again. Daphne's small hands tightly gripped the woman's finger. I understand you, Mother. You didn't want to be my mother. You wanted to be His Grace's wife. I won't forget that. So, Mother, please don't keep suffering. Sleep deeply now. Daphne silently added, stop waiting for a father who will never come. Please, Mother, be at peace. The woman could no longer form any clear words. Suddenly, she gasped for breath, and tears flowed from the corners of her eyes. The air fell silent. Daphne could not hold back her tears as she called, Mother. A cloth was placed over the woman's face. Daphne stood beside her in pain. Goodbye, Mother. Just as Daphne wanted to stay a little longer beside her unfortunate mother, a knight's hand pulled the little girl away. Daphne called to her once more, Mother. The knight reminded the little girl, it's time to go back. Daphne thought, Mother still hasn't been able to close her eyes completely. Even if it's ugly, this is the last time. From now on, I won't be able to see Mother again. The knight snapped irritably, hurry up and come here. Stop dawdling. Poor Daphne asked, Mr. Knight, what will happen to my mother now? He was slightly startled. What will happen? You didn't think I'd ask that? Did you think I was just a 7-year-old child who didn't know what life and death meant? The knight stammered in response. That's... Then he sneered at the little girl. Your mother will be punished now. She'll go to hell. Punished. That's right. You should live properly and not do bad things. Otherwise, you'll end up like your mother. What kind of logic was that? The wicked thing was abandoning one's lawful wife and committing adultery. The male lead and the female lead were the ones who started it first. What did Mother do wrong to you people that she had to suffer such a tragic death and be sent to hell? And why do I have to be treated this way? Today, I once again felt everyone's cold stares. Were they eyes filled with malice or eyes filled with ridicule? What was certain was that no one here mourned for the girl who had just lost her mother. Now Mother had been recorded in history as a villainess. And I, her daughter, also had to prepare to suffer tragedy, including my own death. According to the flow of the novel, after the villainess died, I would soon be beaten to death by many people. Was it because I was the villainess's daughter? What kind of ridiculous nonsense was that? Meanwhile, that knight continued to drag Daphne away harshly. Don't drag your feet. The people behind us need to come out too. Unable to keep her balance, Daphne fell hard to the ground. Mocking gazes fell upon her. So that's the child. Ho ho, the child of that monster of a villainess. Daphne gritted her teeth and thought to herself, to me, you people are the monsters. Suddenly, a scream rang out. Oh my goodness. Daphne, move, called out Ului. Yes, Daphne, are you all right? Then Ului angrily questioned the people around them. You all just stood there while this child fell like that? Her knees are bleeding. We have to hurry back to the orphanage and treat her. Daphne was startled when she heard that. Wait, the orphanage? Come to think of it, I'll continue living at the orphanage. Then how exactly do I get beaten to death? There was a line in the novel about my death, but it didn't say who did it or how. Suddenly, Uli said gently, before we go back, you need to meet someone. Hearing this, she asked curiously, meet someone? Yes, the person Daphne is going to meet. She thought to herself, so who exactly is? Heavy footsteps gradually approached. The man standing before Daphne was so unfamiliar that she wondered, who is he? He asked the knight beside him, who is this child? The knight immediately stammered. Ah, that is. Daphne observed him silently. A tall figure and blue hair that seemed dyed in the color of the night sky. Sharp eyes and angular features, and even the glittering golden pupil she had once seen in the mirror. I know this person. This person is my biological father. Why is he here? He clearly doesn't like me at all. But right now, he is my only lifeline. If he leaves now, then tomorrow, I really will. At that moment, Uli happily led Daphne in front of him and introduced her. This child is your Grace's daughter. Hearing that, he was shocked. Daughter, the knight hesitantly answered. She is the daughter of the villainess, Freya. At the mention of that name, his expression immediately changed. What? Daphne clenched her hands tightly, trying with her whole body to suppress her fear. If I miss this chance, I'll die tomorrow. I don't want that. I don't want to die. After hesitating for a while, Daphne finally called out in a flustered voice, "Father." But he decisively turned his back and left, declaring bluntly, "She is not my child." Daphne's eyes instantly went blank. He glanced back and thought to himself, purple hair. His disgust became even clearer. "There is no way," he added coldly. "That woman hired people to harm Eunice, and because she had no money, she must have given herself to one of them. That child is filthy. Who knows whose blood flows in her veins? Don't spout nonsense by saying she is my daughter." At that moment, the knight also brought out Daphne's mother's body. "Your Grace." After lifting the cloth covering her face, he confirmed, "She really is dead, then? Take care of the body yourselves." The knight immediately understood and answered yes, leaving Daphne behind just like that. The last time he came was only to confirm Mother's death. She had once been his wife. Yet he was too cruel. To the very end, it was truly miserable. This was the failed ending of the villainess in the story. I'm back here again, in this terrible orphanage. Before her now was the gloomy black gate. As soon as they entered the orphanage, Uli abruptly shook off her hand. Daphne called her name in confusion. Uli. Ului's face now revealed clear disgust as she raised a hand to her forehead. Seriously. In the face of Daphne's shock, she complained frankly, "I thought this would be my chance to change my life, so I kept her around. Turns out it was just a mistake. I followed her around and raised her like a nanny in a duke's house." Daphne could not believe it. So that was why she was friendly to me? This is so annoying. What am I supposed to do now? She flinched and stepped back. This was not the Uli I knew. The children in the orphanage took turns mocking her. "I heard your mother died. Everyone already knows. I heard your mother was a very bad person." She frowned in anger. How irritating. But here, there's nothing I can do. It's better to ignore them like usual. Thinking that, she turned to leave, but the children continued speaking. "Hey, where are you going? Is that true? I heard your father killed your mother, right?" One sentence made Daphne turn back in shock. "What? Your father even locked your mother in the Spire Tower, right?" "That's right, until she died. Your father abandoned your mother and you. He must have hated you a lot to leave. She was killed because she was wicked, right? Then you must be wicked too. If the mother is wicked, there's no way the child can be good." Daphne turned her face away. "No, my mother and I aren't that wicked. I said we're not. But I mustn't get angry here. If I get angry here..." Suddenly, she stopped. "Why shouldn't I? First it was the people who cursed mother and slandered me. No, even so, they're still children and don't know the whole truth. If I hold back properly..." Footsteps sounded from behind, along with a mocking tone. "Seriously, your circumstances are so nice." Nice circumstances? Even if they were children, it didn't mean they knew nothing. This was clearly malice. They simply hated me because I was the villainess's daughter. Since when did even children get to ridicule me however they wanted? She lightly stroked her hair and said calmly, "Even so, I'm still better off than you, aren't I?" "What?" She moved closer and whispered, "Although I became an orphan when my mother died, isn't that not the case for your mothers?" A single sentence struck the most painful spot of the orphans in this orphanage. "Hey, that's..." Daphne sighed. "You're orphans too, so why are you taking your anger out on me? If you don't want to hear words like that, then don't say them to me either." She thought to herself, "I don't even want to argue with children like this. I'll ignore them and go back to my room. But since I don't know how I'm going to die, I'd better be careful with my relationships." While she was thinking, someone suddenly grabbed her hand. Uli shouted angrily, "Goodness, what kind of rude thing is that to say to your friends?" Daphne was quite surprised. Uli criticized her again. "Where did you learn to say such awful things?" She thought she was quietly watching just now, but only shows up now. Uli continued questioning her. "What am I going to do with you? Why are you so much like your mother?" Daphne replied calmly, "That isn't what happened." The children from earlier ran in, saw the scene, and laughed with delight. "Stop. Look at that attitude of yours. Daphne, go back to your room and reflect on yourself." The door shut firmly. Daphne could only press her lips together sadly. Only now did I realize that I had truly become an orphan. My mother was killed because she was the villainess, and the Duke does not consider me his daughter. In any case, it was already decided. I thought I would live by ignoring it, but it seems it isn't that easy. I want to cry my heart out. Since the villainess is dead, now only I remain. The people who criticize me for being the villainess's daughter and the children at the orphanage who show their contempt. From now on, the orphanage staff will abuse me without hesitation. The orphanage director won't care whether I'm starving or not. In the end, who will be the one to shed blood? I don't want this. I don't want to die. I want to live. My mother wouldn't want me to die like that either. When did so much time pass? Before I knew it, it was already evening. Hurried footsteps rang out. Daphne flinched. Footsteps? They seemed to be coming this way. The door opened, and Uli entered and asked, "Have you reflected on yourself?" I really wondered whether I should come or not. As the senior said, "A rude child like this needs to be taught a lesson." She struck the bed forcefully. "Looking at you, it seems you still haven't reflected on yourself. This won't do. Tomorrow, you have to go somewhere with me. If you go to a place where many people will curse at you, you'll come to your senses." After saying that, she slammed the door shut. Someone outside ordered, "Stop her from going out." Uli laughed obsequiously. "Yes, understood." Inside the room, Daphne was frightened. "Where is she planning to take me? It seems I'll be taken somewhere and beaten to death. If I can't leave this place today, I'll die." The luggage provided by the state while I lived at the orphanage, a few sets of clothes, old shoes, and a couple of hair ribbons. As expected, I don't have a single decent possession. I have no reason to live a life like this. She decisively closed the suitcase. But why have I silently accepted this all this time? No, if I had run away, perhaps I wouldn't have been able to preserve Mother's final moments. After the wicked supporting villainess died, her child would die the next day as well. Time gradually passed. The new story about the happy coming-of-age years of that lovely daughter and the main couple from part 1 would begin. The little girl secretly ran away from home and risked traveling to the neighboring empire, meeting a precious friend, then turning him into her beloved. And a happy story begins all over again. Happy endings. If that's the case, then Mother's death and mine are no different from a punishment that was bound to happen. Why do the people who committed the sins first get to live happily ever after? Is it because they're the main characters? I don't want to stand still and let this scene happen. What if I twist the plot a little? No, what if I bend it completely? Will the story still continue like that? Maybe everything happening exactly that way is fate. But if I change it, I'll be the one who succeeds. I absolutely won't accept ending up with bitter fruit like Mother did. The place I hurt when I fell earlier still aches. I should bandage it first. She suddenly reached out and lifted the bed. "Come on, 1, 2, on 3. At last, the bed shifted. Daphne tiredly wiped away her sweat. I found it, the hidden storeroom door. Unlike the other orphans, I lived alone in a room that had once been used as a storeroom. She unconsciously remembered the mockery from back then. If you live with the other children, there's bound to be a commotion. That was the excuse they gave, but in truth, they probably wanted to abandon me. When I think about it, a room that used to be a storeroom is actually very useful. This door connects to a larger storeroom. If I open it, I can get outside. Maybe because this door looks just like the wall, no one noticed it. Now, let me remember the plot of part 2. Either way, I should be able to find some useful information. After the villainess and her daughter die, a new male lead appears in part 2. When this male lead was young, he went to a merchant guild to kill its guild master. However, the plan failed, and he was captured right afterward. The imposing merchant guild master then took him in as her heir. After that, the male lead becomes the merchant guild master and finds love with the female lead, a happy romance that grows through hardship and adventure. First, I must prevent the male lead from becoming the merchant guild's heir. If that plot point happens, the female lead's happy ending will happen before long. I need to twist the plot so they can't meet each other. I also need to find a place where I can depend on someone. There's only one way. So what if I'm the daughter of the villainess? I just have to prove my own value. And there's only one person who can protect me for the time being. The male lead's adoptive mother, Claire Benedict. She has her own reason for adopting the male lead. Her reason? To put it plainly, it's because she intends to use the male lead to settle a personal grudge. In the past, she came from an orphanage. The director of that orphanage had once been her friend, but he sold her to the black market. After overcoming countless hardships, Claire climbed to the position of guild master of the Benedict Merchant Guild. Next comes her plan to take revenge on the people behind the orphanage. According to the novel, the orphanage director was careless and kept the documents related to the black market transactions in a drawer. That led to the later plot point where the male lead sneaks into the orphanage to find those documents. Tonight, while everyone is asleep, I have to steal those papers first, then escape from this place and take those documents to make a deal with the guildmaster. I have to finish it by tomorrow at the latest. When night fell, a bell rang out, and Daphne sprang up almost immediately. She recognized the bell, announcing midnight. She began preparing her outfit, wrapping clothes around her hands and feet beforehand, so she wouldn't make any noise. She went over and opened the storeroom door. Now, to the director's office. Luckily, there aren't any guards standing watch. That's the place. If it's locked, I'm done for. She carefully approached and reached for the door, only to be surprised. It's already open. Daphne stepped inside and closed the door, slowly, gently. Once she was done, she sighed in relief and turned around. She was shocked by the decorations around the room. What is all this? Why are there luxuries like this here? Looks like besides receiving state subsidies, he's also taking dirty money. He looks like some extravagant rich man. No, this isn't the time to curse the orphanage director. I have to quickly find those documents before someone comes. Daphne carefully crouched in front of the drawer cabinet. The first drawer, nothing special. The second drawer was the same. Then what's left is only the third drawer. She was about to reach out and open it when she froze. Even though she tried to pull it open, the cabinet didn't budge. She thought anxiously, why won't this open? Daphne kept tugging at the drawer. Only then did she finally notice the lock. Does it need a key? Don't tell me. I'm already running into trouble here. What should I do now? The male lead is very strong, so he could just break it open right away, but I don't have anywhere near that kind of strength. Think slowly. The director is a careless man, so maybe, just maybe, he hid the key somewhere around here. He's too lazy to move around, so he probably wouldn't put it somewhere far like the bookshelf. If he put it somewhere as convenient as possible. Her gaze landed on one spot. That's right, the flower pot beside the bookshelf. But there are two flower pots, and the director is left-handed. I'll check the left side first. Just as expected, as soon as she parted the leaves, she found a shining key inside. Found it. She quickly went over and used the key to open the drawer. Just as she thought, there was a stack of papers covered in writing inside. Well, first I'll just take everything out. But I can't read, so how am I supposed to understand it? That's right, Daphne in this world had never been taught to read. Fine, it's enough to take documents that can be used for a deal. Suddenly, she saw something. There's a seal inside the cabinet, too. This seal looks special. If it's stamped here, it must be very important. She quickly stuffed it into her pocket. Whatever, I'll bring it just in case. Suddenly, footsteps sounded outside. Daphne was about to stand when she froze in terror. Footsteps? The footsteps are getting closer. Is it the director? If that hot-tempered director finds out I'm trying to take all this and run away, I'm dead for sure. What do I do now? With this weak body, jumping down from here is impossible. What should I do? That's right. If I hide there, I should be fine. A moment later, the director came in, followed by Uli. As he opened the door, he asked, "So they said they'll come here tomorrow to pick up Daphne?" Uli replied, "Yes. That child was being too insolent, so I taught her a lesson. What if you beat that purple-haired girl to death? Is she dying yet? Well, do as you like. That girl has been abandoned anyway." Yes, under the bed. Daphne fearfully covered her mouth with her hand. Suddenly, the director called out, "Wait. Look, what's this?" Daphne squeezed her eyes, shut in fear, and thought, "Have I been caught? I'm done for." The director suddenly sat down in a chair. He stroked Uli's cheek and smiled as he said, "There's some beauty stuck here." The sound of kissing rang out along with Uli's cheerful voice. Honestly, what kind of mischief is this? The sound of kissing came from the director again. We never have time to be together, so we have to make use of it. Under the bed, Daphne's eyes widened in horror. Dear heavens, is that the kind of relationship they have? Suddenly, Uli spoke. "Wait a moment. I hate it here. It's cold and dark, and it's your workplace too." The director sounded impatient. "Since when did you care about things like that? At least let's go to a warm room with a bed. Let's go home." The director was puzzled. "You said you didn't want to discuss work at home. That's still better than this." In the end, the director sighed. "Fine. Home it is." The door closed soon after. Daphne trembled and wondered, "Are they gone?" She slowly crawled out. "Are they really gone? I thought I was about to be exposed. This isn't the time for that. I need to leave quickly too. I hope nothing happens along the way." Suddenly, she stopped. Why is there an oil lamp here? Aren't they supposed to fill it with oil and keep in storage? Wait, oil? That's right. I can't just leave like this. Change of plans. I need to leave my clothes arranged as if I'm sleeping and my shoes in front of the door. I hope I'll be fooled by these. And I have to make sure they don't realize I disappeared in the fire. They'll be afraid that the death of a child in the orphanage will become known to the outside world, and they'll completely bury all traces of me. Only then will my plan be perfect from start to finish. Daphne's spirits blazed. All preparations are complete. Now it's time to say goodbye to this place. From now on, my new life begins. I'll definitely survive no matter what. Twist the beginning of this story and throw everything into chaos. I won't sit still and wait to die. As she thought that, she ran off. When she reached the place where the oil lamps were kept, Daphne picked one up. Here's an oil lamp. They had so many, yet they wouldn't even give me a single one. I'll show you all. Your penny pinching was useless. Saying that, Daphne threw the oil lamp down without hesitation, and the sound of shattering rang out. With this much oil, it'll burn so fiercely that not even bones will remain. Only then will they not suspect anything when my body disappears. Now I need to make it look like there was no way to escape from here. If I close the door too. Then she struck a match. Flames rose from the match, and Daphne gently dropped it onto the oil lamp. They'll surely think I really died. Burn down. Burn fiercely. Let my heart be at ease. The villainess's daughter is dead. As the flames flared up, she hurriedly left. Outside, Daphne watched the flames gradually consume everything. The responsibility for this fire will all fall on the director's head, and the children here will receive proper compensation for their losses, won't they? I don't feel guilty at all. You people can carry all this guilt yourselves. I died because of you, so mourn that tragedy. While you slowly forget me, I'll return safe and sound, just like I am now. I'll turn this place into a mess soon enough. Daphne turned away with a cold expression. Suddenly, she burst into loud laughter from this feeling of liberation. After that, she ran forward with all haste. Thank goodness, there's no one walking around at night. If it follows the novel, it should definitely be nearby. Found it. The secret door of the Benedict Merchant Guild. Now, let's begin. This is the door specially used by guests who come to make underground deals. So I have to pretend to be a guest here for an underground deal. I need to use the signal to get in. If I remember correctly, the signal is... She knocked on the wall. Knock, 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 knock. As soon as she finished knocking, a clacking sound rang out, and a door leading into a secret area appeared in the wall. It opened. Daphne stepped inside. She nervously looked toward the entrance. The atmosphere was silent enough to send chills down her spine. No one is here. I'm probably not in the wrong place. Should I try going deeper inside? It seems brighter in there. If I follow this path, I should meet someone, right? If so, my plan won't be far from succeeding. This path goes downward. There isn't any other road, anyway. For now, I'll just go down toward the light. I should find out where this is. A source of light appeared ahead, shining straight at her and making her cry out. Ah, it's so bright. It was even brighter down here than above. Suddenly, someone called out, "Little kid." Daphne wondered in confusion. Who's that? It was a very warm voice. He asked again, "Why are you here?" Then he suddenly flinched and stepped back. No, more importantly, how do you know about this place? She stammered in response. I came to meet the Merchant Guild Master. You came to meet the Guild Master? That isn't someone you can meet just because you want to. I came here to make a deal. I don't know how you know about this place or how you found it, but leave. Daphne thought to herself, no. I came all the way here. I made up my mind to survive and change this plot. I can't give up like this. Daphne drew in a breath. A loud shout rang out. I want to make a deal. Hurry and let me meet the Merchant Guild Master. W, wait a moment, little kid. As soon as he finished speaking, Daphne's ringing voice sounded in his ears. Let me meet her. A moment later, Claire spoke. My ears are going deaf. Who dares come here in the middle of the night and cause a scene? He hesitated before answering. Mother, Claire asked. It doesn't look like you're talking to yourself. Daphne hurriedly tugged on her sleeve. I'm down here. I came to make a deal with the Merchant Guild Master. Claire looked down at Daphne. A deal. That's right. A little kid in old, faded clothes. What kind of deal do you want to make with me? Daphne immediately pleaded. Please let me stay at the Merchant Guild. That's all. In exchange, I'll give you what you need. I don't have a hobby of doing charity. Daphne held out the stack of documents. This is the price in exchange. I overheard the director saying that these documents must not fall into the guild master's hands. So I brought them here because I thought you would surely need them. Please try reading them. Daphne whispered inwardly, if you need them, please let me stay. Please give me a place to live, so I can use it as a foothold and overturn this plot. Claire stared intently at the documents in her hand. Daphne swallowed hard. Please, please. Suddenly, Claire chuckled, making Daphne flinch. I don't know where you secretly picked these up, but did you come all the way here to find me just for this? Even the children in the slums can do things like this. No, those children are much quicker with their hands and feet than you are. Daphne asked in confusion, what? That can't be. It was clearly because they needed those documents that the main character brought them here. But why do they look unhappy? What should I do now? Suddenly, Claire said, now that I look at you, your hair color is quite unusual. Daphne wondered, why is she suddenly bringing up my hair color? Claire said, if you came from the neighboring empire, you wouldn't understand. A hair color like that isn't common here. Anyone can tell just by looking. The fact that you're that woman's daughter. This deal would only bring me losses. If I let a child like you work here, I'd be likely to suffer damages. Then she handed the documents to her son, who looked bewildered. So, while I'm still speaking kindly, know your place and go back. Daphne angrily clenched her fists. She lowered her head and burst out laughing. Go back. Back where? I don't have a home or a family anymore. Where can I go back to? You want me to die too, don't you? Because I'm the daughter of a villainess? But what should I do? I can't die that easily. I'm definitely going to live. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Mother, do you hear that? It seems like there's some commotion outside right now. What's going on? It looks like the orphanage is on fire. The fire is quite large too. Claire was startled. What? Make sure the children are absolutely safe. Daphne pointed at herself and said, You don't have to worry about that, because I'm the one who set my room on fire. A room that's hard to separate from the rest. What? Even though I locked the door to fake my death. But if I go back, I might get into trouble because they could pin an even heavier crime on me, right? In a serious case, I might even be beaten to death. Why would you be beaten to death? The people who hate my mother will only curse at me. Isn't it natural for me to be scolded? Claire secretly guessed, this child is trying to lead me to the slums. Daphne turned around, preparing to leave. Anyway, you have no intention of helping me, do you? As expected, changing the contents of the original work is too difficult. Everyone wants me to die, but I can't let fate flow on like this. Even if she won't help me, I have to find another way. Just as she was leaving, Claire spoke. Wait, how about we introduce ourselves first? I am Claire Benedict. Daphne thought smugly. She started to act friendlier now. I am Daphne. Then what exactly do you want? I want to live. Hearing that, she smiled, her eyes closed. Daphne, I am someone who places rather great importance on etiquette. I want to receive flowers and a formal greeting from you. Daphne was surprised. Flowers? It is snowing so heavily right now. How could there be flowers? If there are none, you must go and find them. Do you think I would accept something easily obtained? There are indeed a few places outside the city gates where flowers bloom in this weather, but it is night now, so it is very dangerous. There may be wild animals and monsters too. I might have to pick flowers while screaming. She smiled and said, Even so, you will still pick flowers for me, won't you? If possible, pick a red flower and bring it back before dawn. Claire's son exclaimed, Mother, why are you making a child do something like that? Daphne thought, this is a test to challenge my resolve. All right, if you're not asking for a specific kind of flower, then I can pick any number of them. I will bring back a red flower before dawn. Outside, it was still dark. Well, your name is Daphne, right? I am Lennox Benedict. These are a bit big for you, but even so, they seem better than the shoes you are wearing. Daphne said softly, Thank you. It is very cold too, so put on a cloak as well. Otherwise, you will get sick when you come back. It will take quite a while to reach the city gate, so let us hold hands for a bit. Yes, even though he knew exactly who I was, he was still treating me very kindly. Daphne, once you leave the city gates, it will be very dangerous. So if you feel scared or want to give up, you can come back right away. She answered with determination. Even so, I cannot return without bringing back the flower. But since it is dangerous outside, I suppose that cannot be helped. I would rather be in a mountain with no people around. That would feel safer to me. Everyone I have met until now has always wanted to trouble me. So you do not need to force yourself to pity me either. Hearing that, he thought, she must have suffered so much pain. A while later, the two of them arrived before the city gate. We are here, Daphne. She looked ahead. This is Lennox, and Daphne stood frozen, staring ahead. Lennox took Daphne by the hand and walked forward. Both of them wore grave expressions. Suddenly, Lennox stopped and asked, Daphne, why don't we stop here? No, I do not want that. He helplessly gave her directions. Keep following this road, and you will arrive. I understand. Behind her, Lennox pressed his lips together and silently called her name. Daphne. In the empty night, the sound of footsteps echoed. She thought, it is almost as I expected. But even so, this place is truly darker than I imagined, and so quiet it feels as if I am the only person left in the whole world. The only sound echoing back is the sound of my own footsteps. Suddenly, a chilling sound rang out, making her jump in fright. Could it be wolves? If I run into wolves in a place like this, I will definitely die. Run. I have to run. The road ahead grew darker and darker, and only Daphne's ragged breathing echoed. Suddenly, she stopped short. Her whole body collapsed forward, and her feet trembled from the pain. My feet hurt so much. I cannot hear the wolves anymore, but the darkness and silence in this tower are swallowing me whole. I cannot just sit here in a daze. I have been injured like this before. This is my limit. No matter what, I cannot walk any farther. I came here in order to live, so am I going to die here in the end? Just then, a strange butterfly appeared. Daphne stared at it blankly. She wondered, a butterfly, a purple butterfly? There are butterflies even in winter, but why does it keep flying around me? Could it be guiding me? Wait, let us go together. But that butterfly's color looks so familiar. Its color is a little darker than my hair, isn't it? Ah, it is the same color as Mother's hair. Mother came as quickly as a butterfly's wings and then left again. Cast aside by the people she loved, my mother met a tragic end in that tower. Even if Mother was condemned as a villainess, could she have gone to heaven? When the butterfly saw that she had stopped, it flew back and forth continuously. Daphne flusteredly waved her hand. I know. I am coming now. Sorry for making you wait. A while later, in a place touched by light, Daphne opened her eyes wide in excitement. The full moon. And there are flowers too. It is a little high, but if I am careful, I should be able to climb up there. All right, let me try once. Like this. The ground does not seem very stable. I have to climb carefully. I must not rush. I have to be careful with every step. Daphne slowly crawled upward, and the butterfly flew after her. I finally made it. She reached out her hand. Now, I only need to pick it. But her hand could not reach the flower stem. She encouraged herself. Just a little more, and I can pick it. Just a little more. At last, her hand grasped the flower. Her eyes lit up with excitement. Mother, I did it. I found that flower. I did something that seemed impossible all by myself, with my own strength. Then she turned to the butterfly and said, "Thank you for leading me here, beautiful butterfly that looks like my mother. Now, I only need to climb down carefully." Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through her ankle as she lost her balance as her hand slipped. Oh no, my injured leg has no strength left. Meanwhile, Lennox was searching for her. Daphne, Daphne, where are you? I should not have let that child go alone. Just then, Daphne's scream rang out. Lennox turned sharply and saw her falling from the cliff. He cried out, "Daphne!" As Daphne fell, she helplessly thought, "My injured leg hurts so much. My vision is getting blurry too. Is this the end? No, the flower I worked so hard to find. So in the end, I still cannot go back. Mother, if you can see me, please save me." With that, she lost consciousness. Daphne was now lying on a bed, gasping for breath. Her hand moved slightly. Even breathing was difficult, and every part of her body ached. Then this is... Suddenly, someone approached. "Here, take this warm water. Do you feel calmer now? You fell, so Lennox brought you here. That flower has already been delivered to your mother, so do not worry." Hearing him say that, Daphne breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Then who are you? Ah, let me introduce myself. My name is Ricardo Benedict. From now on, I will be the one taking care of you. You had a high fever for several days, but you are better now. What a relief. Your leg probably needs more treatment, though. So, my leg still has not recovered its strength. Does that mean I cannot walk now? No, not that. It is just a little injured. I will heal you somehow, so it will get better. From now on, I will be your older brother. What is he talking about? She hurriedly pulled her hand back, frowned, and protested. I do not have an older brother like you. Hearing her say that, Ricardo broke into a sweat. Daphne, just then, someone suddenly entered and asked, "You do not have what? It looks like you have recovered, 3 days ago, you were in such a state I could hardly bear to look at you. I told you to bring back a flower, didn't I? I did not tell you to bring yourself back looking like that." Hearing that, Ricardo exclaimed, "Mother, I did not expect the child to come back covered in wounds like that either." It was truly shocking. Lennox suddenly opened the door and came in. Hearing those words from her, he immediately reproached her in a low voice. "Mother, why do you have to say it so harshly? For whose sake do you think I was so worried?" Daphne asked. Worried? She thought. Claire worries about others too? In the novel, Claire was clearly described as a cold-blooded person, and deep in her heart, she always held an intense desire for revenge. Claire suddenly spoke. "First, I suppose I should apologize to you." Daphne asked in confusion. "Apologize to me?" To be honest, since going outside the city walls is very frightening, I thought you would give up. The forest was dark, and your state of mind was not good either. But you returned from the forest, and you even found that flower. This is a precious, pain-relieving flower called Stacia. It only grows in the gaps between rocks. It is extremely difficult to cultivate, so it is extraordinarily rare. Daphne was so shocked she could not speak. Then how expensive is it? Is it worth as much as Mother's gift? Of course, about 100 gold coins. It is valuable. You turned the impossible into the possible. Not bad. You won. Hearing her say that, Daphne happily thought, I did it. Ricardo smiled brightly and said, Congratulations, Daphne. All right, then take those documents and that flower. I suppose Mother should know exactly what you want in exchange. I do not want much. It is just, Mother, please give me the position of highest heir. Hearing that, Claire could not help being surprised. What? Isn't highest heir a bit too much? Lennox and Ricardo, beside her, were also extremely shocked. She explained, You only need to give me the qualifications. I do not necessarily have to become the heir. If I am not the head, then if I obtain the position of heir, I can still firmly hold that position, even if the male lead appears. If I want to change the plot, isn't that the right position for it? Claire asked, If it is only for food and clothing, it would be better for you to receive the backing of the head. So for what reason did you go this far? Because I want to change the ending, she asked in puzzlement. The ending, after the death of the villainess's daughter must die because of the happy ending everyone wants. That is why I do not want to follow what other people want, because I want to live. I want to write my own story. I will be happier than the happiness those people long for, even if I have to fight to seize that chance. Hearing her words, Claire could not help widening her eyes in surprise. Daphne suddenly remembered something and hurriedly clamped her mouth shut, panicking inwardly. Oh no, that sounded too grown up. What if I did not seem like a child and frighten everyone? Claire suddenly spoke. I also grew up in an orphanage, just like you. So before I became fully grown, because of work, I was sold to the underworld. I went through many things. Not only me, but my friends were sold too, and there were children who died. There must also have been children who lived in such misery that they would rather have died. And when I learned that everything that happened to the children I met in that orphanage was caused by the director of that place, I resolved to take revenge. That is why I never had any intention of sparing that person. He destroyed my life, and he thinks he can sleep peacefully? Absolutely not. I gathered all the power I could so that he would receive the punishment he deserved. The documents you gave me will also be a great help. For you, it is Duke Harani's, and for me, it is the orphanage. It seems that you and I share the same resolve. If you're going to serve me, learn how to make deals and understand the value of goods. She thought, this is exactly the line she says to the male lead in the novel. If you intend to serve me. Now, it is being said to me instead. Then are you allowing me to stay here? Can I become the heir? At first, I only thought of helping you, but I am very satisfied with your dream, ambition, and will. In that case, my daughter is qualified enough to become the heir. Ricardo nodded and added, That is right, that is right. Then from now on, you will be the heir of the head of the Benedict family, and later you will become Daphne Benedict. Come here, my daughter. The clear blue sky and the chirping birds were so peaceful. Lennox held Daphne in his arms as they looked at the scenery outside through the window. She hesitantly spoke. Lennox, I'm heavy, right? That question made Lennox laugh. You're not heavy at all, so do not worry. Since it will take quite a while to finish making the wheelchair, and you're still little, using wooden crutches is very difficult, so I said I would help you for now. But Daphne still felt a little uneasy. Is he telling the truth? I'm not even his real little sister, so why is he showing me such sincerity? Or does he have some strange scheme like Uli? But what if he is truly sincere? Unexpectedly, Lennox asked, Daphne, anyway, your hair color? She did not understand. Yes. He looked at her intently and said, It really has turned completely white, even your eyebrows. Some people say that normally, if someone suffers an injury or a great shock, their hair can turn completely white. As expected, it must be because you suffered so much back then. If only I had found you in the forest a little sooner. Daphne smiled and said, I am fine. It is not as if I died. Although it is true that I lost the hair color my birth mother passed down to me, my hair color has become like Mother Claire's now. It seems Mother took away the purple hair and gave me white hair instead. Perhaps Mother wanted to give me a new life. Ricardo approached while chuckling. Oh, my brother, Daphne, hurry and come in. I prepared some especially delicious dishes. Inside the dining room, Ricardo had prepared an enormous number of dishes. Looking at the food on the table, Daphne's eyes sparkled. She swallowed and thought, This is completely different from what I ate at the orphanage. The most famous merchant guild in the empire really is different. Seeing her staring intently at the food, Claire could not help wondering, Hey, why are you only looking? Does it not suit your taste? No, I'm just a little surprised. If you want more, I will get you some, so eat as much as you like. Ah, that baked pastry is delicious. You have to eat it. Let Daphne be at ease. A while later, Claire set down her fork and the meal was over. Then Claire said seriously, Daphne, first, I will tell you the things you must do from now on. Ah, yes, she silently exclaimed in admiration. The master of a merchant guild really is formidable. She gave me a place to sleep and fed me well, so now she is making me repay her. Thinking that, she asked, what do I have to do? In her heart, she thought, as long as it is not dying, I am confident I can do anything. The atmosphere began to grow heavy. Claire answered, it is nothing difficult, only two things. Can you do them? So she wants to hear my promise before saying what they are. Of course. Very good. First, return that weak, limp-as-paper body of yours to normal. Yes, I am limp as paper. She raised two fingers again and continued. Second, think of more than 5 wishes, things you want to do, and tell me about them. Can you do that? While she was still dazed, Ricarda smiled and said, good, Daphne. You can tell Mother anything. Daphne still could not believe her ears. She asked cautiously, I thought Mother would order me to work. Do these 2 conditions have anything to do with my qualifications as heir? Of course. To live as a human being, the most important thing is health. And for a merchant, the survival of a business changes depending on how great one's own ambition is. You must draw that ambition out. Is that so? Of course, you must also hide your ambition. However, first you must learn how to draw it out. Then I will become very healthy. There is no deadline, so think about it at your leisure. After all, a merchant must pretend to be free even when they are not free at all. That is right. Mother almost forgot to give you this. Ah, that is my bag. Now that I think of it, because there was a seal whose purpose I did not know, I put it into that bag too. I wonder if Mother has seen it yet. Then she said, I thought I had lost it. I was afraid there might be something important inside, so I did not throw it away and brought it back. Is she probing me? That seal is actually the trick I planned to keep until the very end. She recalled what Claire had said. A merchant must pretend to be free even when they are not free at all. So she hesitated. All right, let me try once. I'm not acting. She swallowed hard, then smiled and said, Thank you, Mother. I didn't know you had brought it back. Thank you. She told herself inwardly that she would show them she was truly sincere. Hearing her answer made Claire happy, too. Yes, the child had not shown her final card. That was what made her my daughter. Then I'll be going to work now. Lennox is free, so he'll look after you. Ricarda also said, Daphne, I'll go study healing magic hard and come back. After the two of them left, Lennox gently approached and asked her, All right, Daphne, what should we do in the meantime? Is there anything you want to do? Something I want to do? I'm not sure. Then shall I cut your hair for you? At the orphanage, I always cut my own hair because I hated it when people insulted the color of my hair whenever they cut it for me. You must have been scared. I think I became a little more timid than usual. But I had no choice but to endure it. I don't remember it clearly now. Looking back, there were many things far worse than that. The more Lennox listened, the more his heart ached for her past. Tears welled in his eyes, as if they would spill at any moment. Daphne continued, but Lennox's tears had already fallen onto the floor. Hearing the sound of sobbing behind her startled her. Lennox, it was someone else's story, after all, so why was he crying like that? Why did he study healing magic and treat the daughter of a villainess? Why did he call a child he had met less than a month ago dear and treat her so kindly? Now I know. Unlike Uli, they're all sincere, but it feels so strange. This is the first time since I was born that I have received this much love. Then she said, Lennox, I am an ambitious child. Once I have something, I don't want to lose it. So please don't be too affectionate with me. If everyone's feelings change, I won't be able to bear it. After that, Daphne suddenly came down with a fever. While the little girl was resting in bed, she heard a conversation. Daphne said not to treat her too well, she thought. What does that sound? As she slowly opened her eyes, she saw Lennox helplessly holding his head in front of her. Yes, I failed to comfort her properly. Ricarda, beside him, sighed. Brother, honestly, I'm disappointed. You should have told her it wasn't like that. You should have reassured her so she wouldn't worry. That surprised her a little. Lennox, Ricarda, and she could even see Claire. I returned the seal. It is Daphne's final card. I have to respect that. For what she heard, she felt truly happy. And Mother, all of them were so warm. I wish this were not a dream. Early the next morning, I heard the voices of the 3 of them in my dream. No, was it a dream? It could be that what I saw in my dream was only what I longed for. I wish it had not been a dream. Should I ask them directly? No, asking would only cause more trouble, so I won't. There was a knock at the door, and Claire entered. Little one, are you awake? Daphne immediately sat upright. Yes. Did you have a nice dream? I don't know. Maybe I didn't dream. I see. I hope you have a beautiful dream tomorrow. Then she gently wiped Daphne's face, making Daphne feel deeply grateful. So warm and gentle. It really feels as if she truly sees me as family. But can I really accept this unconditional kindness? She wondered aloud. Mother, Lennox, and Ricarda too. Why are you all so good to me? Daughter, have you been thinking about that this whole time? She flinched and covered her mouth. I accidentally said it. Why did I ask that? What if she hates me? My child, I prepared a gift for you. Shall we go see it together? A little while later, Claire carried Daphne down the hallway. Daphne was still doubtful. A gift? Can I receive gifts too? My child, we're here. Lift your head. This is your new room. This bed is yours, and this is your wardrobe. From now on, you'll always have plenty of clothes, so wear whatever you like. You may not use it yet, but I prepared a dressing table for you as well. I also prepared dolls for you, in case you might want them. What else is there? There's also a study desk and a tea table, and more. Looking around at everything, Daphne could not help but stare blankly. Everywhere she looked, it truly seemed as though everything had been prepared just for her. That made her even more grateful, and tears fell despite herself. It's beautiful. I really like it. Goodness, if you like it, why are you crying? Why are you treating me so well? It is too gentle, as if everything were a lie. I thought it would be enough if you gave me just enough to live. If you are this good to me, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold back and will start wanting more. Did I make you feel uncomfortable? What should I do if you don't like this? She said timidly. This is the first time I have received so much. Can I really accept it? I'm scared that someday you might say you hate me, that you don't need me, and abandon me. If everything changes, I will be abandoned again. If this affection disappears, I won't have the confidence to keep living. Daphne, do you want to live the same life you lived before? No, absolutely not, right? I feel the same. I also had to grit my teeth and claw my way up here in order to survive. I walked a difficult road and tasted every kind of hardship. But for the child who will become my daughter to live a life like that is unacceptable. I do not want my child to suffer any lack, whether it is affection, money, material things, or anything else. You're my daughter or my child. You began this relationship, but as the adult, I am responsible for maintaining it. All you have to do is accept it. Then I can't do anything for you, mother. You only need to grow up healthy. Do what you want and what you like in good health. Live happily, without regrets, and achieve what you desire. As long as you do that, just grow up that way. Moved, she looked at Claire with tears in her eyes. Oh, and Lennox and Ricarda have no intention of inheriting the merchant guild either, so you don't need to think you stole their position. Did this obedient child really think she had taken her brother's place? Moved, she thought to herself, even in my dreams, I would not have dared imagine words this warm. My heart feels as if it is melting, opening the door to my soul that had always been tightly shut. Can I believe it? Can I believe in affection given without calculation? Everything they have, they walk together toward their goal, and now they consider me their family. Then I no longer need to refuse. Daphne took the initiative and hugged Claire tightly. My first wish. May I call you mother? You don't need a wish for that. You can call me that as much as you like. You said I could begin this relationship. Then I have a second wish. I want to learn letters from you. You want me to teach you? She quickly nodded. Claire said, let's say that second wish doesn't count. Even if it isn't a wish, I want to do that for you. At that moment, Lennox and Ricarda entered. Daphne is here. Ricarda hugged her tightly. Our Daphne is so adorable. Seeing that, Lennox sighed helplessly. Then he also came over to hug everyone. Then I'll join too. But Ricarda rejected him. Huh, brother, go somewhere else. Daphne is uncomfortable right now. Then you could just move over. Unable to argue back, Ricarda complained to their mother. Mother, you heard him, right? Daphne, I'm so upset. Daphne felt incredibly happy and silently thanked everyone. I will try my best to become happier. At night, a pair of feet slowly walked along. In the darkness, beneath the black cloak, only dark hair was visible, and a pair of very familiar purple eyes. During one meal, Ricarda spoke up. Everyone, I have a suggestion. We shouldn't go outside unless necessary. Lennox asked why. Well, obviously, if Daphne is alone, she might feel lonely. She also exclaimed in surprise. Claire continued. That makes sense. Then if I have work that must be done overnight, I will bring it home and finish it here. You too, mother. No wonder you seemed a little different lately. Claire asked back what? The atmosphere immediately filled with cheerful laughter. For Daphne, from then on, Ricarda, mother, and Lennox took turns becoming her caretaker. Sometimes they even fought over it. It's my turn today. Brother, you have work today, don't you? It made her feel very awkward. Now that I think about it, compared to before, my smile has become more natural. Night fell, and everything sank into darkness. The atmosphere also grew silent in Claire's study. Daphne focused on taking notes. Among the assignments Mother gave me, I really don't understand this part. I'll ask her when she comes later. Before I knew it, it was already past 10. Normally, I should be asleep by now. Actually, something happened during the day. There were 2 cups of cocoa for Ricarda and a cup of coffee for Lennox, but without paying attention, I drank all of the coffee, making Lennox panic. Daphne. In the end, both of them were scolded by Mother. Because of the caffeine in the coffee, I couldn't sleep, so I studied with Mother in the study. Then suddenly, she said urgently, "Mother has something urgent and must leave immediately. Wait for me a little while." Daphne, just like that, Mother went to the capital and was gone for quite a long time. She kept looking from the clock to her assignments. Her neck felt so heavy. Oh my, the clock is sparkling. The clock lights up when someone arrives. Has Mother come back? Mother is back. But no, with a crash, 2 complete strangers in black clothes stepped out of the clock. Seeing them step out, she immediately became frightened. It was dark, and she could not see clearly, but that person was not Mother. My instincts are telling me this is the moment the male lead appears. But why are there 2 people? Which one is the male lead? Since he is a character who is always wrapped up tightly, there is no detailed description until the end of the story. How am I supposed to tell which one is the male lead? But before she could think much, one of them quickly ran toward her. His face full of hatred, he said, "Capture." However, when he looked closely, she was not the person he needed to capture, and he was shocked. A child. Daphne also looked at him in doubt. According to the original, the male lead was caught while trying to assassinate Mother. Could this be the male lead? Why'd it have to be today? As if by some appointed fate mixed with a little coincidence, I accidentally drank coffee, stayed awake until late at night. Mother had work to do, so I watched the study in her place, and I ran into the protagonist who came to assassinate her. It was as if I disturbed the original story and now had to receive the tragedy of death, forced to fit the story. Then he shouted, "Who are you? Where is the merchant guild master? Answer me now." The person behind him only silently watched the 2 of them. "Damn it, this is bad. I'll kill you first and search for her afterward." Terrified, she stammered, "Mother." Then she gathered all her courage and shouted, "Mother, Lennox, Ricarda, save me." Lennox and Ricarda, who were in the library, heard her cry for help. "Daphne, what's wrong?" Seeing her scream, the man angrily warned, "Tisich, be quiet." But at that moment, the door was thrown open and Lennox and Ricarda rushed in. Daphne, seeing them, the man grabbed her tightly. Don't come closer." "Who the hell are you? I told you not to come closer." Daphne thought, is someone who takes a child hostage really the male lead? On the male lead's side, his hand twitched and his eyes stared fixedly at the man. The man still held her tightly. "Don't come closer," Ricarda asked furiously. "What the hell are you doing? Let her go right now." But he absolutely refused to listen. "I told you not to come closer." Ricarda immediately used his magic. He frowned angrily. "Let go of her now." As soon as he finished speaking, chains advanced and bound the man, making his face turn pale with shock. What is this? The chains tightly bound his legs, then his arms as well. "Damn it, so you're a mage." Daphne fell to the floor. Lennox hurriedly ran over. He reached out, trying to catch her. "Daphne." In the end, he managed to catch his little sister. He asked anxiously, "Are you all right?" Tears welled in her eyes. "Lennox." Ricarda also asked, "Daphne, are you hurt anywhere? I'll come over there and check you right now." However, they did not know that the male lead was still standing nearby. He sprang upward, and Lennox immediately noticed and warned him. "Ricarda, behind you." Ricarda quickly turned around. "What? How dare you?" Immediately after that, a mass of chains appeared and tightly bound the boy's hands. His legs were bound as well. Who is this one now? Where did he even come from? Just like that, both of them were tied up in midair, while the other man kept yelling, "Let me go." The male lead stayed silent without saying a word, surprising Ricarda. "You're still not moving even after being hung up? What now? Forget it. Daphne, are you all right? You aren't hurt anywhere, are you?" Only then did the male lead start to move. Ricarda said in confusion, "Let me heal you, all right?" With tears in her eyes, she replied, "I'm fine. But who on earth are those people?" Suddenly, the chains binding the male lead's hands snapped. Startled, she screamed, "Brother, danger!" When the boy landed, he lifted his head and looked toward them, making Ricarda extremely alarmed. "No way. My magic." He broke the iron chains all by himself. Without saying a word, the boy ran quickly toward them. she thought. He is running this way at a terrifying speed. He is clearly aiming for me. Lennox hugged Daphne tightly. However, the boy jumped over the two of them. Huh, he passed right over us? Then who is he aiming for? The boy had run toward his companion. He drew his sword, but instead of saving the man, he cut him down decisively in a single strike. Seeing that scene, Ricarda immediately froze. He's dead. Daphne's face went pale with fear. So terrifying. The person who had just threatened me died so easily, but I don't feel relieved or at ease at all. Instead, I feel suffocated. Is the moment when a person stands before death this cruel? After killing his companion, the male lead held the small sword in his hand and thought, next, those over there. Then he immediately rushed toward them. Ricardo warned loudly, that guy's coming toward us. However, at that moment, the clock shone brightly. That light, smoke spread out, drawing the male lead's attention. The smoke drifted toward him and gently bound his hands. What is this? A familiar voice rang out. Do you assassins know where this is, that you dare sneak in? Claire snapped her fingers, and the smoke bound the male lead, to his shock. I'm sorry I'm late. Are you children all right? Mother, they were targeting Daphne. What? Daphne thought fearfully. Even though Mother has arrived, my body is still trembling with unease. Even so, the people I love are all safe and sound, and I am fine too. For me, that is enough. Come to think of it, what is that person's true identity? He still seems to be a child. He remained motionless within Claire's magic. After a while, he opened his eyes, just as he looked toward her. Our eyes met, but his pupils are purple like violets. Wait, beautiful pupils with a violet hue like viola flowers. There is no mistaking it. He is the male lead from the second part of the original novel. She looked at him for a long time. Lennox showed an unpleasant expression and spoke. Mother, Ricarda, I don't know who this brat is, but we should kill him right now. He was holding a weapon and intended to kill Daphne. We cannot spare this little punk. I agree. In any case, this guy was targeting us. We don't know what he intends to do next, so we have to kill him immediately. Daphne thought, her face pale. Even so, will he be eliminated this easily? If the male lead dies here, will this story end? The story cannot be that unreasonable. She could not help worrying that if she did not stop them, she might not survive. At that moment, Claire withdrew her magic, causing the male lead to fall. Thanks to her magic, you landed safely on the ground. I will decide carefully. Daphne thought to herself, that's right. If it is Mother, he might not be killed. By principle, he is the child who will become Mother's heir. Perhaps he might satisfy Mother. Claire closed her eyes, thought for a moment, and said, compared to the fear Daphne endured, I cannot simply kill you so easily. Daphne marveled inwardly. That unfamiliar expression and tone she has never shown me before. So that is the true face of a merchant guild master. That's right, this story has already been twisted. I stole the male lead's place. If I make the male lead disappear, the story will end. For the sake of staying alive, I have no other choice. If I do that, I will once again have to hear the cruel, nosy people around me gossip. Those would be the mocking voices of the guards under her command. Now your mother has to be punished. Your mother will go to hell. And there would also be the laughter and gossip of those children. I heard your mother died. I heard everyone in your family was talented. It would be no different from the people I hated before. I cannot let that happen. Besides, if he dies, I will live with guilt for the rest of my life. The place I am in now originally belonged to the male lead. The death I once witnessed and Mother's desolate death when she left this world were unbearably difficult moments for me because they were deaths as tragic as the fate that had been fixed for me in the original work. Through someone else's tragedy, it felt as though I could clearly see my own ending. That is why I hope no one has to die. Thinking that, she buried her face against Lennox and murmured, no, you cannot kill anyone. Life is precious. Besides, he is still a child. As soon as she finished speaking, the whole family turned to look at her. She cried because she knew this might be the last chance to completely change the original work, but she did not want to live happily through someone else's misfortune. Claire soothed her. Mother was being short-sighted and said something frightening in front of you. Lennox and Ricarda also spoke at once. You must have been very scared of us. We are sorry, Daphne. I knew Daphne had a generous heart, but I did not realize it was to this extent. I must learn from Daphne. Claire smiled cheerfully. You must not let your eyes get swollen, my child. She thought in bewilderment, no one is blaming me. They are not saying anything harsh. Everyone is allowed to make mistakes. And I am crying again. She raised her hand and rubbed her eyes. Then she saw the male lead staring intently at her. Is he looking at me? What is that? Those eyes. I feel a faint chill. At that, she spoke up, Mother, his eyes are strange. It looks like something is possessing them. Hearing that, Ricarda asked in surprise, Huh? Is that so? He stepped forward and held out his hand. Then we will have to test it to know. The light from the magic circle made the male lead suffer, and its power caused him to scream again and again. Daphne trembled in fear. Suddenly, his gloomy eyes began to sparkle. Daphne thought in surprise. Did his gaze change? Ricarda said with a grave expression. What Daphne said was right. This boy was hypnotized by illusion magic. At that moment, the male lead staggered and collapsed. This really is cruel. There has never been a precedent. Indeed, such a young boy was turned into an assassin. Claire said indignantly. Have those bastards lost every shred of morality? She blazed with fury. Anyone who lays a hand on a child is a bastard. A damned lot of them. They must be killed. They absolutely will not die peacefully. Daphne was frightened by her appearance. Mother, mother. Claire flinched. Huh? What am I saying? Pretend you did not hear anything, all right? Yes. In any case, we cannot leave the child like this. Lennox, did you not build a small prison in the forest? Are you talking about the animal cage, mother? For now, put the boy in there. Even if he was hypnotized, an assassin is still an assassin. There is nothing wrong with being careful. Then I will use confinement magic carefully. While we are at it, shall we investigate the truth behind this too? I will handle that. You are making a truth-telling potion, aren't you? Just in time. Good. Then I will leave it to you. Daphne smiled awkwardly and thought. So they're only not killing him, huh? Her eyes gradually began to shine. This is my family. I obtained it with my own hands. A family that cherishes me. In order for the people who love me to be happy together, perhaps I will have to change the contents of the story. The original work, I know, is an extremely flimsy story. Although it is a place that contains the male lead's character, it never mentions Benedict's backstory. No one knows what happens after the male lead leaves the mountain. Therefore, just as these people want to protect me, I also want to protect them. To do that, Part 2 must be overturned. However, I'm not confident about killing someone else. I must treat the male lead well and earn his goodwill. It may be that nothing changes, but even a small bit of goodwill might be enough to turn the story around. I must stop the heroine's happiness for my own happiness and also to protect the people who love me. In the dim light of night, Daphne panted and wondered, what is this? My legs clearly cannot move, so why am I running away? Is this a dream? Why am I running like this? Suddenly, her legs stopped on their own. Is something chasing me? It is only darkness, but there is something in the darkness. It is coming toward me. Seeing it draw closer and closer, her face turned pale with fear. As she panicked, a hand suddenly touched her, and a voice murmured, my lady, my lady. Are you all right, my lady? The voice called out once more. At that moment, Daphne startled awake. She sat up in fright and panic. She held her head and murmured, what was that dream? I startled you just now, my lady. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Winston Chester, the guildmaster's secretary. It seems you were having sleep paralysis, my lady. Was it all right for me to wake you like that? Ah, yes. Thanks to you. My lady, you need not be formal with me. You are someone I must serve. You wish to go to the prison in the forest, my lady? Sitting in the wheelchair, Daphne answered politely yes. I want to meet that child once more. So, Winston, where did this wheelchair come from? I prepared this in advance so that you could use it when necessary, my lady. Since I've been sitting in the corner of the wardrobe all this time, I brought it here. What? Mother told me it would take a long time to make a wheelchair. Everyone lied to me. That is too much. I apologize, my lady. Perhaps because you are small and delicate, everyone wanted to protect you. I suppose that is it. This is the area where the cage is located. Is so wide. Yes, that over there is the cage. Oh dear. Winston looked worriedly at the bread and water and murmured, I brought food early this morning. Has that boy still not eaten? I cannot see clearly. Is he really locked in there? Let me see. Winston stared into the cage. Those are his legs. He is curled up in the corner, so you cannot see him clearly, my lady. My eyes really do not see well. Hearing her voice, the male lead opened his eyes. Seeing his purple eyes, Daphne said, it is true. Look at that. Before she could finish speaking, his stomach suddenly growled. Even though he was that hungry, he still had not touched the food. It seems that boy was trained extremely well. He was trained as if brainwashed, to obey his master's orders absolutely. That is why, even though the hypnosis has been lifted, he still does not touch the food. Daphne thought deeply, he is that hungry, with food right in front of him, but he cannot eat. She recalled the past she had experienced. She had been in a dining room full of food, but every dish was harmful. Although she desperately wanted to eat, she was beaten whenever she picked anything up. Back then, she had almost grown used to going hungry. I want to see him eating. Winston, bring me closer to him. I want to hand him food myself. It is very dangerous, so I cannot allow that. But Winston heard the sound just now too, didn't you? Even though he is very hungry, he still will not eat. Their commotion drew the boy's attention. Daphne wore a bright, expectant expression. Maybe he is afraid of adults. If someone the same age as me gives it to him, will he eat? If you say that much, there is nothing I can do. In exchange, you must not put your hand inside the iron cage. You may only look from the outside. Daphne answered happily, I understand. The wheelchair wheels rattled forward, and the two of them came face to face. She greeted him gently, hello. When the male lead saw her, his face turned fierce. He clenched his teeth, his eyes full of murderous intent. Seeing that, she exclaimed inwardly, wow, he is extremely wary. Obviously, even if I hand it to him, it looks like he will not eat. What if I throw it to him? She immediately imagined it. Eat this. She threw the piece of bread, and it hit his head with a thud, making him roar angrily. She thought, he is not an animal, so I cannot throw food at him and tell him to eat. That would only put him in a worse mood. Is there no better way? I forgot about that. There's that method, right? Afterward, she carefully got out of the wheelchair, surprising Winston. My lady. Daphne quietly moved forward. Wait a moment. She thought, I just have to slowly approach him in a friendly way. It will definitely work. I managed to win them over myself. I also opened my heart to that affection. Holding the food in her hand, she offered it to him and asked gently, why won't you eat this? Are you not hungry? This is very tasty. If you are hungry, you will not be able to move, and you will not be able to escape either. At that moment, his eyes stared fixedly at the food in her hand, and Daphne realized something unusual. You just reacted to what I said, didn't you? She hurriedly pushed the plate of food toward him. Here, I will put it inside for you. It will be a little hard to eat if it stays outside, right? If I put it like this, it will be easier for you to eat. I hope you can enjoy this. If you are hungry in such an unfamiliar place, it must feel sad, right? I will give you water too. If you choke, you could drink some water with it. The smell of the food filled his nose, making both of his ears perk up. Then he quickly picked up the bread and took a big bite, chewing noisily as if life had returned to him. Daphne thought in slight surprise. He ate as soon as I offered it. When did he refuse? Anyway, it is nice to watch him eat so well. Meanwhile, Winston scolded her. My lady, you promised not to put your hand inside the iron cage. But there was no other way. Still, I succeeded in feeding him. He picked her up. The ground is very cold, and yet you sat there for so long. Let's go back. Already? Before we go back, wait a moment. The weather is still very cold. If he keeps staying here, he will freeze. This is very warm, so I want to give it to him. Winston shook his head helplessly. My lady, really, it is still winter, so it is very cold. You must cover yourself with that. Do not catch a cold. Next time I come, I will bring you delicious food, so do not get sick and do not be cranky until I come. Do you understand? And next time we meet, I want to hear your name. Then I will tell you my name too. Understand? Promise. After that, she waved goodbye before leaving. The male lead looked toward her and thought to himself, how strange. What is this feeling? When she returned home, Claire firmly opposed it. No, from next time onward, you are absolutely not allowed to go see that child again. Hearing that, Daphne was bewildered. But that place is very cold. If he is alone in such an unfamiliar place, he must feel lonely. Even so, when I say no, I mean no. A growing child who is a killer is very dangerous. She thought, Mother's attitude is more firm than I expected. First, I have to get close to him and win his goodwill. If I do not go, he probably will not eat properly. I was planning to feed him and become close to him. Is there no way to persuade Mother? Seeing his little sister like that, Ricardo became worried. Our angelic youngest, so you're still worried about that boy. Suddenly, an idea flashed through her mind. Wait, there is that. There's a way to go see him. Daphne spoke up. Mother, then I will use that wish. For my second wish, I want to spend time with that boy. For my second wish, I want to spend time with that boy. Claire said blankly, that boy will keep starving himself if I am not there. He is still young, so he will be very frightened alone in an unfamiliar place. I will not go inside the iron cage, and I will not open the door on my own either. When I go, I will definitely go together with someone. Lennox called softly, Daphne. Even so, if he still tries to endanger us as he did before, then I will give up at that time too. Seeing Daphne so determined, Claire asked, "Are you doing this because you pity that child?" She answered a little. Claire said, "What a stubborn child you are. It is your wish, so do as you like." Hearing that, Daphne was extremely excited. Claire added, "But that alone is not enough. However, you must keep the promises you made." Daphne smiled brightly and answered yes. Outside, birds were chirping. Ricardo went with her to meet the male lead. Daphne pointed ahead happily and said, "We are here. It is over there." She called out, "Hello. Were you all right last night?" Hearing her voice, he lifted his head and looked at her. She unconsciously stared at him. He looks like a puppy happy to see its owner. She looked down and saw the plate of food. Daphne said quietly, "He did not eat again. This will not do. As expected, I have to do it myself." "Brother Ricardo." "And then what? Put me down." Hearing her unreasonable request, Ricardo resisted. "What? No, the ground is very cold. I know you brought a cushion in your bag. Here, a blanket and a cushion. Since I thought you might be cold, I also brought gloves and a scarf. And most importantly, the hot cocoa Daphne likes best. You like it, don't you, Daphne?" "Yes, I like it very much." She turned her head sharply away. I saw Brother Ricardo making cocoa so excitedly. How could I possibly tell him the truth, that it is so sweet, I do not like it? But what is with him? Suddenly, his eyes are staring fixedly. He moved close to the iron bars and looked at the items laid out outside. Daphne was very surprised by this action. He is staring right at them. He was once an assassin, but has he never seen this before? He was affected by magic from the very beginning. But the memories of an assassin should still be intact. Ricardo's voice rang out. "Daphne, you know, right? Do not put your hand inside the iron cage, and do not open the cage door." Hearing that, she raised her hand in a sign of agreement. Seeing that, he felt more relieved. Good. Daphne began a conversation with the male lead. "Hello. We are closer now, aren't we? Are you hungry?" He answered, "Hungry? Here, there is hot soup, soft bread, and even fruit. Do you want to eat?" "I want to eat, but I cannot just give it to you like this. Can you not just give it to me?" In exchange, I want to make a deal with you." "Then hit me and give that to me." Daphne replied in shock. "Hit you? Why would I hit you? Even though the food from yesterday was brought to you, you did not eat it." He explained that smelled strange. Ricardo whispered softly in her ear the truth-telling potion. She realized what was wrong. So they put in the food to interrogate him. He knew just by smelling it. Daphne asked, "Hey, in the place where you lived before, what did the people who gave you food do?" He thought for a moment and answered, "They swung their fists or kicked me. If not, they cursed at me." Daphne recalled the plot. Was this the terrible past the male lead had gone through? By the usual rule, as if he would become happier through his mother's sacrifice, the mother would be abused even more than the child. He would definitely grow up to become an assassin. Although he had tried to kill her, and she could have taken pleasure in his misfortune, for some reason, he truly felt similar to her. At that point, she spoke up and said, "I don't have the strength to fight you." "Then what am I supposed to do?" "My name is Daphne. I told you I'd tell you my name the next time we met. Tell me your name." He fell silent in thought. Actually, I already know his name from the novel, but I want to hear him say it himself. She asked, "You won't tell me?" He hesitated. "My name is Ragna." She smiled and praised him. What a beautiful name. She thought, the day he opens his heart to me will also be the first day I call his name. Ragna put a spoonful of soup into his mouth and ate it with relish. Seeing him like that, Daphne couldn't help blurting out, "Wow, he must have been really hungry." A while later, the plate of food was completely empty. Daphne asked excitedly, "Was it good?" Ragna rubbed his heavy stomach and replied, "Yeah, it was delicious." A large shadow appeared behind Ragna, making him flinch. It was Ricardo, standing behind Daphne. Ragna suddenly lost control. "That person, hic." His body began trembling violently, and nausea surged up, forcing him to cover his mouth with his hand. Hic. His past abuse began flashing before him, and Ragna thought fearfully, he's so big. Is he an adult? Are those people going to hurt me again like the adults did? Instinctively, Ragna backed away, his wary eyes fixed on Ricardo. Seeing his sudden behavior, Ricardo was a little bewildered. "What's wrong? Why are you suddenly so scared?" Daphne thought, Ricardo doesn't look scary at all. If so, is Ragna scared because he's too tall? Daphne patted the cushion beside her. She spoke up, "Ricardo, sit here too, okay? Hurry." Like a puppy wagging its tail, Ricardo obediently plopped down beside her. "Is this all right?" After Ricardo sat down, Ragna became less frightened. Daphne judged inwardly. He seems calmer now. As expected, Ragnar was afraid of people with large builds. Was it because he had been abused by people like that? It was the result of terrifying training. They were both people who shared the same tragic fate. He really was similar to her. I want to show that child the warmth in this world too. She called softly, Ragnar. He flinched and exclaimed, A cup of hot cocoa was poured. Drink it. Here, it's hot cocoa, the most delicious thing in the world. I'll give you the thing I like best. Ragnar held the cup of cocoa, his eyes filled with surprise. I can drink this. I gave it to you so you could drink it. Listening to her, Ragnar sipped it noisily and deliciously. Daphne hurriedly turned to look at Ricarda behind her. Ricarda, I'm sorry. You gave it to me, but it's fine. As long as Daphne gives me a cup of Daphne's favorite cocoa later, that's enough. Ragnar finished the cup of cocoa with refreshing satisfaction and exclaimed, It's so good. He's so innocent. What a relief. It looks like he's less anxious now. Ragnar drank it with cocoa adorably stuck on both cheeks. A little embarrassed, he turned his face away. Daphne, you keep staring at me. Daphne still stared blankly at him. Ragnar asked in confusion, Don't you find me disgusting? My eyes look scary, don't they? Everyone says so. They say these sharp eyes are just like a reptile's. Daphne pulled up her legs. I think they're special. Ragnar, look at my legs. He unconsciously looked toward her legs. Curious, he moved closer to the iron cage and stared intently at them. Daphne explained, My legs are disabled, so I can't walk. I have to use a wheelchair. So do you find me disgusting? Hearing her ask that made him flinch. No, not at all. There's nothing disgusting about you. I feel the same. I don't think you're scary at all. So show me your eyes often, all right? I really like purple. Ragnar asked blankly. Until when? Until you feel safe. I'll keep pestering you to show me your eyes, because I'll come here every day to play with you. Those words left him frozen, and suddenly his face flushed red with embarrassment. This was that fluttering feeling. Everyone said his eyes were disgusting, yet from now on, she would come every day to look at them. Day after day, a week had passed since the day they met. Unfortunately, the truth-telling potion Lennox had worked so hard to make couldn't be used. Every time Lennox brought food containing the truth-telling potion, it made the food stink. When Ragnar noticed that unpleasant smell, he flatly refused it. It smells strange. Daphne pondered, so the method I came up with is, Daphne played the part of a pretty young lady and had fun with Ragnar. Well then, today we'll play a question and answer game. A squeaking sound rang out, and Ragnar enjoyed it very much. Daphne carried out her strategy, asking him one by one about the things she was curious about. So far, what I know about Ragnar is his name and the location of the group that sent an assassin here. Each time they went to block those people, the other side managed to escape. They said it was too late, that the person had already gone into hiding and couldn't be caught. But back to the present. It was Daphne's turn to be asked a question. Today I'll ask first. Why are Daphne's legs injured? Daphne hesitated before answering. I fell from a high place while picking flowers. What are flowers? Daphne picked a few flowers from her wheelchair and gently tucked them into Ragnar's hair. These are flowers. You got hurt picking these? It must have hurt a lot. It's okay. Everyone is working hard to make my legs better. Today's supervisor was Lennox. Their voices echoed through the forest. Daphne asked curiously, But Ragnar, were you originally all alone? Don't you have any family? I have an older brother too. He said he would come and take me away someday. She thought, if he truly intended to take you away, he wouldn't have left you in a place that raises assassins like this. When did he say that? When I was very little. Information obtained through questions. Ragnar didn't know how old he was, so he also didn't know exactly when he had heard those words. We'll play only up to here today. The question and answer game is over. Just then, there were footsteps behind them. Ricarda's laughing voice rang out. I arrived at just the right time. Lennox and Daphne turned around in surprise. Ricarda asked with a cheerful grin, Did you kids have fun playing? Now, then, Daphne is the key here, leaving her full of question marks. Ricarda shook a bundle in front of her. What's inside here is something extremely useful for Daphne. What is it? Ricarda took a tree branch and some materials out of the bundle. Now, first, open a medicine bottle like this. Then pour the medicine onto the branch like this. Tajda. Magic has been infused into it. Daphne looked at the branch soaked in magic medicine with existential suspicion. Come on now, Daphne, take this. I have a job for you. For me, that's right. This is a job our Daphne has to do. Can you use that branch to draw along the lines I marked? Daphne obediently drew swish along the shape on the ground. Daphne said with delight, Wow, it's like playing a drawing game. Ricarda praised her. You're very good. Once you're done, just put this branch in the middle. Ragna, sitting inside the cage, also grew curious and came closer to observe. I can't see clearly. Looking at the magic circle that had formed in an instant, Ricarda couldn't hide his excitement. Wow, thanks to Daphne helping, we finished so quickly, Lennox said without hesitation. Thanks to Daphne, Ricarda was able to finish his work quickly. Ricarda should thank her. Thank you, Daphne. Seeing Ricarda's behavior, she sighed in exasperation. They're completely treating me like a child, though it's true that I look like a child on the outside. At that moment, Ricarda clapped his hands. Now, then, attention everyone. This time, I'll make this my stage. Ricarda bent down and touched the magic circle with his hand. Now I'll show you kids something miraculous. A crackling sound rang out. The magic circle activated and shone brightly along the drawn lines. Then the entire magic circle lit up, reflecting light across the sky. Daphne flinched and clung tightly to Lennox. What is that? Are you curious? Of course I'm curious. Shall I tell you then? I helped draw it too, so I have the right to know. Oh my goodness, where did you learn such clever lines? Daphne sighed and said, Do I look like a little fool who wouldn't know how to say things like that? Actually, I've been observing Ragna for the past week. The magic he was under has already been dispelled. So after discussing it with everyone, I connected the mansion corridor and this place together using a warp. Ragna wondered inside the cage. Why is it a teleportation magic circle? Daphne noticed something strange about Ragna and hurriedly turned back. Ragna, does Ragna know something about teleportation magic circles? Why did his face suddenly darken like that? Our eyes met. Ragna seemed to realize it too, and he stared at her blankly with wide eyes. He called softly, Daphne. His face brightened again. Lennox asked, Do you want to get down and go closer so you can see it clearly? Then Lennox helped her down. Suddenly, a small hand lightly touched hers. Ragna held her hand like an innocent child, his face as if he were asking her for help. Is he anxious? She responded by holding his hand too. Seeing that Daphne did not refuse, Ragna couldn't hide his smile, and his face flushed red with embarrassment. Ricarda said softly, Now. The weather has been getting colder lately, so it's no wonder Daphne gets tired going back and forth like this. But we also can't tell her not to come visit Ragna anymore, so I decided to use a warp to connect the mansion to this place. Daphne exclaimed in emotion, Wow. Suddenly, a slap rang out from behind them, and everyone looked toward the iron cage in alarm. What was that sound just now? Ragna rubbed his reddened cheek with his hand. It hurts. Then this isn't a dream. Daphne worriedly touched his cheek lightly. Does it hurt a lot, Ragna? Yeah, but I'm happy instead, because I can stay by Daphne's side longer. How could he speak with complete subjects and predicates this time? Daphne said, Wait, let me put medicine on it. Yes, you really startled us, Ragna. But Ragna laughed very happily. Are you that happy? But Daphne still didn't understand what was happening. What is this? Is the male lead an idiot? Night fell. No, surely he is an idiot. In the original novel, because he had a nasty personality, he argued with the female lead and then developed feelings for her. Phew, I made it to the magic circle without being discovered. Mother's lullaby was so warm that I almost fell asleep. She pushed her wheelchair into the magic circle. Let's go. Ragnar will probably be surprised. He won't expect me to come. I'm excited to see how he'll react. A loud noise rang out, and she appeared in front of the cage. A pitch-black space surrounded her. It's so dark. Even the lights are out. I forgot. It's the middle of the night, so Ragna must be asleep. It's too dark inside the cage. I hate darkness. The darkness hides the people who don't like me. The darkness seems as if it wants to carry me away and tear me into pieces. What should I do? It feels like the darkness is about to catch me and swallow me whole. I can't see anything. I hate the dark. It feels like the darkness will swallow me entirely. My hands won't stop shaking. Someone help me. Suddenly, a sparkling light appeared. She turned her head toward it. What is that? Moonlight? No, those are Ragna's pupils. Ragna exclaimed, Daphne. Those beautiful purple eyes were shining brilliantly, as if trying to drive away the darkness. She marveled. Ragna, his eyes are so beautiful, more beautiful than the moon in the sky. He asked, Did you sneak away from your family to come here? She answered, Yeah. Why? Because you missed me. She thought helplessly, where did he learn that line this time? Actually, I came to give you this. What is it? It's cocoa. Will you drink it? Yeah. What about Daphne? Will Daphne drink this wonderfully delicious cocoa? She turned away shyly and hesitated. In the end, she admitted that she didn't like cocoa. Daphne's answer shocked Ragna. Didn't you say before that cocoa was your favorite? You don't like it anymore. Yeah, so Ragna, You should have lots of it. Now it's cold, so let's share a blanket. Ragna sipped the hot cocoa noisily while wrapped in the blanket. Ragna exclaimed, "It's delicious." Daphne smiled brightly and asked, "It's good, right?" "Yeah," she thought to herself. "During the day, I come play with him every day, and at night I sneak out to bring him delicious food. If we keep living like this, Ragna will rely on me more and more, right? It'll be hard for him to hate me, won't it? Good. I'm one step closer to my plan." Ragna hugged the cup of cocoa and looked at her without understanding anything. He asked quietly in confusion, "But Daphne, do you normally not like sweet things?" She answered gently, "Yeah." "Why don't you like them?" "It's nothing much. I can tell you. It's because when I eat sweet things, they feel too sweet." This answer left Ragna puzzled. "Because they're sweet? Why?" "Because I'm afraid I'll melt too." He hadn't expected that kind of reason. Ragna stood there blankly. "But it's true. If it can be so sweet that it makes me forget reality, just like the marshmallows in CACAO. The daughter of the villainess. A monster child. She deserves to die. Perhaps my will to live would slowly melt away." At that moment, for some reason, Ragna burst into laughter. His reaction left her unable to keep up. "Why are you laughing?" "Oh no, it's just that you're like a baby." "Like a baby? Me?" "Yeah. Why worry that you'll melt? Should I say you're like a baby?" "Because you're so cute." Every word made Daphne's face turn bright red with embarrassment. Am I being treated like a child by a child? Daphne turned away sulkily. "I'm going home." No, don't go. "Don't worry, Daphne. I'll definitely hold on to you tightly so you won't melt. Because Daphne trusted me. I'll stay by your side and protect you." After saying that, Ragna smiled brightly. She thought, it's clearly winter right now, yet Ragna's smile is as bright as flowers blooming in spring. "I won't really melt, you idiot. Everyone says I'm the daughter of a demon, someone who deserves to die. When you find out I'm the daughter of the villainess, will you still stay by my side and protect me?" Time passed in the blink of an eye. The two of them were talking about something. "So I told Mother that Daphne is amazing. The grass is slowly growing. It looks like spring is coming soon." Just like that, when I think back on it, 2 months have already passed since I came to this place. Ragna asked, "So spring is almost here?" "It still feels like winter, though." Ragna seems to be hiding some secret from me lately, but he keeps avoiding it. That's right. Ragna sometimes acts in secret, as if he's doing something behind my back. Unable to hold back, Daphne called, "Ragna, Daphne." His reaction awakened her curiosity. Whenever I come, he hides it right away. What could it be? Ricarda said excitedly. "When spring comes, what should we do? How about going out to play with Daphne?" Ragna spoke up. I'll go out to play with Daphne too." Suddenly, clicking sounds rang out. His face quickly turned pale. Ragna collapsed to his knees, clutching his wrist. Daphne asked worriedly, "Ragna, what's wrong?" Very quickly, her face filled with alarm. On Ragna's hand was a long scratch, dripping blood. "Ragna, what is this?" Faced with that question, he could only avoid her gaze. "It's nothing." She took out a handkerchief and carefully wiped the blood from the wound. "No wonder I noticed a piece missing from the bowl." Lennox asked that bowl. "You got hurt while cleaning it up, didn't you, kid?" Ragna fell silent again and did not answer. "Ragna, it must have hurt a lot. Why didn't you say anything?" "I was afraid I'd be scolded if I said it." His answer left her stunned. "And besides, if I do that, then it's fine even if a scar appears." "What? Why would it be fine to have a scar? Why is Daphne reacting like that? Did I say something wrong?" "Because everyone says you should be proud and think of scars as medals." Those words froze all three of them in shock. That's absurd. How could anyone say something like that? Who told you that nonsense? Could it be Ragna? The people who beat you back then said that, didn't they? Ragna nodded faintly. His confirmation made her heart ache. Why are you nodding as if being abused is only natural? That's clearly wrong. You have to resist. Do you want to keep taking beatings like a fool? No, resisting isn't easy at all. Of course I know that. Even so, I want Ragna to know that true happiness means having no pain and no loneliness. Ragna, don't think of scars as medals anymore. What you heard from those people was nothing but nonsense. What kind of medal only appears after you've been hurt? Don't accept pain as something natural anymore. Why? Why can't I do that? If I do, will it hurt everyone? Daphne, does it make you sad too? Yes, it hurts my heart terribly. Did I make Daphne sad? Seeing that his sister was not all right, Lennox hurriedly lifted her up and gently comforted her. "Now, Daphne, it's getting dark. Let's go back. We also need to get bandages for Ragna." Though she was being comforted, Daphne still could not feel at ease. "Ragna, promise me that from now on, you won't hide things like this anymore. I don't want you to suffer pain." Ah, so that's it. Daphne is worried about me. All right, I promise you. Seeing that, Daphne looked at him with satisfaction as Lennox carried her to the wheelchair. Even though I said that, my heart still feels suffocated. What kind of place did Ragna live in before? A place where even if you felt pain, you weren't allowed to say it hurt. A place that taught you how to fight, but didn't teach you what flowers were. A place that calmly trained children into assassins. This won't do. I have no choice but to ask Ragna about it in detail. Tonight, I'll sneak away from my family and go to Ragna. That night, Ragna stared blankly, unable to understand what she meant. You're asking what the place I used to live in was like. Milimetrów, I'm curious. It was a terrifying place. You could always hear people screaming. A place where they beat people whenever they wanted and killed people whenever they wanted. And probably because of these eyes, many people hated me and tormented me. They said they would help me meet my older brother on the condition that I killed people. But when I refused, they used magic to force me to kill. Daphne, you saved me from that place. I had more or less expected it, but that place really was horrifying. Daphne, may I ask you something? Ask what? Before she could recover, Ragna spoke. Daphne, you're afraid of dark places, aren't you? Since when did he notice that? He had seen my panicked face, so I could no longer make excuses. That's right, I'm afraid of dark places, because I always feel as though the darkness is trying to swallow me whole. And my biological father, who heartlessly abandoned me, also had dark-colored hair. When I see dark things, that person's image appears again and frightens me. May I ask one more thing? Why did Daphne's biological father abandon you? He's asking why. That's because I'm the daughter of a villainess. If Ragna learns this truth, what will he think? Even though Ragna doesn't know what flowers are, what if he's heard somewhere what kind of person a villainess is? Will Ragna hate me like everyone else? If that's the case, then it's better to do it now. At that point, she called, Ragna, the reason my father abandoned me is, she thought, if he rejects me now, it might hurt less. It's because I'm the daughter of a villainess who deserves to die. That's why. In her heart, she could not help but wonder. What kind of expression is Ragna making right now? Tears blurred my vision, so I couldn't see ahead. I want to look straight at Ragna while I speak. But what if his eyes are the same as everyone else's? I'm afraid to look at Ragna. Please, don't hate me. Ragna spoke. Daphne, I understand now that your mother is a villainess. But so what? What does it matter if you're the daughter of a villainess? For you to have to die for that reason is absurd. Because even if you were to die, Daphne, you still wouldn't be a bad person. But surely everyone thinks that way. Don't worry. From now on, others won't think that way anymore because I'll be here to protect you. Even though I'm the daughter of a villainess, it doesn't matter who Daphne is. Because you saved me, Daphne. So even if everyone hates you, I will still like you and protect you. She sank into thought. Everyone here hated me and bullied me. Even though I still had memories of my previous life, there was no one to protect me. In this frightening place, the only thing I trusted was myself. But from now on, it will be different. She smiled happily. The person who would protect me has appeared. Daphne, may I ask one more thing? What is it? Lennox and Ricarda are Daphne's family. Yes, but Daphne and I aren't family. That's true. Then am I Daphne's friend? His question left her dazed, not knowing how to answer. Why yes, right? I'm not your friend. No, more importantly. She wept inwardly. Ever since I was born into this body, I've never had a friend before. Uli betrayed me. The children at the orphanage ostracized me, and the orphanage director will take revenge. I'm confused and don't know what friends are. But if I look back on the memories of my previous life, friends are beings you always feel happy being beside. If I think of it that way, having thought that, she called his name. Ragna, I want Ragna to be my friend. Before she could finish speaking, a sharp pain shot through the middle of her chest, making Daphne clutch at it. Immediately afterward, her entire body collapsed. Ragna was terrified by the sight. Daphne, she coughed violently. What's happening all of a sudden? My head hurts and I'm cold. I can't breathe. Ragna felt as if he were sitting on pins and needles. Daphne, he was about to call her name again. Daphne, but she fainted on the spot. Ragna truly panicked. Daphne, at the Benedict mansion, Ricardo was reading a book when he sprang up at the thudding sounds that reached him. Ahem, what is that sound? Who is making noise this late at night? The sound is coming from above. Upstairs is where Mother's and Daphne's rooms are. He quickly ran outside and encountered Lennox running in the same direction with a sword in hand. Ricarda, you heard the noise from upstairs too, didn't you? Yes, there clearly isn't any problem with the magic barrier. If the magic hasn't been destroyed, then did something heavy fall? It's also possible Daphne fell while sleeping. Hurry up and go upstairs. Halfway there, the two saw a familiar figure open the door. Mother, Lennox, Ricarda. What a relief that Mother is all right. What about Daphne? The moment that name was spoken, two familiar figures and a strange circle appeared in the middle of the hallway. That person was Ragna. He held her in his arms, crying hard. Daphne, open your eyes. Daphne, someone, anyone please help me. The three of them quickly noticed as well. It looked as if Daphne was about to die. Daphne. Claire reached out and touched her forehead. What on earth happened? After feeling it for a moment, Claire was horrified. She has such a high fever. It hasn't even been long since she recovered from her last serious illness. Will Daphne be all right? Is Daphne going to die? She carried Daphne back to her room. As she walked, she ordered, Lennox, come with me. Ricarda, handle what's left behind. Seeing Daphne being carried away, Ragna rose in panic and was about to chase after her. Daphne, but Ricarda held him firmly. Mother is here, so she'll be all right. It looks like you have wounds too. First, let's go somewhere else and talk. Somewhere else? Right now, I don't want to go into the prison. Can I stay here until Daphne wakes up? I'm not telling you to go into the prison. I'm telling you to go get your injuries treated. But I still want to stay by Daphne's side. After we treat your wounds, I'll take you to her. If you don't get them treated right away, Daphne will worry. Back in the room, Ricarda lightly brushed the dust off Ragna's shoulder, then sent a gentle stream of purple power into it. All done. So then what happened? At that question, Ragna lowered his head. He remained silent and said nothing. Ricarda seemed to understand. Just looking at this, it's obvious something happened. Ever since the magic circle appeared, Daphne has probably been going out to play every night. It happened because I said I wanted to play with Daphne a little longer. We'll know that once Daphne wakes up. But this kid, he could have escaped from the prison completely, yet he deliberately stayed. After Ricarda spoke, Ragna said nothing and only sat there silently. He reached his hand toward Ragna and called, Come on, Ragna. My brother has probably given Daphne medicine by now. Let's go see how she is. Daphne's older brother. Before, I thought he was really frightening. What's wrong? Let's go. Now I don't feel afraid anymore. He also isn't scolding me. He created the magic circle and helped me stay by Daphne's side. Just thinking that. Ragnar reached out and gently held Ricarda's hand. Ricarda instructed him, when Daphne wakes up later, let's give her a cup of cocoa. Ragnar nodded. Inside the bedroom, Daphne had awakened from her daze. My throat hurts so much. Water. Here's water, Daphne. Thank you. As she drank the water, she quickly noticed something strange. The one holding the cup for Daphne to drink from was none other than Ragna. His eyes were full of tears as he looked at her, while Daphne still could not believe it. Ragna. By the time she realized it, she had sprung up in panic. Why are you here? He answered honestly, Daphne's mother said I could stay here until you woke up. Then does that mean you brought me here when I fainted? Yes. You idiot. Back then, you could have escaped from the prison completely. Were you just sitting there waiting for me? Daphne was in pain because of me. I'm really sorry. Why are you apologizing? I went to meet my friend on my own. Friend? I'm Daphne's friend. He ran over and hugged her tightly. Daphne. She could only helplessly pat him. Yes, Raga. From now on, Raga will be your nickname. At that moment, Claire flung the door open and came in. Daphne. She was emotional too. Mother. The two rushed into each other's arms. You finally woke up. It was only a cold, but you didn't wake up for more than a week. I was truly worried. Mother, what are we going to do when you run like that? Uncle was very startled. Uncle. Lennox sat down by the bed and explained, Yes, there's an uncle named Umbo. Claire quickly cut off the conversation. Now that Daphne has awakened, we should clear up the matter that was postponed. Those words made Ragna jump in surprise. She stood up, faced him, and called, Ragna Theoban, you could have completely escaped from the prison camp. Then why did you obediently stay there? Because if I left, Daphne might feel afraid. Because from the very beginning, I had intended to harm Daphne. If I got out, I knew very well what would be frightening. So that's it. I knew absolutely nothing. Claire continued asking, Then why did you take Daphne out of here in the middle of the night? If I knew you could escape from here, then I wouldn't let you stay here any longer. Because Daphne is more important than I am. I don't want to see Daphne suffer pain. Hearing this, she nodded in satisfaction. I see. I truly want to thank you for bringing my daughter out of that place. Originally, I intended to look for your older brother, Burton Theoban, but it seems your brother is not a good person either. Raga, didn't your brother say he would come pick you up? I am sorry. Elite. My brother said he would come pick me up if a bad child like me became obedient, but I didn't keep my promise. I'm a bad child, so my brother didn't come. But if I go back to that place, I'll probably die, so I don't want to go back. Could it be? Claire clapped her hands and said, In that case, it seems Ragna will need a place to stay from now on. As it happens, our home has a guest room. What do you think? I want to stay here. But can I really stay here? You're not lying, right? Everything I do has meaning, so don't feel too burdened. Daphne hugged Ragna and cheered joyfully. That's great, Raga. Little one, it's good to have a friend, but are you already abandoning your family and choosing your friend? At those words, Daphne bashfully let go of Raga, but he hugged her even more tightly. Immediately after, giggles rang out one after another. That tickles, Raga. Raga is Ragna's nickname? Just then, Ricarda called from down the hallway. Everyone, it's time to eat. Let's go downstairs and eat together. Yes. The four of them quickly moved down to the dining room. Countless beautiful dishes were now laid out on the table. And so, Ragna became a member of my family. Daphne stared blankly at Ragna, who was holding an entire large piece of meat. Lennox laughed with amusement as he drank wine. Eat slowly. Beside him, Ricarda enjoyed the food with a satisfied expression. What can I do when it's so delicious? Even Claire could not help sighing at this atmosphere. It's been a long time since it was this lively. Without waiting any longer, Ragna took a big bite of meat. Looking at this scene, her whole body seemed to sink into a gentle spring breeze. Today truly was a happy day. After the warm evening ended, Claire checked the surroundings. Seeing that everything was clean, she stood up. Good. Ricarda has removed the magic barrier in the forest. Now that Ragna is here, the magic barrier is no longer needed. Is it because of the pain? Why do I keep feeling uneasy like this? Daphne's legs still have not recovered, so that Daphne can run freely in the outside world. I have used every method and every medicine until now, but it remains the same. There is not the slightest sign of improvement. Then Claire lightly touched her forehead and placed a kiss there. If so, then for now, I can only trust that child. The next day, Ragna hid something behind his back and shouted excitedly, "Wow, Daphne, your clothes are so cute today." Really? Winter has passed, so I tried wearing spring clothes. They're very, very pretty. Thank you. Seeing him so cheerful, she felt at ease. It seems Ragna has adapted to his new home. He has also started learning letters with me, and he has become Lennox's assistant. He is also learning to cook with Ricarda, and he can even make cocoa that is less sweet than last time. I'm so glad everyone is happy together. Suddenly, Ragna brought his face close to hers. Daphne, I have something I want to give you. Take it. When she opened the package, what appeared before Daphne's eyes was a scarf and a pair of woolen gloves. Gloves and a scarf. Ragna, did you knit these yourself? Actually, I wanted to give them to you sooner, but I'm not good at knitting, so I only finished them now. Lennox taught me a lot. Weren't you helping Lennox with alchemy? I learned this before that. Then these are what you were secretly making while you were in the prison. The threads were sticking out here and there, and the knitting was uneven. On top of that, winter had already passed. Daphne spoke up. Ragna, it's still cold in the morning and at night. I can still wear them until it gets hot. How do they look? Do they suit me? They really are my favorite color. Purple. Ragna smiled brightly at her. They suit you very well. Daphne, at that moment, thudding footsteps and panting breaths came from outside the hallway. That person flung the door open. The one who had arrived was an unfamiliar man. Ragna stood in front of Daphne and asked, "Who are you?" That person was breathless from exhaustion. Ragna watched him warily with concern. "Don't come any closer." He stepped closer and answered, "I'm not a bad person. Daphne, I've finally met you." She thought in surprise, "Does this person know me?" The man sank to his knees, his eyes brimming with tears. I'm your father." That information made the two children unable to believe their ears. What, her father? Sniff. "I'm only meeting my child now." "Daphne, do you know this person?" She quickly replied. No. Her words made the man cover his face and burst into loud sobs. "You don't know me? How cruel, Daphne." Daphne was still quietly sizing him up. "His eyes are yellow, just like mine. In this country, yellow eyes mostly come from the nobility. That means there's a high chance this uncle is a noble. I don't know him, so I have to stay on guard." Just then, clattering footsteps came from the hallway outside. Claire came to a sudden stop in front of her room and threw the door open with all her strength. What met her eyes was the sight of the man with tears in his eyes. She looked at the scene inside and gasped. "Good heavens!" Then she shouted in fury. "Acilius!" Acilius said in shock. "Impossible! Claire! Claire, my ever-radiant beauty, my love." "Love? Is this Uncle Mother's lover?" Claire walked over and faced him. "Acilius, have you forgotten what I told you? My love? What was it again? I told you to contact me before coming." With each word, a slap landed on his face. "I told you clearly, but every other time, you quickly finished your work and welcomed me happily." Hearing that, Claire gave him a kick. Lennox and Ricarda could only feel helpless. He really deserves to be hit. Lennox, is that the Uncle Crybaby we talked about before? What did you know? Did he cry as soon as he arrived? After being beaten for a while, Acilius turned his head in resentment and complained, "But Claire, this is too much. Do you know that? How could you hide my child and raise her alone?" Those words made her freeze. What? Was it because the child was sick? Or were you afraid it would affect me? There's been some kind of misunderstanding. She's not your daughter, you idiot. She isn't. Claire's daughter. A hidden daughter. Lennox said, "It seems you and Mother have something important to discuss." Claire asked, "Little one, were you scared?" She answered, "I wasn't scared. I just felt sorry for him. The way he was crying as if his heart were breaking looked so painful, so I wanted to comfort him." Those words moved Acilius deeply. "Daphne," Lennox pushed the wheelchair outside. Watching her gradually leave, Acilius praised her. What a good child. Not only her face, but her heart is beautiful too. After everyone left, Claire and Acilius talked. "You didn't say who the child's father is, did you?" Claire crossed her arms and replied indifferently, "Of course not." That answer made Acilius brace a hand against his forehead and sigh. 5 or 6 years ago, before leaving for the border, I spent a night with Claire, so it was entirely possible there had been a child. On top of that, the child's eyes were yellow like mine. Yellow eyes almost never appear among commoners, so I immediately assumed she was my child. I won't ask anything more about the child's father. Thank you. You called me because there was an urgent matter, didn't you? Could it be related to Daphne's legs? That's right. She was caught in an accident and injured, but there's no way to heal her. Not even Lennox and Ricarda can. They're the best at alchemy, not only in the Clements Empire, but on the entire continent. We tried, but the effect only lasts 4 weeks. I didn't want to expose it to the outside, so I delayed this for a long time. So you called me? Because there's no other way except to ask the temple. If even the method we have doesn't work, the child may lose her legs. Don't beg about something so frightening. Acilius took Claire's hand and gently comforted her. It's all right. For you, I can do anything. Leave it to me. His action moved Claire. Acilius, there's nothing I can't do for the person I love. Even if it means turning my back on my family, I'll resolve it. 1 week later. Today, are we going to the temple to have my legs healed? Will Lennox be coming with us too? No. Today, Sir Knight will go with us. Sir Knight, that's right. It's someone both you and Ragna know. Someone we know. A knock sounded from outside. Thinking it was someone else, she quickly gave permission. Ricarda, come in. The person entered and said with a smile, "Sorry, I'm not Ricarda. It looks like everyone is ready. Then let's hurry and depart for the temple." Uncle Crybaby? Uncle Crybaby is a holy knight. Oh no, acting that surprised is rude. I have to restrain my emotions. Lennox came over and said, "Daphne, put on your scarf and gloves before you go." Yes, I'll wear them. But the weather has gotten warmer too. I'll wear the gloves, and I'll use the scarf like a blanket. Acilius said, "If you're ready, shall we go?" Daphne said regretfully, "It would be nice if Ragna could come with us." I'm Fine. She looked at him and thought, Ragna feels uncomfortable in crowded places, so there's no choice. But actually, I'm the same. What if someone recognizes me as the villainess's daughter? But I want my legs to be completely healed. I hate that my family and Ragna have to suffer because of me. The three of them quickly went to the carriage. Daphne, come here. She called, "Mother." Yes. All right. Like this, your face won't be exposed. Thank you, Mother. This is more comfortable. Before leaving, Claire held her hand and reassured her. Today is a day when the temple isn't receiving visitors, so don't worry. Ragna, beside them, also urged anxiously, "Hurry, Daphne." As soon as he finished speaking, the carriage began to move. Before it left completely, someone loudly called her name. "Daphne, come back soon." The sight moved Daphne so much that she could not speak. "Everyone, thank you for giving me strength. With the encouragement of those important people, I'll come back strong. At a great temple. Duke Chaunet, welcome back. Duke Chaunet, you look wonderful today." Acilius replied to them with a friendly smile. "Good afternoon." Daphne thought to herself, it seems Uncle Crybaby really is the Duke who commands the Holy Knights. At the very least, I won't be driven out of the temple. The knights present looked at her with curiosity. Who is that child? Uncle Crybaby led Daphne down the long corridor. As she walked, she looked around and marveled inwardly. Wow, this really is a place that feels sacred. When they reached the door, the soldiers guarding it clasped their hands in salute. They bowed respectfully to Acilius. "You have arrived. The Saintess is waiting for you inside." Acilius requested, "Good. Open the door. The door slowly opened, revealing a large sanctuary. Once again, Daphne could not help but exclaim in admiration. Wow, there was an enormous statue in the center of the room. A gentle-looking girl seated on the dais spoke. Duke Chawnet, please come in. It has been a long time. Saintess, we met yesterday. You do know how to joke. Only Daphne remained sitting there stiffly. This person is the Saintess? For some reason, the moment the Saintess saw Daphne, she exclaimed, "Oh my, is this the child you specially asked me to help? Greetings." Her legs were injured after an accident. Treatment with medicine or magic only works for a short time. My goodness, the child must have been in so much pain. I will treat her at once. After saying that, the Saintess summoned a stream of golden power. Then the Saintess sent that light directly into Daphne's knees. She wondered, is this divine power? My legs are getting warmer. After a while, the Saintess stood up. For today, let us stop the treatment here for now. Try moving your legs once. Daphne quickly followed the request. Yes. With that, she used every bit of strength she had to move. Acilius also grew tense with each of her movements. The Saintess was clasping her hands in prayer too. Daphne was more determined than ever. My legs, please. Move, she prayed in her heart. Then a miracle happened. Daphne's legs really moved. Witnessing this, Acilius and the Saintess rejoiced. Her legs, they moved a little. Though they're still a bit weak, it is only that a great deal of divine power is needed. It is not that they cannot be healed at all. In that case, the Saintess looked at Daphne and smiled. Your legs can be healed. God's mercy has finally reached me. Just then, a loud shout came from outside the door. I said, move aside. Your Highness. Grand Duke Acilius is inside, isn't he? I must meet him. Right now, I'm the Crown Prince of the Clements Empire. Are you blocking my way? Inside the sanctuary, Daphne, who had been sitting quietly, suddenly turned around. Her gaze shifted to the door, but she could not hear anything. It feels like there's some kind of commotion outside. What is it, Daphne? It's nothing. I must have heard wrong. Lord Chawnet, may I speak with you privately for a moment? Ah, of course. Daphne, wait for me a moment. No one is allowed to enter this place carelessly, so don't worry. Here, have this lemon candy. I'll come back before you finish eating it. Daphne waved and replied, yes. Then the two of them disappeared behind the door. Only now did Daphne have the chance to look around more carefully. All she saw was a huge statue of a god, a quiet space, and rows of empty seats. It seemed no one would come in. Then I can take this hat off now, right? Wearing it for so long is really uncomfortable. Phew, that feels better. Now I can comfortably look around this place. Just then, the door burst open. Daphne turned her head in terror. What met her eyes was a small figure walking in. The soldiers standing outside could only watch helplessly and do nothing. She wondered fearfully, is someone coming in? Who is it? Could they have recognized me? Before she could react, the boy spoke first. Hey, you over there. I have something to ask. At those words, Daphne grew even more timid. I want to run away. But because she was too startled, she could not move. Before long, the boy had come to her side. He turned his head and faced Daphne. Are you the one who came here with the Grand Duke? What did you say? Golden pupils? In that case, I'll change the question. Are you the Grand Duke's daughter? Inside the room, Acilius asked. How is she? How serious is Daphne's condition? Please calm down first, and then we can talk. Daphne is out there alone, so please speak quickly. Saintess, you really cannot be stopped. To put it briefly, that child will probably recover. What do you mean, probably recover? Her name is Daphne, correct? Her body is different from other children's. To explain it simply, it will require a great deal of divine power. For an ordinary person, this much divine power would be enough to heal an injury. But for Daphne, this much is needed. Not only that, though a large amount of divine power is required for treatment, her body accumulates too much of it, so it cannot be finished in one session. Then what should we do? We must wait about 2 weeks and then treat her little by little. In 2 weeks, there will be enough time for her to absorb the divine power. Therefore, the treatment will likely take more than a year, but she will recover. I see. Even as he said that, anxiety and unease remained constantly on Acilius's face. The Saintess quietly guessed to herself, Daphne has Duke Shanet's golden eyes and the white hair of the Benedict merchant guildmaster. Everyone knows Duke Shanet's unrequited love is someone in the capital. Then Daphne is probably the child of those two. I will take responsibility for Daphne's treatment, so please inform the Benedict merchant guildmaster of that. Hearing this, he looked bewildered. How does she know Daphne is Claire's daughter? Could it be Joanna? It seems there is some kind of misunderstanding. Suddenly, a piercing scream rang out. No, Acilius jumped to his feet in shock. He hurriedly ran out, calling for Daphne. What met his eyes was the sight of the boy pointing at Daphne. What do you mean no? Answer me quickly. When he saw that she said nothing, he became angry. Why do you have golden pupils when even I don't? Daphne was startled, her whole body trembling. I don't know. Don't point your finger at me. The children at the orphanage had once pointed their fingers at her like that too. Just then, Acilius stood in front of her to shield her. She raised her head and looked at him. Uncle Crybaby. Acilius spoke and asked, "What brings you all the way here, Your Highness the Crown Prince?" Daphne was shocked inwardly. The Crown Prince? I remember now. The young Crown Prince without golden pupils. He's the male lead's fiancé's partner in the second part. The boy stretched out his hand and said, "Is there anything in this country that I cannot possess?" Simon Rogerio Clements, the emperor's only son and the crown prince of the Clements Empire. That child had been very intelligent since birth. Nobility soaked deep into his body, perfect as if nothing could compare. Moreover, that child was born from the love of the emperor and empress and grew up surrounded by love, so his character was extremely good. However, he had only one inferiority complex. He was not born with golden eyes, the symbol of the imperial family. It turned Simon's life gray. It made him tremble in fear every time he looked at himself in the mirror. Returning to the present, even though this was the first time the two had met, Daphne was trembling in fear. I only realized now who he is. Is it because I've been too intoxicated, too immersed in happiness all this time? Daphne, were you scared? She was still lost in thought. It's because of the female lead. I have golden eyes, and that is exactly what causes his inferiority complex. So I understand why he's this angry, but I hate his fierce and cowardly attitude. Simon put his hands on his hips and spoke. Acilius, you want to know why I came here, don't you? What reason would anyone have to come to the temple? To pray to the gods. I came here because I heard that you had the temple closed off and blocked all outsiders from entering and leaving. Who knows what you're planning? Can I just sit still and watch? If I die, you will officially become the heir to the imperial throne, Crown Prince. Acilius, I can't understand why you suddenly returned from the frontier, and then you even crawled all the way to the temple. After all that, you still say, I'm only misunderstanding. Simon, I clearly told my imperial brother that I have no ambition for the throne whatsoever. Just where did you hear this news that made you so sensitive? Don't lie. In the end, Acilius had no choice but to bring up their blood relationship to stop Simon's arrogance. The boy clamped his mouth shut and silently turned away when he heard Acilius say, I am your uncle. How could you think I would steal the place of my brother and my nephew? Daphne felt extremely uncomfortable. Just now, he was screaming like a stuck pig. Why is he silent now? He's so hateful. The Duke spoke again. I don't know where you heard it or what you heard. I only returned because I have something to do. Then what is the matter at the temple today? I came to the temple to ask for treatment for this child. Also, she is not my daughter, but the two of you look alike. Daphne thought to herself again, do Uncle Crybaby and I look that much alike? Perhaps the Saintess had also witnessed everything from the beginning. Please do not misunderstand either, Saintess. She is only the daughter of my close friend. I see. So the Saintess also thought I was Uncle Crybaby's daughter. It would be exhausting if people keep treating me like this. Daphne raised her head. Uncle, I want to go home. I am sorry. You must be tired and frightened. This is Simon, my nephew. She hesitated and said, Go home? All right, you must be very tired. I apologize, Crown Prince. This child is physically weak, so she cannot stay for too long. He replied curtly. Leave. Thank you, Your Highness. He turned and left. Hang in there just a little longer, child. We'll be going home right now. She secretly glanced toward Simon. It was unexpected. She had thought he would not let her leave. Simon noticed Daphne's gaze, so he turned his head in that direction. Daphne was extremely surprised. It was a sorrowful gaze. He was the one who had acted angry. So why was he looking at her with such a pained face? Scene change. Where have you been, Simon? Today is the day you are meeting your fiancé. He answered sadly, I'm sorry, mother. A child who was always calm. Why did he have that expression today? Is something wrong? No, nothing. Is that so? We cannot keep them waiting any longer, so we will talk about this later. We should have held a selection for the crown princess, but this time I chose her directly and arranged for you to meet her. The reason we are not holding a crown princess selection is me. Because I was not born with the eye color that symbolizes the imperial family, we have to choose a crown princess with golden eyes instead. The empress worried about another matter. Until now, there has never been a descendant of the imperial family without golden irises. If only your eye color did not resemble mine. I always feel guilty toward you. But do not worry, the girl waiting for us has very beautiful golden eyes. That is good, is it not? Yes, that is very good. I do not like it very much because of half of that child's bloodline, but there is no other way. You must endure it too, Simon. Yes. Though he said so aloud, he could not help feeling curious. How strange. Why did she tell me to endure it? Why must someone else be used to fill what I lack? It seems my opinion carries no weight in this matter at all. But in any case, I have to endure it. It is my fault for not having that eye color. His mother raised her hand and knocked on the door. I apologize for being late. As soon as the door opened, a maid and a girl with black hair looked toward them. That girl sprang to her feet and slowly approached Simon. Wow, it is a pleasure to meet you, Your Imperial Highness the Crown Prince. I am Maria Herones. I'm very happy to meet you. All right, likewise, Lady Herones, Simon said. He thought to himself, as expected, her irises are golden. The person I met earlier, whom I offended at our very first meeting, had the same golden eyes. But I think the girl I met this afternoon was prettier. Night fell, and the carriage returned to the Benedict mansion. Claire let out a sigh. I heard an extremely generous guest appeared today. You only went to the temple for treatment, so why did you buy so many things on the way back? He hesitated and explained they were all things Daphne liked, so it was difficult for me to restrain myself. She thought to herself, I clearly said there was no need to buy so much. But even so, she remembered what the Duke had asked earlier. Are you happy? I hope the painful memories disappear soon, and that we can create beautiful memories in their place. She smiled happily. I feel so happy. Sir, would you like to buy this for your daughter? Hearing the vendor ask that, Daphne thought to herself, it really feels like Uncle Acilius has become my father. Is this what it feels like to have a father who loves you dearly? Suddenly, Ragna's voice rang out, pulling her back to reality. Daphne, did you have fun? Yes. I even bought a gift for you. A gift? What is it? Open it. I'm sure you'll like it. He quickly pulled the red ribbon and opened it. Ragna involuntarily cried out in delight. Wow, it was chocolate. After receiving the chocolate gift, Ragna said that thanks to her, he felt extremely happy. When they heard the news that her legs could be healed, everyone in the family smiled and breathed a sigh of relief. Claire was so happy that she cried. Ragna, Daphne, and Grand Duke Acilius went out to play in the garden. Ragna said eagerly, Uncle, tell us the rest of that story today. Uncle Acilius often came to play with me. Playing and talking with him was fun, but I wanted to be able to run around freely with Ragna even more. Suddenly, Grand Duke Acilius spoke. Where did I leave off? At the part where you went out to the frontier to support your older brother. Now tell us what happened after you arrived. The frontier story, which was not mentioned in the original work about Uncle Acilius, was extremely interesting. Thanks to that, I listened with complete focus. The Duke continued the story. All right, after that, through the storm. At last, I set foot in the frontier region. As soon as I arrived, I saw an extremely vast tunnel. Even I, the greatest in the world, felt fear at that moment. Ragna asked curiously at the dungeon. Daphne looked at Ragna. So Ragna does not know what a dungeon is. I have read the original work. Acilius continued. One day, it suddenly appeared and made the surrounding land barren. It was an extremely terrifying place because monsters there attacked people. That dungeon created traps on its own to catch and devour humans. Ragna asked, when you were inside that dungeon, were you scared? If it were me, I would have run away. But in the end, I won. The dungeon disappeared as well, and everyone lived happily again. As a holy knight, it is the imperial family's duty to protect the people of this empire. Hearing that, Daphne thought, if the emperor were a kind person like Uncle Acilius and knew about my birth mother's story, perhaps mother would not have suffered such a tragic death. But in the end, where was mother's body buried? I hope mother is resting in a warm place, somewhere in a forest, deep within my own heart. Perhaps in this lifetime, I will never be able to meet my birth mother again, neither as she was when alive nor after she passed away. If because of my own ambitions, word spreads that the Benedict Merchant Guild is connected to the villainous, it will negatively affect my current mother. Even so, someday, I still want to meet mother once. Time passed quickly. Summer had already arrived. Saintess Joanna smiled happily. My goodness, Perhaps because Daphne endured all the pain so bravely, her wounds have healed a great deal. Now, take my hand and try to stand up slowly. She obediently followed the saintess's words. Yes, Daphne, if it hurts, do not force yourself. Are you all right? She felt everything through her legs. Daphne reminded herself, slowly put strength into my legs. She stood up, feeling her feet stiff and difficult to move. The Grand Duke was so overjoyed that he stammered, unable to speak properly. Daphne is standing. You cry every time Daphne stands, do you not? This is already excellent for now. Now try taking a step forward. She replied, yes. The saintess lowered her hand so that Daphne could walk by herself. She took each step very carefully and slowly. Her feet had not fully recovered and trembled with every step. However, immediately afterward, Daphne's rear leg lost sensation and kicked into the edge of her front foot. The Grand Duke hurriedly supported her in concern. She was just as startled. My leg. The Grand Duke told her, Daphne, do not force yourself. We still have plenty of time. No, I can do it. Calm down and try again. Her legs still trembled weakly, just as they had at first. She slowly took small steps. Both Saintess Joanna and Grand Duke Acilius watched Daphne's every step in tense silence. Daphne frowned and begged her legs to work. Legs, please move. Please. Daphne squeezed her eyes shut and walked on instinct. Her face flushed bright red. Both the Duke and the Saintess were extremely surprised when they saw it, and Daphne herself was startled that she had been able to walk on her own. I walked. Acilius was moved to tears. God, oh God. He rushed over and hugged Daphne tightly. Thank you. After that, Grand Duke Acilius led Daphne out of the temple and back home. However, the two unfortunately encountered rain. Acilius exclaimed, the rain is heavy. I bought cake so we could go home and celebrate today, but the roads are slippery and dangerous, so it will be difficult to return. Daphne asked, can I not go home? Because the Grand Duke did not answer for a while. Daphne lowered her head and said, if that is the case, then I suppose I will have to sleep in the carriage or out on the street tonight, since there is no one around here who can help me. No, no such thing will happen. How could I let precious Daphne sleep on the street, right? Daphne, shall we go to the Grand Ducal residence in the capital? If it is the Grand Ducal residence, does that mean it is your house? Uncle, Acilius laughed and replied, exactly. The two of them had no idea someone was watching them. At Daphne's suggestion, Acilius agreed to take her back with him to the Grand Ducal residence in the capital. The maid stood in neat rows and bowed in greeting. Welcome back, Your Highness the Grand Duke. Acilius lifted Daphne into his arms and carried her up to her room. Seeing the scenery around the mansion, Daphne opened her eyes wide in surprise. What an amazing mansion. While she was lost in thought, Grand Duke Acilius spoke to his butler. First, so Daphne does not catch a cold, please bathe the child. Butler, prepare comfortable indoor clothes for her. I will serve the young lady with the utmost care. Everyone except the head maid and the butler withdraw. Everyone answered in unison, yes. Daphne thought in surprise, so Uncle Acilius has this side to him too. Young lady, shall we go bay? Ah yes, if one lives long enough, anything really can happen. When His Highness said that an adorable child like his daughter had appeared, I thought he was joking. Hearing the head maid say that made Daphne happy too. Before dinner, I will bring tea for you. Is there any kind of tea you like? I like any kind. Then I will return right away. The door closed with a click, and the room fell silent again. Now that I think about it, Uncle prepared this dress in advance, didn't he? It fits perfectly, as if it were made for me. Uncle says I am like his child and treats me just like his own daughter. Earlier at the temple, he even washed my feet himself. I know I should not think this, but I wish Uncle really were my father. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Knock, knock. Is it the head maid? She only just left, yet she's already back. But immediately afterward, the door opened. The person who appeared outside shocked Daphne. It was Crown Prince Simon. Why is he here? I hate this. He might yell in my face like last time. Suddenly, Simon approached her. Then he abruptly spoke. I am sorry. At that time, I was too agitated, so I raised my voice. I did not want to frighten you, but I used a frightening method. I will be more careful from now on. The atmosphere fell silent. Say something. I'm sorry. Hearing you say that so suddenly startled me a little. Honestly, I did not expect to receive an apology either. But seeing someone as self-willed as the Crown Prince lower his head made my heart feel a little lighter. I understand. Thank you for apologizing to me. His expression instantly brightened. Thank goodness she accepted my apology. Huh, why do I feel so relieved? But did you come all the way here just to apologize? About that. I came here to take shelter from the rain. Where did you come from as shelter from the rain here? From the temple. Did you follow us? Ugh, I intended to come speak to you, but I could not interrupt. There is something I want to ask you. Could it be that you hate golden eyes? Daphne sighed inwardly. He is sharp. Yes, I hate them. Compared to gold, I like purple more. Why? Gold is the color that symbolizes the imperial family, and it also proves nobility. What would being recognized for that do for me? I'm not a member of the imperial family. Besides, gold is the color possessed by someone I hate, so I hate it. I see. I am the opposite. Gold is the color possessed by the people I love. Daphne thought to herself, what is this? It seems like he is about to complain to me about something. I cannot even dispel my own nightmare. So how could I listen to someone else's troubles? She spoke firmly. Your Highness, forgive my rudeness, but I feel tired now, so... However, immediately afterward, she heard Simon's sniffling voice. Tears fell pattering onto the floor. Why? Why am I the only one who did not inherit golden eyes? Daphne was startled by Simon's sudden reaction. He was sobbing, choked with emotion, tears falling one after another. Simon confessed to Daphne, I am so jealous of you. Daphne was so surprised that her whole body froze. She pondered how to deal with the problem. HM. Then she called out, Simon, I will listen to your worries. Simon was surprised by the offer she had just made. My mother was the same. Because she hid her sadness in her heart, she became ill. Daphne thought inwardly, I still cannot dispel my own nightmare, but maybe doing this is good. Besides, it hurts a lot when you fall ill, so I will listen to what you have to say. It was just that I could not ignore him looking like that. He told Daphne, the imperial family has inherited golden eyes from generation to generation. My father, my grandfather, even my uncle the Grand Duke have them. Daphne listened silently. But I do not. In the entire imperial family, I'm the only one who does not possess golden eyes. Sobi, the people around me say it is fine, but behind my back, they suspect my birth. Behind my back, they all say the same thing, that only golden eyes are the symbol of the imperial family and that they must be inherited. They deliberately criticize me over and over. Why do I not have golden eyes? I truly do not understand. Is it my fault that I was born this way? Was it wrong for me to be born? There is no such thing. None of us get to decide what we look like when we are born. It is not right at all to be bullied because of the appearance you were born with. Daphne said frankly, there is no one in this world whose birth was a mistake. Why must it be golden eyes? Do people say that because your highness does not have golden eyes, you cannot be crown prince? Do your parents not acknowledge you as their child? No, they love me very much. Daphne declared firmly, your parents acknowledge you too, and your position as crown prince has not changed. Then what is the problem? In any case, the fact that you are the crown prince will not change, so do not be swayed by what the people around you say. Please remember that things turning out this way is not your highness's fault. Simon asked again, it is not my fault? Of course. If your parents did not acknowledge you, your position as crown prince would have been shaken already. In truth, these were also words I wanted to say to myself. Neither I nor anyone else is at fault. There is nothing wrong with us being born into this world. Simon sprang to his feet. You do not care that I do not have golden eyes? Daphne folded her arms in front of her chest and confirmed firmly that she did not care. Really? Really? Can you swear before God that it is true? Daphne had no choice but to answer reluctantly. Of course I can. I have always wanted to hear words like that it is all right even without golden eyes. Honestly, I cannot believe I am being comforted by someone younger than me. First, I want to thank you for saying that to me. Also, she complained in dissatisfaction. Were you looking while saying that? Can you not see? I am very sorry for frightening you last time, and I would like to introduce myself properly. My name is Simon Rogerio Clements, Crown Prince of this empire. Daphne smiled and replied, my name is Daphne Benedict, heir to the Benedict Merchant Guild. I am the daughter of the Merchant Guild Master, and I am not the daughter of His Highness the Grand Duke. Simon paced back and forth in front of Daphne, making her dizzy. As he walked, Simon muttered, so that is how it is. So, if there is anything you want to say, please say it. Daphne, I want to give you the chance to consider me your first friend. Daphne's eyes widened in surprise. You want to be friends with me? She had frankly refused Simon's proposal, because she knew her first friend who had treated her kindly was the foolish Ragna. So she told Simon, I'm sorry, but I can't. My first friend is Ragna. Simon jumped in shock and cried out, who is he? Ragna? The busy heir of Merchant Guild has friends too. Anyway, the position of second friend is still open. Will you accept it? Though I don't really want to offer it that much. I understand. Then I'll be satisfied with second place. Daphne let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. The door opened. Daphne, sorry to keep you waiting. Acilius was so surprised that he stammered. Simon. Simon stood up and waved in greeting. Grand Duke, long time no see. Acilius asked in confusion. When on earth did you get here? If you came, you should have looked for me. The headmaid following behind said, My apologies, Your Grace. I couldn't stop him. Simon answered calmly. I came to see Daphne. I apologize for what happened last time. And from now on, we're going to be friends. Sorry, friends? You? How did you manage to coax Daphne? I know you're the Grand Duke, uncle, but I just wanted to make friend with her normally. That's right. That's not important. We'll talk about it later. I have something to say to Daphne. She looked up at him in surprise. Me? Yes. The rain is too heavy, so Claire asked me to look after you tonight. And this pin is the one I looked at in the market this morning. How did Uncle know I was looking at the butterfly-shaped pin? Duke Acilius said, This is a keepsake gift for your visit to my house. What do you think? Do you like it? Daphne took the brooch out of the box. Of course. It's beautiful, Uncle. Simon looked at her shyly, his cheeks flushed red, and exclaimed inwardly, She's so pretty. Meanwhile, Duke Acilius was suddenly moved. Daphne, this is the first time I've seen you smile like that in front of me. Simon reminded him. Grand Duke, are you crying? The headmaid smiled with delight at the sight, while Daphne sighed helplessly and thought, You were crying just now too, though. And so, at Uncle's house, I received a gift and ate delicious food. At the dining table, while Daphne was drinking water, a sweet cake was suddenly pushed in front of her. Simon had yielded it to her. After spending a happy, warm day, she fell into a deep sleep without knowing that the Duke was watching her sleep intently. A moment later, he sat up and left the bed, silently wishing Daphne a good night. As soon as he opened the door, he met the butler. Grand Duke, Butler Adjut has escorted His Highness the Crown Prince back and has returned. You've worked hard. Go back and rest. There is something I would like to report to you. I investigated the identity of a nobleman who spoke recklessly to His Highness the Crown Prince. Tell me at once. It appears he belongs to the noble faction. I especially suspect Duke Hieronymus. The one who spoke recklessly to Simon. You're saying it was Duke Hieronymus? Damn it, I don't want Simon dragged into their affairs. That boy is already carrying a heavy burden on his shoulders. Since childhood, he has had an inferiority complex about his eyes, so it's only natural that he has become sensitive lately. Those old fools drunk on power, dragging children into their games like this. It's far too cruel. How about sending the Duke a mild warning? I want to, but if I act like a rival the moment I return to the capital, it will only add fuel to the fire. Still, I can't just sit by and watch. The next day, Daphne was pushed out for a walk by the headmaid. She exclaimed happily, Wow, the weather is so nice. The headmaid handed Daphne a small gift box. My lady, please take this. They're cookies the head chef specially made. Wow, thank you. How lovely. That butterfly brooch suits you very well, my lady. Daphne blushed shyly. Thank you, ma'am. There's no need to thank me. Please come visit again next time. Butler Adjut also came to see her off as she returned to the Benedict mansion. The carriage set off, and the two horses galloped along the road. Before long, the gates of the Benedict mansion appeared before them. Claire hugged Daphne tightly. My daughter, you're back. Mother, I'm home. Uncle sang me a lullaby too, so I wasn't scared at all when I slept. He knows how to do that too. Duke Acilius stepped out of the carriage. He answered with a smile. With a niece, one has to. Daphne looked around. Where's Ragna? Suddenly, she heard Ragna's feeble voice. I'm here. Ragna, what happened to your face? He answered gloomily, I couldn't sleep. Did something happen? Well, I was worried about Daphne. I was worried you might get scared and come home. And I was worried you might not want to come back because Uncle's house was too nice. I was really worried. Oh, Ragna. Claire looked toward Duke Acilius. Thank you, Acilius. There's nothing to thank me for. Even if you hadn't asked, I would have taken care of her. I'll also grant your request in return. With our relationship, there's no need for that. While the two were talking, Ricarda patted Ragna's head and teased him. What a funny and adorable boy. Ragna blushed shyly and protested. I'm not funny. Claire tapped the Duke on the chest. What's with you? I'm a merchant. I'm someone who settles accounts clearly, whether things come or go. Then let's go out together next time. All right, if my schedule allows it. The Duke was so excited that he covered his mouth in sheer joy. Claire turned to Daphne. My daughter, let's go inside. Then she noticed. By the way, where did that beautiful brooch come from? Daphne answered honestly, Uncle bought it for me. She shouted, Acilius. I haven't even given her a brooch yet, and you stole away a mother's joy. The Duke awkwardly admitted his fault. I'm sorry. Ricarda and Ragna burst out laughing. In the end, it turned out like this. Perhaps because Mother scolded him, Uncle did not apply to date Mother again until summer arrived. Duke Acilius said excitedly to Claire, "Today, outsiders really are forbidden from entering the temple, so let's take Daphne to the temple for treatment together." Claire glanced toward the two children behind her. She answered, I can't leave Ragna alone and go. I'd be worried, so it would be difficult. I'm sorry. Ragna spoke up. I'm all right. We can't leave a child alone without a guardian. Then could we all go together? But am I allowed to go? I'm a little scared to meet people I don't know. If they see my eyes, they probably won't like me. There won't be any outsiders, so it's fine. And if you feel uncomfortable, you can wear a hat or tinted glasses. That should be okay, right? Still, going out can be frightening, so you don't have to force yourself. Ragna, you may go if you want to. If anyone dares say anything about you, I'll step in and protect you. Then, in that case, I want to go too. The next day, the whole family set off for the temple. Outside the temple, people were bustling back and forth. Ragna was delighted to see a sight he had never witnessed with his own eyes before. What an awesomely huge temple. Daphne, this place is super tall and super cool, right? It seems it was wise to come out together. Well then, let's wait in the basement while Daphne receives treatment. Yes, Daphne, I'll wait for you. See you later. Claire pushed her daughter forward. In any case, I want to hear about your condition directly, since the opportunity has arisen. Daphne asked, is it different if you hear it directly? Mother always hears people report on my condition anyway. Of course a mother should. Hearing her say that, Daphne felt choked up. So that's how it is. I never had my birth mother care about me like this, so I didn't know. At times like this, I find myself thinking that I want to keep being loved like this, so I hope I never grow up. Saintess Joanna began using divine power to treat Daphne. She said to Claire, this treatment is now complete. Thank you. Daphne, it seems Mother will have to talk with the Saintess for a while, so go to Acilius and Ragna first. She obediently answered, yes, I understand. What a shame. I wanted to practice walking once the treatment was over. I'll do it when we get home. Outside the door came someone shouting, I'm right. No, I'm right. Daphne panicked. What is that noise? Simon shouted loudly. I officially became friends with Daphne. I've never heard Daphne say she had a friend like you. Ragna argued back. I'm her first friend. Daphne's first friend is a girl named Ragna. That's me. Seeing this scene, Daphne felt embarrassed as she realized, ugh, they're fighting because of me. The two continued arguing. I'm Daphne's first male friend. Ragna explained, I'm a boy, so I'm the first male friend. You keep lying. I'm not lying. Beside them, Grand Duke Acilius could only cover his mouth and try to hold back his laughter, his whole body trembling. Daphne was helpless in the face of everything happening. You two, stop it. Ragna, Simon really is my friend. Simon, Ragna really is my friend. She grabbed both their hands and placed them on top of each other. Both of you are my friends, so please get along. Now, shake hands and make peace. However, Ragna's expression showed no willingness at all. Simon was no exception. The two turned away at the same time. Why should I get along with someone like that? Duke Acilius turned aside and burst into muffled laughter. Haha, Daphne thought, why is their relationship so bad? While I was being treated, they didn't say a word to each other. And now they're bickering again. Ragna tugged on Daphne's hand and said, Daphne, come with me. Simon refused to lose and pulled her other arm. No, Daphne, play with me. And yet again, this happened as soon as my treatment ended. Simon said to Daphne, I heard it's your first time touring the temple. How do you feel? Then he said to Ragna, don't interfere with the precious time I finally got after so long without seeing her. Ragna shot back. Are you the only one with precious time? I said I'd wait to tour the place with Daphne, and Daphne said she'd come with me too. Daphne helplessly appealed to the Duke. Uncle, my head hurts and my arms hurt. All right. Thanks to you all. I've laughed so hard I can hardly stand it. Daphne needs to rest, so I'll take her away for a bit. You two can keep arguing to your heart's content. It's too far, so I'll carry you. Ragna shouted after him. Hey, where are you going? Simon also quickly suggested, let us come too, Grand Duke. Then the two looked at each other with sparks flying from their eyes. The two ran thudding across the floor. Give up. I absolutely won't lose. I'm going to play with Daphne here. The Duke burst out laughing and teased Daphne. Aren't you popular, Daphne? It made her feel embarrassed. Ugh. In the end, the Duke carried Daphne into the reading room at the temple. From now on, I'm going to read in the library. The library is a place where you must be quiet, so from now on, both of you have to hush too. Understood? I like people who keep quiet in public places. I'll keep quiet. Simon also answered, of course. Ragnar opened a book, but he was confused and couldn't understand anything. Simon chose to read a law book. Daphne thought, it finally became peaceful after so much trouble. I should read until Mother comes too. The book I chose was the one with a beautiful white butterfly drawn on it. My hand chose it naturally. Come to think of it, when did I start liking butterflies? That was when she realized, could be trying to guide me. I was helped out of the forest by that butterfly. The butterfly disappeared, so I couldn't meet it again, but I'm sure it's living well somewhere. After that, she read the book intently. It said, originally, the deity loved all life in this world, and so bestowed life upon living beings. He granted every living creature the blessing called birth and the gift called death. Daphne inwardly exclaimed, the content is heavy right from the first page. The librarian said earlier that this was a book for children. The book said, do not fear uncertain death. Do not avoid approaching death, for death always waits beside us for its chance. And through death, we can meet the deity. Reading that far, Daphne muttered, nonsense. If you love us, how could you want to meet us through the terrible agony called death? What is this ridiculous book trying to say? When she turned to the next page, she saw a long tear. The last page has been ripped out. Oh dear, suddenly she called, Ragnar, Simon, look at this book for a moment. Daphne looked left and right, only to see that the two were sound asleep. Ragnar was sleeping peacefully with his head resting on his arm, and Simon had also nodded off. Daphne was confused. What is this? Since when are those two asleep? For some reason, both of them chose books that were incredibly difficult. Maybe I should sleep for a little while too. Meanwhile, Duke Asilius was walking with Claire. The Duke asked, Claire, you still haven't told me who Daphne's biological father is. If you had no intention of revealing her biological father from the start, wouldn't it have been better to let me be her father? You must have too much free time lately. All you do is talk nonsense. And I heard that this time you donated quite a large sum to the temple. I do this every year, so don't attach extra meaning to it. Are you really going to hand the position of heir over to Daphne? You still have Lennox and Ricarda. It seems you're afraid she'll suffer. When I think of a small, frail child having to do such difficult work, I feel worried. It's a position even you have difficulty steering. Asilius, I wonder if you still remember the book you studied when you learned theology. I mean the book with the butterfly drawn on it. I remember. It was a recommended book. Why are you suddenly asking? You know the final passage of that book, don't you? For death always waits beside us for its chance, and through death, we can meet the deity. Claire saw Daphne still sleeping soundly on the table and gently stroked her hair. But if we can avoid the death that was destined for us, we can find ourselves. She recalled the time Daphne had declared to her, please make me the first heir of the Merchant Guild. Claire thought, could a child who overcame death really fail to shoulder the position of a mere merchant guild master? She bent down and whispered to her, Daphne, you are searching for yourself, so I will give you strength until that day. The day you meet your true self will come. Daphne, that day will surely come to you, because the deity loves those who carve open their own fate. At another mansion, someone said, yes, I heard the crown prince went to the temple. Even though I told him to stay away from the Grand Duke, he wouldn't listen. If the crown prince dies, the Grand Duke will inevitably become the next emperor. Though he is still young, his thinking is far too shallow. I also heard that Viscount Patrick's family has been making unusual moves. The subordinate answered with a smile. Yes, good. I'll use them to kidnap the young and naive crown prince. In a limited time, I have so graciously given him to become my daughter's man. I can't believe he's going around enjoying himself. He is the one who will sit on the golden throne, and that is why I allowed him to become my daughter's husband. Just then, Maria hurried over. She smiled, flung the door open, and spoke. Father, may I come in for a moment? Maria, you aren't disturbing my work. Not at all. Come here. Maria immediately giggled with delight. Father, I picked flowers from a field and made a flower crown to give you. Oh, what's this? To receive such a beautiful gift. What a happy father I am. Maria couldn't hold back her cheerful laughter. The person beside them couldn't help inwardly marveling at Hironi's current appearance. Who would believe Duke Hironi's could make such an expression? At that moment, a voice rang out. Maria. Maria's mother entered with a displeased expression. I told you not to disturb your father's work. Maria hugged her tightly and called, Mother. Her mother said helplessly, Goodness, you really are. How could I get angry when you're this adorable? Sorry for interrupting your work. It's all right. It's only me and Maria, not strangers. Then she stepped closer and kissed him on the cheek. You worked hard today, too. See you later. All right, see you later. Father, please come quickly. When the door closed, he took off the flower crown. Am I supposed to marry off my beautiful Maria to some half-witted fool? I hear Viscount Patrick is hated by the Emperor because of the slave trade. Yes, because of that incident, he lost more than half his fortune, divorced his wife, and became a widower. He's gnashing his teeth, wanting revenge against the imperial family. If we leak information and arrange the forces so that an abduction can occur at the temple, that will be enough. Once the Crown Prince is kidnapped, we will use the opening to rescue him. It would be ideal if we could steer the blame toward the Grand Duke. But if we cannot, spreading some reasonably convincing rumor will do. This will drive a wedge between the Crown Prince and the Grand Duke. Since there is already a criminal available, we need not step forward ourselves. Above all, if he is rescued by the Duke's Knight Order, he will listen to the Duke more than the Grand Duke. Who would dare look down on the person who saved his life? Good. Proceed with that. You must succeed for me. That was how the plans the Duke's house had advanced until now had all unfolded. The scene changed. Daphne put down her book. She fanned herself with her hand. It's so hot. Ragna, I won. No, you didn't. You hit me by throwing a pebble. How can you say you caught me like that? You were petty before, too, using grass to touch me. I didn't touch you with grass. I told you. I definitely slapped your back. Simon is so slow. Daphne cried inwardly. Ugh, it's so hot. Yet those two never seem to get tired. Since Uncle Asilius had made a play area for us, before we knew it, the temple had become our playground. Since the location was the temple, Simon also often came to play with us from time to time. In the end, Simon stopped playing and plopped down beside Daphne with a sigh. Ugh, it's hot. Come to think of it, Simon is the Crown Prince. Is it really all right for you to come out and play so often? Simon frowned and answered, The Imperial Palace is boring. Everyone only worries about currying favor with me. In front of me, they act flattering, but behind my back, they insult the color of my eyes. That is why I do not feel like making friends. What is wrong with the color of your eyes? Ragna said exactly the same thing, so I think I like you people more. Daphne could not help being surprised, because you do not need to worry about what comes before or after. No, because I find it fun. Daphne thought to herself, it seems he doesn't see only me as his friend. We are friends, aren't we? Huh? Seeing her expression, he said, You say it. Daphne was a little flustered. Is it all right to dare say that to the Crown Prince? On the contrary, Simon said cheerfully, Say it when you are comfortable. Then he spoke in a serious voice. And Ragna, why do you wear those glasses every day? Because my eyes are not good. That's what I'm asking. Why do you wear black glasses when you're out in the sun? Your eyes aren't good, and yet you do that? Daphne, between the two of them, was a little bewildered. Forget it. If you don't want to say, just say you don't want to. I already told you the truth. Daphne thought to herself, they looked so close just now, so why did things turn out like this? Suddenly, a gust of wind blew past and lifted her hat. The hat was blown away just like that. Daphne called out blankly, my hat. By then, the hat had already flown far off with the wind. Daphne hurriedly stood up, thinking the two of them made the atmosphere gloomy by arguing so loudly. So I guess I should go pick it up myself. I can walk this much distance now. There it is. It flew pretty far. Suddenly, a rustling sound rang beside Daphne's ear, startling her. At that moment, a black shadow covered her small figure. Is it already time to go home? So she turned around and said, However, what faced her then was an unfamiliar face. Daphne stammered, Who are you? This is the first time I've seen this person. Are they a temple knight or a stranger? Immediately afterward, the person pressed a handkerchief over Daphne's nose. Very quickly, her eyes became hazy. She told herself, I must not fall. In her daze, Daphne saw the figures of Ragna and Simon. Then Daphne collapsed with a thud. Her name rang out. Daphne. Simon was being carried straight toward a carriage by a masked man in black. As he struggled, he shouted loudly, Let go. Let go of me. The man in black threw him down hard. causing him to cry out in pain. Then he glared and shouted, "How dare you do this to a member of the imperial family?" But before he could finish speaking, he suddenly fell silent, because before Simon's eyes were Ragna and Daphne, both still dazed and unconscious. Damn it, they even laid hands on my friends. He looked straight ahead and asked loudly, "Who are you people? Who am I? Does your highness need to know? In any case, all of you are about to go to hell." I've seen that man before. The man sneered and said, "Do you know why I deliberately woke you up? I want you to feel the helplessness of being unable to do anything in the most desperate situation." Simon suddenly remembered the man's identity. That's right, his name must be. So he spoke calmly and asked, "Viscount Patrick, do you think you will get away with doing this? You were punished for the crime of slave trading, which imperial law forbids. What is there to be proud of in this scheme?" "Shut up. I only sold a few slaves. Because of those lowly slaves, someone like me, who devoted himself to this empire, was cast aside. You're also a half-baked imperial. You were not born with golden eyes, so keep your mouth shut. Because of you, your friends were kidnapped and placed in danger. Resent that damned father of yours while you wait for your approaching death." After saying that, he ordered, "Drug that brat and knock him out, then set off at once." "Yes, sir." While struggling to break free, Simon squeezed his eyes shut and thought, "No, I have to save my friends." Then he gradually slumped down, collapsed with a thud, and lost consciousness. Rain was falling from the sky, and the carriage had already begun to move. Simon was still unconscious, but unexpectedly, he opened his eyes wide and began breathing heavily. Thank goodness, I can still feel my fingertips. So the fact that I always take a tiny amount of poison in case I am poisoned has paid off like this. But how did the Viscount know I was at the temple? Could someone inside the Imperial Palace have leaked information? But the most important thing right now is that I have to find out where we are headed first. In the current situation, I have no way to know. There are about 5 kidnappers, but there may be more at the place we are going. I also have to think of a way to protect Daphne and Ragna. Damn it, it's because of me that you two got dragged into this. The two of you did nothing wrong. In a situation like this, I have to use my own strength to get the two of you out safely. But what if I fail? As soon as he thought that, Simon's eyes began to fill with tears. Then someone suddenly called Simon, startling him. "We are awake." It was Ragna who had spoken, while Daphne was smiling affectionately. Seeing that, Simon was extremely shocked and let out a sound. Huh. Then he began sobbing. "What in the world is wrong with you two?" Then the carriage suddenly stopped. "Wait, it looks like we've arrived. We'll talk later." Patrick went to the back of the carriage to check. "Sleeping soundly, are they?" "Move them outside." At a set of stairs leading down somewhere, Patrick was now standing before a door. He looked through the iron bars and frowned slightly. "It seems fine. You keep a close watch on them. They must be kept alive until night." "May I just keep watch outside the door, sir?" "They are children. I do not know about the Crown Prince, but the other children will start bawling as soon as they wake, and there is no way brats could slip out of a sealed room." After saying that, Patrick left with the black-clad subordinates. Ragna asked quietly, "Are they gone?" Hearing that, Daphne beside him secretly peeked out. Simon turned to them in puzzlement. "How did you stay conscious?" "Because my constitution doesn't tolerate drugs well, so I wake up after just a little while. That amount would not put me to sleep." "I see. Hey, I'm truly sorry. Because of me, you were kidnapped too." She comforted him. "If we calculate it precisely, I bear some responsibility too. Simon came to play because of us, and that is why he was kidnapped. We'll be able to get out of here safely." As soon as he finished speaking, the rope slipped down as well. He quickly stood up. "So cheer up." Seeing this, Simon could not help being shocked. The rope came undone. After he untied her, Daphne explained, "Something similar happened last time too." Even so, he also used his strength to undo the bindings. "Is that so? Anyway, where is this? Since we saw them carry us down the stairs, this must be a basement. First, we have to get out of here. No matter how I look at this door, it does not seem like it can be opened. If only we had a key." Meanwhile, Ragna had approached a nearby pillar and stood there in thought for a while. Then he suddenly kicked off with force and leaped upward. After that, he called softly, "Daphne, Simon." Hearing him, the two quickly turned around. "What did you climb to?" Hearing that, he grinned. "There's a passage here. Let's get out." Simon trembled in fear. "What?" She reassured him quietly. "Don't be afraid. Simon, we will be able to get out of here safely. Once we are outside, we'll have all those bastards who bullied you thrown in prison." Simon nodded happily and softly said, "Let's escape together." At that moment, Daphne seemed to see something ahead. "Look, it is small, but I can still see light." Ragnar voiced his guess. Usually, places like this are connected to the sewers. We can get outside through the sewers, so let's keep going straight in that direction. How on earth do you know that? But what should we do? The ceiling is a little low. We will probably have to crawl. Will you be all right? Daphne, your leg is still inconvenient, right? I will endure it. Compared to having our bodies buried here, a little leg pain is better. He suddenly took her hand. You won't die. No matter what happens, I absolutely will not let you die. Hearing that, she was moved and called softly, Ragna. Thank you. After saying that, the three of them began to leave. Suddenly, Ragna stopped. Huh, where is this? We still can't see the outside. We probably have to climb farther up. Torture tools and shackles. Hearing him say that, she and Simon were extremely shocked. Damn it, so this is what slave traders are. Even letting them breathe, air, feels like a waste. Daphne saw Ragna standing there for a long time, staring at the ankle shackles. She called inwardly, Ragna. His hands are trembling. She hurried over beside him, took his hand, and asked, Ragna, are you all right? I'm Fine. His face is not fine at all. Simon's condition does not look any better either. After witnessing such a horrifying scene, one could only think of things that were far from pleasant. It would probably be better to change the mood by talking about something hopeful. I've got it. Ragna, can I hold your hand? Simon, come here too, so I can hold yours. Why hold hands? Do you all remember what Uncle Acilius once said? When summer passes and autumn arrives, the capital will hold a masquerade festival to celebrate the harvest. That's right. Lately, they have been preparing actively for the festival. Ragna, if we get out of here, let's all go there and have fun together. We'll wear pretty masks, buy delicious food to eat, and read fairy tales at the bookstore too. We will definitely get out of here. Promise? Hearing that, both of them answered in unison yes. Daphne suddenly recalled her past self, then lowered her head and said softly, Simon, Ragna, I once ran away from the god of death. Back then, because I was alone, it was very hard, but even so, I succeeded. If I could do it alone, then all the more so when there are three of us. Nothing is impossible. We will definitely survive. Hearing that, both of them answered in unison. Then suddenly, someone outside shouted, the brats have disappeared. Find at once. Hearing the sound of them running past, the group could not help turning their heads in alarm. One man ran, while shouting loudly, search every corner. Daphne hurriedly sat down and asked quietly, what will we do? Those people are about to pass by. Let's use that opening to get to another room. Daphne, I will carry you on my back. Thank you. Meanwhile, Ragna was quietly opening the door and observing the situation outside. After confirming that it was safe, he spoke. There is no one. Now is the time. Run. After that, Simon carried her on his back, and together with Ragna, they hurried outside. Daphne suddenly thought to herself, it would be wonderful if we could get outside before night falls. But the basement is like a maze. Even so, it is still too early to give up. There must be a way to climb upward. Ahead of the three of them, a sparkling blue light suddenly appeared. One of them said, light. Simon guessed that door must lead to the surface. If so, we can get out. We did it. Outside the door, someone was shouting loudly. What? You're saying they disappeared? Were you watching them or not? He will be here soon. So what are you standing around for? Hearing that, one man answered quietly, I am sorry, sir. They cannot have gone far yet. I will search every area. Daphne thought fearfully, is there nowhere to hide? Simon, behind that wooden board, there seems to be some empty space. Outside, Patrick was shouting loudly. Have you still not found them? Two men answered, why yes, sir. After that, the two hurriedly split up to search. Where on earth did those damned brats hide? There is no time. Find them no matter what. The three of them were currently hiding inside the wooden board. Fortunately, there was a cracked space behind the board. She asked quietly, when will those people leave? He answered, I don't know. Patrick bit his nails and said anxiously, damn it, he should be here soon. Then someone suddenly approached and asked, were you looking for me? He asked stiffly, when did you arrive? Bertone. When Daphne heard that name, she was startled. If it is Bertone, she vaguely recalled someone's words. I want to show my gratitude for bringing my daughter back. Originally, I wanted to go look for Bertone Theoban, Ragna's older brother, but from what I heard, this older brother did not seem to be a good person. At that point, she asked, Ragna, could that person be? Ragna continued, my older brother. Ragna's eyes widened, and he broke out in a cold sweat. That person is my older brother, Bertone Theoban. Patrick's face had now turned pale. I never expected you to arrive so early, Bertone. How can you laugh when you don't even know where the children disappeared to? He answered in a panic, I will find them right away. Daphne thought to herself, that person is Ragna's older brother, Bertone Theoban. He suddenly seemed to think of something and hurriedly asked, wait. What, there is a secret room? Did you deliberately let those children go? No, I truly did not. I heard there was a child named Ragna, so I traded the information on the condition that he be brought here. They were definitely fast asleep. Truly, I transported them very carefully. Why would I lie? I brought them here with their limbs intact. Because you said to wait until night, I waited and did not kill that hateful crown prince outright. How am I supposed to believe that? I am telling the truth. Perhaps you are playing some petty trick to squeeze money out of me. I do not like deceitful men. After saying that, Bertone seized Patrick tightly by the throat. Wait, what the hell are you doing? Let me go. Let's talk first. Bertone. He suddenly paused for a moment. Bertone. Then he abruptly tightened his grip around the man's neck with force. The sound of Patrick's cries disappeared, startling all three of them. Bertone let him drop to the ground with a thud. Then he quickly turned and left. What a shame. I thought I'd be able to send my damn, precious little brother down to hell. But then he suddenly stopped. After that, he turned back to look at the wooden plank where the three of them were hiding. Then he pondered for a moment before slowly approaching. Next, he brought his face close to the gap between the wooden planks, terrifying Ragna inside. He placed his hand on the wooden plank, but then he hesitated, making the whole group extremely tense. He thought in silence, then gripped the wooden plank with his hand again. Bertone's action frightened Daphne so much that she hurriedly pressed herself close to Simon. No, please don't. Just then, someone's arguing voice suddenly rang out. Which bastard was guarding the door? What kind of work is this? Failing to even keep an eye on one little kid. Bertone turned back curiously and saw two people arguing with each other. We're being wronged. Those kids suddenly vanished without a sound or trace. Didn't you hear? Idiot, he complained, so noisy. After saying that, he fell into thought again, then abruptly asked, what? Making Ragna extremely nervous. Then, unexpectedly, he turned and left. If it's that little devil, he's probably long since run far away by now. Simon waited until he had gone a little farther before daring to peek out. He breathed a sigh of relief and thought, he's gone. Then he plopped down on the ground. Thank goodness. At that moment, another man in black appeared. Hey, stop fighting. The Viscount's gone to the afterlife too, so there's no money left for us to take. But unexpectedly, he suddenly turned his head back. What's with this wooden plank? As he said that, he immediately pulled the wooden plank away and discovered all three of them hiding inside. Hey, you lot, they're hiding here. Simon immediately spread his arms to shield Daphne, then quickly drew a knife. This is an order. Get out of my way at once. The Crown Prince is protecting someone else, huh? Do you think I'll save you if you do that? Ragna called out, Simon. It's dangerous. Don't step forward. After saying that, he snatched the knife away, startling Simon into shouting. Ragna, without saying another word, he launched himself at the man, pointing the knife straight down. Then he stabbed it in the man's shoulder, causing him terrible pain. Simon, you two run first. I know. Daphne, climb up. Damn it, they're running away. Somebody hurry down and catch them. Hearing that, Simon immediately ran even faster. You damn brats. Once I catch you, I'll throw you all into the torture room. After saying that, he hurled Ragna down hard, making Ragna cry out in pain. Simon hurriedly ran over and called, Ragna, are you all right? At that moment, his glasses suddenly fell off as well. Simon exclaimed in surprise, Ragna, your eyes? Ragna hurriedly raised a hand in front of his face. Simon thought to himself, his pupils are exactly like a reptile's. This is the first time I've ever seen anything like that. From far away, a sudden noise rang out, making Daphne somewhat anxious. Footsteps. This is bad, she shouted. What? Ragna was startled, but she suddenly stopped. Then she shouted at the top of her lungs, You idiots, get a hold of yourselves. Don't you too hear the people upstairs swarming down here? So what if your eyes are a little unusual? No matter what, the fact that we're friends won't change. What I mean is, even if Ragna and Simon are different from other people, I'll still keep being friends with both of you. Ragna blushed and called her name. Daphne, didn't we decide we would get out of here safely together? Didn't we decide we would defeat the god of death together? So both of you, pull yourselves together. Suddenly, a man in black appeared behind them and spoke coldly. You've even got time to chat, huh? As he spoke, he swung his sword up. You should have used that time to run. Daphne thought to herself, when did he get in here? Is this how it ends? At that dangerous moment, Ragna sprang high into the air then kicked the man hard, causing him to lose his balance and collapse to the ground. Thanks to that, Daphne and Simon escaped danger. Seeing him land safely, she hurriedly called out loudly, "Ragna," he said in a serious voice, "leave this place to me. You two get ready to run." But Simon urged her, "Let's go, Daphne." She answered, "I know." And so Simon quickly carried her on his back and left. But Ragna suddenly grabbed her hand. "Daphne, thank you for helping me come to my senses. I'll make sure you and Simon can escape." "What about you, Ragna?" Ragna looked over at the crown prince. "Simon, I'm leaving Daphne to you." "All right." As soon as he finished speaking, Simon quickly ran off as fast as he could. "Wait, Ragna! Ragna!" The men in black had already gathered there by then, and Ragna immediately charged toward them. Simon silently blamed himself. "I'm sorry, Daphne. Right now, escaping is the most urgent thing." Simon ran with all his might to leave this place as quickly as possible. Not far ahead, he saw a wooden door. At last, an exit. The two of them reached the door. "If we just open this door, we can get outside. If we do that, Daphne and I can survive." But Daphne suddenly looked back and saw that Ragna was still fighting desperately. She shouted, "Ragna!" Simon felt guilty. What will happen to him if he's left alone? Simon set Daphne down. He took her hand. "Daphne, I'm going to Ragna." Ragna seemed strong, but facing that many adults alone is too much for him. She hesitated, but Simon suddenly stood on tiptoe and kissed her on the forehead. "It's all right. You gave me courage, Daphne, so don't worry too much and wait here. I'll bring Ragna back here safely." Daphne lightly touched her forehead with her hand, blushed, and answered, After that, Simon quickly ran back to help Ragna. Daphne murmured softly, "I'm sorry I can't do anything to help. I'm so frustrated. Even in a situation like this, I can't be of any use at all. Just being with them is becoming a hindrance. If only I could move around a little more freely. If only I had even a tiny bit more strength. Hateful God, if you can hear my heart, then please return my friends safely to my arms." Outside, the sky had already grown dark. A group of people was slowly approaching and whispering about something. Daphne thought in panic. Voices. Could reinforcements for those strangers have arrived too? It can't be. At that moment, someone placed a hand on the door, then pushed it open forcefully. She hurriedly hid in a corner. "Oh my goodness, that person is Grand Duke Acilius," he shouted worriedly. "Children, I've come to save you." Daphne was overjoyed and called out loudly, "Uncle Acilius." "Daphne, so you were here. I'm sorry I came late. You aren't hurt anywhere, are you?" "I'm Fina." More importantly, suddenly, Simon called out loudly, "Acilius, I'm here." He was shielding the injured Ragna behind him. "Hurry and help me." Just as he finished speaking, a man in black rushed forward with a knife. Acilius hurriedly shouted, "Simon, all troops, subdue every last one of them." His subordinates answered in unison, "Understood." Then they urgently drew their swords and charged forward. He continued, "Do not let a single one escape." Seeing that, the men could not help feeling afraid. "It's the Holy Knights. Run!" Someone shouted loudly. The knights must not allow the enemy to escape, and so the knights quickly chased after them. Only then did Simon breathe a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, they're retreating. Suddenly, his vision blurred, and he slowly collapsed. Acilius caught him in time. "Your Highness, are you all right?" "Grand Duke, I'm sorry. This was all my negligence. The temple is like my own front yard." "Is that so?" "The temple is the Grand Duke's territory, isn't it? If this incident is exposed, certain people will suspect you, Grand Duke. They will probably make a fuss, saying you summoned your political enemies there to eliminate them." "Your Highness, do you suspect me, Your Highness?" "No, I trust you, Grand Duke." "Simon," he continued, "that is why you should take full responsibility for this incident." "I will do so." So being trusted feels this joyful. Simon teased him, "You're getting teary again." "Honestly, Uncle." Simon suddenly stopped when he saw Ragna's glasses lying on the ground. "Grand Duke, wait for me a moment." Then he picked up the glasses and softly called, "Ragna." Ragna, who was having his wounds bandaged, answered Simon. Simon held out the glasses. "You dropped these earlier. I'm sorry for always asking why you wear tinted glasses. I don't care in the slightest what shape your eyes are. It doesn't matter what kind of person you are, because you're my friend. Don't you agree?" Ragna's smile moved and answered, "I do." After that, Ragna put on his glasses. Daphne called out, "Simon, Ragna, I was scared. I was really scared. Scared that the two of you wouldn't come back." As she said that, she hurriedly took both their hands tightly. Simon and Ragna looked at each other. then comforted her. "Don't cry, Daphne. Everything is fine now. I'm sorry for making you worry, Daphne. God, thank you for sending them both back to me." Outside at that moment, a man was speaking. "Daphne, Ragna, I heard the entire gang has been held below. His Highness the Crown Prince invites you to rest in the carriage." "Lennox, when did you get here?" "I drove the Merchant Guild's carriage here as soon as I heard the news. I'm truly sorry I came late." "It's all right, brother. We're all unharmed. What about Mother and Ricarda? Didn't they come with you?" "Ah, about that. Mother is at home. As for Ricarda, I heard he's helping the Grand Duke clean up the aftermath. Let's return first." Hearing that, both of them were left puzzled. At a staircase leading down to the basement, the group of men in black had their hands tightly tied and their mouths gagged. Ricarda was checking their numbers and said, 13 captured and 11 corpses. "Is this all of the rebels?" The attendant behind him answered, "Yes. Because of this trash, my younger siblings. I want to make them taste a fate worse than death, but there are too many eyes watching. Still, I can't just let this pass." After thinking that, Ricarda spoke coldly. "You should be grateful that I'm the one standing here. If my mother were here, all of you would already be dead together." The attendant beside him suddenly noticed something. "Is the house on fire?" Above them, the ceiling was indeed burning. Seeing that scene, the men could not help being terrified. Ricarda said coldly, "Don't be too afraid, because you won't die right away." At that moment, a wooden beam fell beside one of the men in black, frightening him so badly that he broke out in a cold sweat. The men tried desperately and helplessly to find a way to escape, their mouths letting out pitiful cries. A knight inwardly marveled, "His magic is amazing," as expected of the next master of the magic tower. Suddenly, someone ran over. "Ricarda, even if you say he's dead, this place still belongs to Viscount Patrick. You can't just burn it because you feel like it. Besides, the criminals are locked inside, and if you set the place on fire..." He spoke calmly. "I didn't close the front door. All they have to do is run outside if they're afraid of dying. And even if they escape, they'll be captured by the group of knights already waiting around the area." A knight suddenly warned loudly, "Stay still. Even if they lose their lives in the fire, they're criminals who would be executed for treason anyway. Even so, if any problem arises with the house, which is the property of Viscount Patrick, the Benedict Merchant Guild will buy this house. Do you have any objections now?" "No," he thought in admiration. "That answer is just like the Benedict family." Ricardo remembered something. "But there's still one thing. Something is suspicious here." He pointed ahead. "The pattern on those knights belongs to the house of Duke Herones. Why are Duke Herones' knights here? I heard they discovered suspicious figures and gave chase, then happened to run into our holy knights." "Happened to?" That is a strange point. If we analyze the situation, the culprit behind this kidnapping is certainly Viscount Patrick. But how did he obtain information about the Crown Prince? And I don't know who killed him. It wasn't Ragna. If Ragna had done it, he would have died a much more gruesome death. Then who was it? It could be connected to the house of Duke Herones, who intervened midway, or there may have been an intruder from outside. I once heard that the Crown Prince and Lady Herones are engaged. Was he displeased that the Crown Prince appeared at the temple? I'll have to investigate further. Several months later, at the mansion where Daphne lived, she hummed a tune as she wrote a letter to Simon. "Are you well? Ragna and I are doing very well. I also made a mask for the upcoming masquerade festival. Uncle Asilius told me that since that day, security at the temple has been strictly reinforced. After that summer night, the kidnapping of the Crown Prince was specially reported in the imperial newspaper. The newspaper said that Viscount Patrick's household had its title revoked and all its assets returned to society. As for the accomplices in the kidnapping, they were sentenced to death with no pardon." Daphne suddenly paused and thought, "I heard the Imperial Palace also sent compensation money to our house, even if only as a formality." Then she recalled Ragna's angry expression. "Those Imperial Palace people are trying to buy off our pain with money. Does our Benedict Merchant Guild need them to give us money? If not for that," she continued writing, "my mother was that angry. But anyway, Simon, thinking that we'll be able to meet at the upcoming masquerade festival makes me very happy. After the festival ends, we can also go play at the Merchant Guild where Mother works. Until then, my mask is a secret. I'm also curious which one your mask will be." At that moment, a knock came from outside the door. Daphne turned her head and smiled happily. She quickly went over and called, "Lennox." "Daphne, you can walk without any difficulty now, can't you? Your legs must have improved a lot." It's all thanks to everyone helping me." "Daphne, there's something I want to show you. Come with me to the reception room." "Something you want to show me?" At that moment, in the reception room, Ragna and Daphne exclaimed in admiration, "Wow, Inside the two gift boxes, something unknown was giving off a sparkling golden light. "What beautiful masks," Winston said. "I harmoniously combined the customer's order requirements with beautiful colors. Are you satisfied, my lady?" Daphne hurriedly picked up the butterfly-shaped mask, smiled happily, and answered, "Yes." Ragna asked excitedly, "We'll be able to meet Simon at the festival, right?" She answered, It would be so nice if the festival day came quickly." She thought, "I'm really looking forward to it, because we defeated those wicked people and survived just in time to welcome the festival." And finally, the day of the festival arrived. A carriage was slowly moving forward. Sitting inside the carriage, Ragna said, "Simon never did tell us what kind of mask he'll wear when he comes." "That rascal." Hearing that, Daphne chuckled. "Maybe Simon wants to surprise us." "Is that so?" she thought. "I'm glad Ragna looks so cheerful." Until the day he received the mask, he had been visibly gloomy for a while. The expression Ragna had in the carriage on the way back after the kidnapping incident looked truly miserable. He finally met the older brother he had been waiting for so much, and yet she suddenly remembered what Bertone had said at the time. "I thought I'd be able to send my damn precious little brother down to hell." Hearing his own brother say those words must have hurt him terribly. "I know very well how kind-hearted he is, so I hope Ragna won't be hurt anymore." Thinking that, Daphne hugged Ragna tightly. She explained, "I just wanted to hug you. Do you not like it?" He answered shyly, "Oh no, I like it." Ricarda, sitting across from them, was so shocked he was speechless. "These little brats. I haven't even met the love demon yet. What am I supposed to do if you kids meet at first? In any case, I have to sit in the middle." Ragna objected, "But I want to sit next to Daphne." She burst out laughing and thought, because I was so busy enjoying this, I hadn't noticed it clearly back then. At this festival, a new story was about to begin, because I had met the heroine, who was also the daughter of the enemy who had driven my mother to her death, Maria Herones. After that, the atmosphere was lively and bustling. Wearing a butterfly-shaped mask, Daphne exclaimed, "Wow, it's so pretty." Ricarda carefully reminded them, "Then I'll be going now. You kids have to listen to your uncle." Daphne and Ragna answered in unison, "Yes." As soon as he left, Daphne saw the Grand Duke's figure not far away and called out, "Oh, hello, children. Your masks are lovely." Daphne replied, "They're pretty, aren't they?" Ragna also asked happily, "Is mine cool?" Another child stepped out from behind Asilius. "What's so pretty about that? A lion mask like mine is what's cool. This is also the symbol of the Clements Empire. What's cool about a flower?" Daphne praised them. "I think both of you are really cool. Everyone, let's have lots of fun today. Let's forget the unhappy things from last time with happy things today." Simon and Ragna looked at her and smiled. A few seconds later, they both nodded and answered, "Yeah." The three children held ice cream in their hands and chatted nonstop. They also stopped by the game stalls. Then they stopped in front of a small stall selling skewers. Simon requested, "1 spicy chicken skewer, please." Ragna also said, "1 cotton candy, please. Let's try the non-spicy chicken skewers here." Daphne thought, who would ever know that these two are first and second in line to the imperial throne? As soon as Simon took a bite of the spicy chicken, he suddenly turned around in surprise. "They even have candied fruit skewers here. We have to try everything." Daphne thought fruit skewers seemed to be popular. She said to her two friends, "All right, then I'll go stand in line. But honestly, I don't think all fruit skewers are basically the same." "Strawberries." A friend in front of her turned around, making her jump. "They really are strawberries. The stall owner here made this because he was bored, but it's actually delicious. All the strawberries harvested for sale at this festival are being preserved in a magic warehouse." The other children all turned toward Daphne as well. "Isn't it amazing? Is it sweet because there's sugar?" She nodded a little awkwardly. Yeah, that's right." This situation also surprised Daphne. "Why all of a sudden? But who are you?" The girl beside her nudged her shoulder as a reminder. "Idiot, you have to introduce yourself before asking someone else." "My name is Mary, and he's Jackson." The other friends began introducing themselves one by one. "I'm Sarah. I'm Jenny. I'm Kore." Faced with their enthusiasm, she also introduced herself cheerfully. "Hello, everyone. I'm Daphne." When Mary heard her name, she praised it admiringly. "That's such a pretty name. Are you a tourist?" She replied, "Yeah." She thought, there's no need to say more than that, right? At that moment, Ragna and Simon came over. "Daphne, who are they?" "You're back? They're friends I just met." Mary then made a suggestion. "You should play hide and seek with us too." Daphne excitedly asked her two friends for their opinion. "Let's play." But Simon answered bluntly, I don't want to. There are already enough of us to play by ourselves. But you like playing hide and seek too. Even so, Simon remained determined. Those are two different things, but I want to play hide and seek with everyone. And since I can't run, someone has to carry me. If you don't like it, then never mind. We can play next time. As soon as she finished speaking, Simon and Ragna started fighting over who would help Daphne. Daphne, I'll carry you. What are you talking about? I'm taller, so I'll be better at carrying her. Come on, get on my back. When Ragnar saw that Simon wanted to carry Daphne instead of him, he kicked him squarely and knocked him to the ground. Daphne cried out worriedly. Ragnar, she thought in shock. There's still royalty, though. She ran over to Simon and helped him up. Both of you stop. Everyone is looking. Hurry and stand up. We're going to play together peacefully, aren't we? After reflecting on what they had just done, both of them agreed. There were no adults scolding them for being noisy, and no one was rushing them. Everyone was laughing happily, running around, and playing together. Ragnar and Simon were enjoying this happiness too. Actually, I've always wanted to gather and play with friends like this. After a while, the children were all tired. Mary panted as she said to the other children, I'm exhausted. Let's rest for a bit. It looks like those kids want to come play too. Simon, Ragnar, and Daphne hurriedly followed her gaze. Those kids, Mary added. The children standing in that alley are from the orphanage. As soon as Daphne saw those children, her entire body immediately froze. Those are the people who laughed at me and bullied me at the orphanage. It's okay. No one can recognize me now. Now I'm Daphne Benedict, no longer that pitiful Daphne who was always alone in the shadows, avoiding them. Jackson asked, It looks like they want to play with us. Sarah sighed and refused outright. I don't like them. Daphne smiled at her friends and said, All right, we didn't come here to play with them, so let's just play among ourselves. She thought, I don't need to sympathize with the children who used to bully me. And so the children continued their game. Okay, I like that. Noticing that Simon's expression looked a little awkward, Daphne asked with concern, Simon, is something wrong? Oh, it's nothing. I just thought you would invite them to play with us. We didn't come here to play with them, and we don't necessarily have to play together. He seemed to understand. That's true. Suddenly, another voice rang out. Hello, everyone. Why don't we play together? Oh, I should introduce myself first, right? My name is Maria. Everyone can just call me Maria. Her name felt somewhat familiar to Daphne. Maria, I feel like I've heard that somewhere before. She clasped her hands and said to everyone, Why don't we play hide and seek? I really want to try playing it with you all. Daphne said awkwardly, I think hide and seek is a little hard for me. Really? Can't you play just a little? You can play hide and seek without anyone else's help, and then you won't trouble him either. Maria's careless words made Ragnar angry. He spoke in irritation. Hey, she startled and pointed at herself. Me? The way you're looking at me is really annoying. What's wrong with carrying someone while playing hide and seek? Oh no, it's just that you look tired having to carry her. Ragnar immediately explained, I'm not tired at all. What does this have to do with you? Daphne isn't troubling me. Under the gazes of the surrounding friends, Maria felt even more embarrassed. I didn't mean it like that. Why are you getting angry? Ragnar answered bluntly. We were having fun playing together, and then you suddenly came and interrupted us. Of course I'm annoyed. Daphne gently tried to stop him. Ragnar, that's enough. I'm fine, he retorted angrily, but I'm not fine. Before he could finish his sentence, a piece of candy was stuffed into Ragnar's mouth. She thought he's calmed down now. Maria, I can't play. It's very dangerous with so many people scattered around. Maria exclaimed. Oh, I didn't know. This is my first time coming outside to play. I'm sorry. It's okay. Maria suggested again. Then let's play together. Simon suddenly tugged at Daphne's sleeve, then raised his hand and pointed toward Grand Duke Acilius. Understanding what Simon wanted to say, Daphne asked, Do you want to go over there? When he nodded, she had to say goodbye to her friends. Everyone, I'm sorry. I think we have to go first. Her friends looked at her with regret. So soon. Maria, meanwhile, panicked and blamed herself. Is it because of me? Please stay and play a little longer. Seeing Simon shake his head vigorously, Daphne thought, What's wrong with him? I wonder if Simon knows this girl. Judging by her clothes and that lack of tact, she looks like the child of a noble family. Wait, if she's a noble child Simon knows, then could she be? Thinking that, Daphne refused. I'm sorry, but my mother is waiting. Oh, I see. Let's play together next time. Bye-bye. Make sure you play with me next time. They returned to the Grand Duke. Uncle, Acilius lifted Daphne into his arms. Come here to father. She asked in surprise. You're not my father, though. Acilius smiled and answered, Since I'm a candidate for the position of father, just call me father for short. But do you know that girl from earlier? She thought, did I guess right? Simon answered stiffly, Perhaps. She's my future fiancée. At the same time, Maria looked toward the three of them with expectant eyes. I want to play together. Her mother had once told her, Maria, just play as much as you like. You are an adorable child, so everyone will surely like playing with you. Mother said that, but it seems the other children don't like playing with me. No, Mother's words are always right. Maria's gaze suddenly caught sight of the children standing in a shadowed corner, and she ran over. Hey, everyone, do you want to come play with me? Mary asked a little nervously. Is that really all right? Ragna was just as hesitant. They're children from the orphanage. But Maria's attitude was completely different from the two of them. What's wrong with that? I want everyone to play together. Can't we all play together? Hearing her say that, Mary and Ragna could only look at each other. A few seconds later, the two of them had no choice but to agree with her decision. If Maria said so, then even if they didn't like it, there was nothing they could do. Maria thought happily. As expected, everyone likes me. Later, in the carriage, Daphne thought the only person in this empire who could become Simon's fiancée is Maria Herones. I didn't expect to meet her like this. Ragna is already by my side, so Simon will probably end up with that girl. Maria grew up into a perfect young lady. In the original work, Simon looked at her with eyes filled with both love and hatred. Now that Simon's inferiority complex has disappeared, he'll probably receive perfect love from Maria. But what if Ragna falls in love with Maria? I hate that. Seeing her hand suddenly clench tightly, Ragna worriedly took her hand. Are you all right? Daphne, does something hurt? No, that's not it. Is it because of that girl from earlier? No, I'm just too tired. Your fiancé has nothing to do with me. I'm really fine. That's right. I have friends who always think of me like this. So what is there to worry about? After that, the three children stopped in front of a luxurious building. This is where my mother works, at the top of Benedict. Ragna could not hide his surprise and exclaimed, It's huge. Simon was surprised too. It really is Benedict. In a marketplace in town, people were buying and selling loudly and busily. I received a request for food ingredients from First Street. Please check the goods for me again. See if there's anything left in the warehouse. A lot of people have called to say it's selling too well. I told you to check the goods on the top shelf. Where did the person in charge go? Seeing everyone working so hard, Daphne inwardly exclaimed, They really are busy. Duke Acilius went up to someone and asked, Excuse me, but do you know where Sanvato is? Sanvato? Oh my, when did you return, Grand Duke? Just now. But it's so busy. It certainly is. Please wait a moment. Sanvato is here. At the same time, Sanvato walked over and greeted them. What's the matter? Oh, it has been a very long time, Grand Duke. Could this be the rumored youngest daughter? I'm Daphne. Hello. Well, it's very nice to meet you. I am Sanvado. Now, let's go to the place where your mother works. Even though it's this busy, your mother isn't here? It's a shame we can't give you a proper tour, but come again next time. Everyone got into the carriage and moved to another location. On the way, Simon kept observing the scenery around them. The capital is so close. Ragna asked curiously, Where is this? Simon told him, It's the Grand Duke's private land. Hearing that, Daphne also turned her head to look at him in shock. Your private land, uncle? You'll know once you try going there. As soon as he finished speaking, the carriage stopped. Simon and Ragna stepped down, and both of them held out their hands. Come on, take my hand and get down. No, Daphne, you have to take my hand. Who will Daphne choose? Of course it'll be Simon, right? Or maybe Ragna. Faced with Simon and Ragna's somewhat unexpected actions, Daphne could only hold out both hands toward the two of them. Thank you both. Oh, Mother. Claire hurried over and hugged her tightly. Daphne, did you have fun? Yes. After we finished playing, we also went up to the top of your mountain. Next time, I'll definitely take you on a tour myself. But why are you here, Mother? Today I have something very important to do here. My keepsake is buried under this tree. It's time to revisit those memories. During the Masquerade Festival 10 years ago, I buried my keepsakes here, together with Acilius and Sanvato. While Sanvato was digging up the old keepsakes, Simon curiously leaned in to look. May I see too? Claire smiled and answered, Of course. After digging for a while, Sanvato found the time capsule. Well, here it is. Ragna asked in curiosity, What is this? A time capsule. It's a precious piece of memory buried as a gift for your future self. We don't know what other people put inside either. Isn't that fun? As soon as the box opened, all three children's eyes widened in amazement. Sanvato picked up his eye mask. Thanks to the magic on it, I feel completely alert. Why did you put an eye mask in there? When I was young, I suffered badly from insomnia, so this eye mask was an important companion that helped me get through it. This dagger is mine. It saved my life several times. You gave it to me. Excel, Acilius said awkwardly. This is embarrassing. I didn't know you buried that too. This bracelet is the Grand Duke's keepsake? Why is it broken? Ah, this is a wishing bracelet. At the time, I had to go deal with a very dangerous dungeon. Someone told me it was like a gift that helped a loved one return alive. When the wishing bracelet breaks, the wish comes true. Thanks to it, I returned safely. That's right, there's more. At that moment, the three children moved aside to talk. Do you think we should move away for a bit? Yeah, let's go for a walk. Behind Daphne, Ragna and Simon kept whispering to each other about something. After a while, Simon suddenly made a suggestion. Daphne, what do you think if we do that? Huh? What do you mean? Could it be? Simon and Ragna both answered in unison. A time capsule. 10 years from now, we'll open it and see what's inside too. 10 years from now, we'll definitely still be together. Oh, that sounds good. Yeah, let's do it. Let's put things in secretly without the adults knowing. If the Grand Duke finds out, he'll definitely ask what we put inside. If we bury it here, they'll discover it. So how about burying it at my house? Because of Ricarda's magic, no one who hasn't been permitted can enter. But wouldn't it be a little hard for me to go in? What's wrong with going to a friend's house? It's not the Imperial Palace. That's true. Then I'll bring a box. Sounds good. After thinking it over, I decided to write a letter to myself and everyone 10 years in the future. The letter written to everyone 10 years from now held a precious heart promising the future. It is finished. I hope that when we read this letter, we will remember our happy memories, and I hope we will be able to feel happiness once again. After finishing the keepsake, she wanted to hide in the time capsule. Daphne was about to leave. Well, I guess I have to sneak out now. Oh, I almost forgot. Should I bury the seal with it too? If the director of the orphanage hid it this carefully, it seems like it must be a very important item. I have to put it in a big bag so those two do not see it. Outside, drowsiness was beginning to overtake Acilius, and Daphne asked worriedly, Uncle, are you sleepy? Not at all. It is only because I slept late last night. Normally, I am not picky with food and I am healthy, so this much is nothing. The three children suddenly looked at one another and nodded as a signal. A few seconds later, Simon put on a listless expression. I'm so sleepy. Ragna also yawned again and again. Thinking that it had been so long since I last got to play made me so excited that I couldn't sleep at all. Daphne immediately suggested, then shall we take a short nap? Sound good. Agreed. Watching the three children's actions, Grand Duke Acilius was moved and raised a hand to wipe the corner of his eye. These children are worried because I look tired. They really have grown up. Ragna chuckled and teased him. Crybaby uncle is crying again. Simon also remarked, the Grand Duke really is sentimental. Acilius requested, then shall we go inside and sleep for a while? Simon shook his head hard. I'm not going inside. There are mats and blankets here too. Then let us sleep here. Come on, children, lie down quickly. A short while later, Grand Duke Acilius had fallen into a deep, peaceful sleep. To make sure none of her actions would be exposed, Daphne carefully asked Simon, are you sure Uncle is asleep? He is asleep. Hurry, let's go bury it. Ragna quickly led the two of them beneath a large tree. I chose this place in advance. Oh, that was fast. All right, let's put it in now. What each of us puts inside is our own secret. On this day, 10 years from now, we will look for the time capsule together. Promise. After they buried the time capsule back in the ground, Daphne thought happily, so our secret operation to bury the time capsule was a success. She looked toward the Grand Duke, only to discover that he was completely awake. Huh, Uncle was not asleep at all. Was he keeping our secret for us? That is true, but with how noisy they were, there was no way he could not know. Because of those two's innocence, I suppose I will have to keep this secret for 10 whole years. Time passed quickly, and winter arrived. Daphne and Ragna were sitting together on a bench. She exclaimed cheerfully, Winter? A year has already passed just like that. So many things had happened over the past year. At first, this peaceful life felt like a dream that I would have to wake from soon, but in the end, I survived. Suddenly, she saw everyone heading deep into the forest. Huh, Mother? Ragna continued. I see Uncle Lennox and Ricarda too. Where are they going? Let's follow them and see. Only a few minutes later, they had lost sight of everyone. Huh, where did they go? They were clearly over there. Because of the rain, the footprints have disappeared too. Let's just keep going for now. The raindrops continue to pour down, making Daphne's feet ache sharply. Maybe I should not have gone outside. I thought we would catch up quickly, but this is still too much for my legs. My steps were slow from the very beginning. I did not want to cause any more trouble. Ragna quietly asked, Daphne, can I carry you? But it's raining. Ragnar said firmly, I'm not going to lose to this rain. Besides, I carry you every day anyway. It's because I want to carry you, all right? I like carrying Daphne, so don't feel burdened. Thank you, Raz. Then I'll trouble you. Raz, I really like you. Thank you for becoming my first friend. After that, Ragnar carried Daphne on his back and continued searching for everyone. Suddenly, Daphne stopped short. What is that? It looks like a fox, but it is much smaller than the fox I saw in a book. Then is it a baby fox? It looks so weak. Will it die? No, it is breathing steadily. It probably has no strength because it has not been eating properly. Then would it be all right if we gave it this? Little fox, do you want to eat this? In its dazed state, the small fox slowly bit into the piece of apple. Seeing its action, Daphne could not help feeling delighted. Thank goodness. It ate the apple. I will give it a gift too. Here, use this. Now let's go. Little fox, goodbye. Daphne also turned back and waved to the fox. Goodbye, little fox. With that, the two continued on their way under the little fox's fixed gaze. Before long, Ragnar and Daphne stopped. This is a fork in the road. Should we wait for the adults to come back? Ragnar suddenly noticed the little fox. Isn't that the fox from earlier? It looks like it followed us. The little fox suddenly stared at the two of them, then hurriedly darted away. Daphne asked in confusion, was it looking at us? I think so. It seems to be telling us to follow it. Let's go with it. After walking for a while, fear began to rise in Daphne. The bushes were growing thicker and thicker. Is the path on the right correct? We found them. His loud shout caught Claire's attention. Daphne, Ragnar, how did you get here? We secretly followed you to surprise everyone. Claire gently placed a kiss on Ragnar's forehead. Is that so? Ragnar, you worked hard carrying Daphne in the rain like this. Even so, you must not do this again. This place is very dangerous. Asilius picked Daphne up and admonished her. What would you have done if you had gotten lost? Still, these children really are brave. Ricarda burst into delighted laughter. Daphne and Ragnar really are troublemakers. Ragnar protested. No, it is Ricarda's fault for leaving us behind. Why is it my fault? Lennox pointed at the little fox and asked, Daphne, what is that fox? That's right, I forgot about the fox. Little fox, come here. I won't hurt you. You're so cute. Ragnar slowly stepped closer. I want to pet it too. This fox led us here. Wait, leading the way. I forgot. In part 2 of the original story, many dark caves appear. But even in places like that, Raz said he was never afraid of getting lost because there was always a guide fox by his side. No matter where he was, it helped him so he would not lose his way. I absolutely have to bring this fox with us. After thinking that, she asked Claire for her opinion. Mother, can we take this fox with us? Claire answered her with some concern. It would be one thing if the fox had no family, but raising a living creature comes with many responsibilities. Daphne showed her determination. But if we just leave it like this, it might starve to death because it has no family. Ragnar also continued, Daphne and I will feed it, wash it, play with it, and raise it well. Claire fell into thoughtful silence. A moment later, she agreed with the two children's decision. All right, but in exchange, promise me one thing. Do not forget that life is precious. Treat it the way you would treat a new friend or a member of the family. The two answered in unison, yes, we promise. Daphne happily hugged the little fox in her arms and named it. Since you go, Kiki, from now on your name will be Kiki. I hope you will help us from now on. Suddenly, Daphne asked in surprise, but what is that? That is probably the dragon prison. What is the dragon prison? Claire explained, have you heard the legend that dragons have lived in this mountain range for a very long time? If you read fairy tales about places where dragons appear, the villains who disturb the empire are punished and peace is restored, correct? This prison is the place that punished those wicked people. We should make it clear to anyone who likes causing trouble. Once someone enters this prison, they absolutely cannot escape until the dragon permits it. Right now, the door is open, but the moment it closes, the person inside will be imprisoned for the rest of their life. Daphne shrank back in fear. I won't go near it. Hey, Raz, where are you going? Raz. Despite Daphne's calls, he did not hear her at all. His steps drifted unconsciously toward the dragon prison until Ricarda pulled him back. Daphne went over worriedly and asked, are you all right? You're not hurt anywhere, are you? That's not it. This prison, for some reason, it feels familiar. It feels close to me. Didn't you hear me say not to go near it because it is very dangerous? Hey, why are you pinching my nose? Daphne thought Raz's reaction is strange. Kiki has seemed afraid of the prison since a while ago. As Mother said, we must never come here. But at that time, I did not know. Both of you stop. that resolve would be broken in only an instant. I cannot believe tomorrow is already the anniversary of my birth mother's death. On her small bed, Daphne could not help tossing and turning in thought. Where was Mother's body taken? Was she thrown into the field of the moon? Maybe Mother knows. Daphne went to Claire's study. Mother, may I come in for a moment? Of course. Does our darling baby have some business at this hour? I have something I want to ask. Then Mother will bring you some warm milk. I added a little honey. Try drinking it. Daphne obediently took a sip and said, Thank you, Mother. Actually, what I want to ask you is, do you know where my birth mother's body is? Claire could not help being startled. I knew it. I knew you would ask someday. The truth is, we have preserved your birth mother's body. We barely managed to find her remains, and we completed the cremation as well. What? Really? Moreover, there are many strange points regarding Frey's crime, so I am investigating it. Because she received far too harsh a punishment, even though she was a princess of Oswin. Princess of Oswin? Do you mean the Oswin Empire that I know? Claire nodded and replied, That is right. Frey was a princess of the great Oswin Empire. Daphne thought I did not know. In the original story, it only mentioned that she was someone of high status. She asked, she was a princess, so why on earth was she treated like that? Why did Oswin not help my birth mother? Even if she did not have power herself, people of that status could have helped my birth mother. I hear that Oswin is currently in a civil war. Ever since Frey was imprisoned in the tower, her two older brothers, the princes, have been locked in a fierce struggle over imperial authority. Even so, how could they do that? They are family. Even this family loves me so much, though we do not share blood. From the very beginning, was my birth mother's crime so terrible that she had to receive such a cruel punishment? In the original story, the slum residents hated her so much that they beat Daphne, her daughter, to death. What exactly happened between my birth mother and the people of the slums? Around 8 years ago, the people of the slums began disappearing one after another. Frey kidnapped and murdered them. It was said that she cast a blood curse upon the imperial family and the current Lady Herones. Even normally, she often oppressed those beneath her, so rumors spread that this time she had been blinded by base jealousy and cursed them. Daphne fundamentally did not believe such rumors. I cannot believe it. There is no way that is true. I still remember it very clearly. When she was imprisoned in the tower, Mother only looked for her husband. Her arms were sometimes warm when she held me in her embrace. My birth mother could never have done something so terrible. I said it earlier, didn't I? I tried investigating again because there were strange points and, as expected, there were suspicious parts. The trial ended quickly. Even though there was insufficient evidence, it was as if they wanted to end the matter as soon as possible by branding her a traitor. Mother's death was only a loose piece added to make their happy ending possible. If Eunice had not appeared, no, if only the Oswin Empire had helped my mother, perhaps Mother would not have suffered and died so lonely. After abandoning my birth mother, is it really all right for only me to live this happily? Do not say that. Your mother surely wanted you to live healthily and happily too. Even so, I am so sad. Mother said there were strange points, so that if my mother did not commit treason, suddenly a voice rang out. What are you talking about? Treason? Claire was shocked. Asilius. Uncle. Claire hurriedly stood and asked, What brings you here at this hour? I heard you have an appointment with Simon tomorrow, so I came to tell you that we should go to the temple together. But why did Frey's name come up here? It is late now. We will talk tomorrow. So this was the reason my real father could not be told that I was Frey's child. Daphne's eyes widened unconsciously in panic. Claire spoke gently to her. Daphne, go back to your room. Before leaving the room, Daphne looked back again. Is Uncle angry because he only just found out that I am the villainess's daughter? Will he be disappointed in me and Mother? Surely the feelings he has for me can no longer be the same as before. The little fox suddenly appeared beside her. Kiki, did I wake you up? Thank you for comforting me. I miss rest so much. Just then, he opened the door and looked toward her. Daphne, what happened? The moment she saw him, Daphne's eyes immediately reddened. Ras. Seeing her cry, Ragna was frightened wide awake. Daphne, why are you suddenly like this? Daphne, are you all right? Did you have a scary dream? I will stay by your side and chase Daphne's nightmares away. So do not be afraid. Daphne thought with emotion. Even though the surroundings are filled with pitch-black darkness, why is it that only you always shine so brightly? You truly are my light. Ragna hugged her and comforted her. If we want to watch the play tomorrow, we have to go to sleep early. It is the first performance, so I am really looking forward to it. Daphne replied, Me too. Good night, Daphne. Good night, Gia. She thought again. Actually, although I do not want to go, and I'm also very afraid of tomorrow, Ragna and Kiki will be by my side at any time. In the study, Grand Duke Acilius shouted angrily. How could you do that? How could you deceive me like that, saying Daphne was your biological daughter and not Frey's? That is right. I did not give birth to her. But right now, she is my daughter. I'm serious. Did you absolutely have to deceive me? At the very least, among everyone, you could have told me. I thought the fewer people knew, the better. Does anyone else know? Lennox and Ricardo know too, don't they? Do you not trust me as much as those two kids? Is it because I am a Grand Duke, or because I'm a member of the Imperial family, that you were wary of me? Did you think I would harm the child? Or were you afraid I would no longer take her to the temple? So the love I have given you is repaid with this little trust? I was once very proud to be one of the members of the Imperial family, but now, standing before you, I hate that fact. Claire called him softly. Axel. Acilius suddenly took Claire's hand. I will not do anything that would make you worry. So please, tell me the whole truth. I also see Daphne as my daughter, so I also have the right to know how that child came here. I swear on my honor that I will keep the secret and ensure that no harm comes to you or the child. On the night Frey died, Daphne came to see me. The child had been constantly abused at the orphanage, and when Frey died, the orphanage staff tried to take Daphne to the slums. To the slums? At this point, Claire's entire body began trembling uncontrollably. She continued recounting. If that child had been taken there, the people would not have let her go. She was terribly injured, but I made a truly dreadful bargain with her. Daphne badly injured her legs while trying to fulfill it, and she nearly had to live the rest of her life with that disability as a lingering after effect. Do you know what that child said to me when she heard she might never be able to walk again? Trading one leg for my life is a very small price to pay. Those were the words of a 7-year-old child. That poor child was so desperate that she screamed and begged for help. She escaped death. If her secret is revealed, Daphne will have to suffer even more pain. I knew you would never reveal her secret, but the anxiety in my heart always stopped me from telling you. I am sorry. Axel. Acilius embraced Claire and comforted her. It's all right. It's all right. At that moment, Daphne was in a dark forest. She screamed, "Stop! Don't come near me!" It caught me. "Come here." Daphne woke with a start. It turned out to have only been a dream. No. Oh, so it was a dream? Thank God. Even if it was only a dream, if I got caught. Huh? What's wrong, Kiki? Come to think of it, Ragna stayed beside me all night yesterday. Only now did she realize that Ragna's face was flushed red with fever. Ragna, wake up, Ragna. A short while later, Lennox said, his fever is too high. He was perfectly fine yesterday. Ragna's hand slowly reached toward her. Daphne, she hurriedly took it. I am sorry. I didn't notice. It's all right. I haven't been feeling well since yesterday. And you didn't tell me? Lennox advised him. It seems you've caught a bad cold. You should rest today. I don't think you can go see tonight's play. Let's watch another time. But Simon, she suddenly remembered, right? I forgot Simon is coming too. But if I go meet Simon, I'll also have to meet Uncle Acilius. Daphne, it's all right. Go watch it with Simon. That's right. You were really looking forward to it. But Simon will be waiting for you. Go have fun and watch it for me too. I know he was really looking forward to this play as well, and even while he's sick, he's still worrying about me. All right, when I come back, I'll tell you all about the play. You have to come back as soon as the play ends, okay? Okay. Before long, the carriage began to roll forward. Inside the carriage, Daphne and Grand Duke Acilius sat together, but neither of them said a word. Daphne lowered her head and thought, this is so awkward. Normally, we would be talking comfortably, but I can't hope for that kind of relationship anymore. She spoke up, wanting to explain. I didn't mean to hide the truth from you, Uncle, and it wasn't Mother's fault either. I only went to her because I wanted to live. So please don't hate her. If you want, I won't meet Simon anymore. I won't go to the temple or anywhere else. I'll live in hiding as if I don't exist. So please keep a secret. Hearing those words, Acilius called out in pain. Daphne, why would you say that? What did you do wrong? Just because you're the child of a criminal does not mean you are a criminal too. But I am the daughter of the villainess, the woman everyone condemns and wishes would die. Acilius's expression darkened. What did you say? Uncle, he's going to hit me. Daphne, do you think I would hit you? It seemed she had reacted instinctively without realizing it. It must have reminded me of my time at the orphanage. How embarrassing. Daphne, you did nothing wrong. I swore that I would protect your secret for the rest of my life. I will never abandon you. You haven't forgotten that I want to become your father, have you? Acilius's words brought tears to Daphne's eyes. After a while, she gradually calmed down. I haven't forgotten. Just then, the carriage stopped. As soon as she stepped down, she saw Simon already waiting there. She called out cheerfully, "Simon." "Daphne, long time no see." "Yes, it really has been a long time." "Is Ragnar really sick?" "He has a high fever, but everyone says it's probably just a cold. Maybe it's because the weather has gotten colder." Daphne felt secretly happy. Even though it's just an ordinary conversation, I'm truly happy. I also feel relieved because Uncle Asilius is on my side. This peaceful moment is so precious that I don't want it to pass. At the theater, the murmuring of the crowd made her wonder, why is it so noisy? "Uncle, the people fighting over there seem to be knights. I'm not sure what's going on, but I think you should go check. I can't leave the two of you here. I think things will be resolved quickly if you step in." After thinking for a moment, Asilius decided to leave. "All right, I'll be right back." With those words, he left, leaving Simon and Daphne in the theater. Simon asked curiously, "Did you and your uncle have a fight? You two weren't talking like usual." "No, nothing like that happened. If he bothers you, tell me. I'll teach him a lesson. It's really not like that." Just then, the curtain on the stage rose. Oh, it looks like it's starting. Once upon a time, there were two people who loved each other deeply. From fleeting encounters, destiny gradually bound them together. Now, just as they were about to confess their feelings, a wicked, jealous woman interfered in their relationship. That evil woman used all manner of curses to tear them apart. She sowed misfortune and death among countless innocent people to achieve her dark purpose. But in the end, that woman's crimes were exposed, and she suffered a tragic death while imprisoned in a tower. And the two people who never let go of each other's hands, even in the face of adversity, lived happily ever after. It was a beautiful fairy tale-like story, where the villain was punished and the lovers were united. I realize that stories like that make me sick with disgust. Is there no one in this world who feels sad over the villain's death? Do they not care because she is the villain? After the play ended, Simon's first emotion was revulsion. But he panicked even more when he saw Daphne's face. She looked terrible. "Daphne, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Are you all right? Damn it, why isn't Uncle back yet?" She fell silent, unable to speak. "I feel like someone will recognize me and take me away. I can't breathe. I want to run." Just then, Heranis walked towards Simon to greet him. "Your Highness, did you come and watch the play?" "Duke Heranis." "Yes. Did you come to watch it as well?" "Yes, I came with my family." "But who is the little girl hiding behind you?" "My friend. She's shy. I'll introduce her to you later." She thought fearfully, "It's been a long time, and my hair color has changed. But what if he recognizes me?" A woman approached and spoke. "Darling, why did you leave without saying anything?" "I am Sora. I met an acquaintance." "Oh, greetings, Your Highness. I am Eunice Heranis. Your wife is more polite than you are, Duke Heranis." Daphne was secretly surprised. Duke Heranis's wife. Then that woman is. "It is an honor to meet Your Highness." She's the heroine from the first part of the story. And that woman was the one who drove my mother away. Maria suddenly ran up from behind. "Father." "Maria is here too?" Maria hugged her father. "Today's play was so wonderful. Will you hold it again next year? If you liked it, we'll hold it again next year." Simon immediately frowned and asked, "Hold it? You were the one who organized this unpleasant play?" Duke Heranis always believed this was something that should be done. It is an important event that everyone ought to remember. Do you not agree? Simon angrily continued his words. "It certainly is an event worth remembering, but do you think it is acceptable to expose the secrets of a noble family in public?" Maria spoke up. "Did you not like it, Your Highness?" "My father said he made it especially for Mother because he loves her so much." "Oh my, Maria, you're embarrassing me." "Father, didn't you say you fell in love with Mother at first sight?" Daphne cried out inwardly. "What?" They began praising each other again. "Oh my, why would you tell a child things like that?" "But it's true that I fell in love with you at first sight." To Daphne, however, this was truly too much to bear. The Duke fell in love with Eunice first, even though he already had a wife. Simon suddenly asked, "Did you and your former wife not have a child?" Heranis flatly denied it. "Not at all. As far as I know, that is not true." At the orphanage, before Simon could finish speaking, he cut him off. "She was not my daughter. That child was the daughter of the wicked woman Frey. It is quite rude of you to interrupt me like that. And even if she was a wicked woman, you seem to have forgotten that she was once your wife. Do you know that child died at the orphanage? If you had sent that girl to Oswin, her mother's homeland, perhaps she would not have died. Do you not feel guilty? That poor girl died in a sea of flames when she was only 7 years old." Hearing what Simon said, Lady Eunice seemed to know nothing about it. "That girl was burned to death? What are you talking about?" In her mind appeared the image of the great fire that had taken the life of that poor girl. That is exactly what I said. The orphanage warehouse burned down, and that child was the only one who could not escape and died in the most ordinary way. From behind Simon, Daphne asked weakly, If the daughter of that wicked woman were still alive, how would you feel, my lord? Hieronymus replied coldly, If a child carrying her blood were still alive, just thinking about it disgusts me. Today marks exactly 1 year since that wicked woman died. That woman deserved to die. The love story of the two main characters is, of course, a beautiful story. It would have been better if she had died sooner, instead of continuing to be pointed at and condemned by the world. Every word spoken by her own biological father made Daphne's heart feel as if it were being squeezed tight. She hurriedly ran away, even as Simon called after her anxiously from behind. Daphne, why is it only now that I feel hatred for Hieronymus? So all this time, there's someone behind it, someone who made my birth mother suffer such a tragic death. No, he is simply the man who drove my mother to her death. As she was running, she suddenly fell onto the road. At that very moment, a carriage came rushing toward her at full speed. Watch out, Daphne! Simon hurriedly searched for her. Daphne, is something wrong? She's been acting so strange today. She didn't talk to the Lord like usual, and throughout the entire play, her face was tense. Duke Hieronymus bluntly said, That child is truly ill-mannered. In my opinion, it would be best for your highness not to associate with people unfit to be by your side. Who I choose to keep by my side is not for you to interfere with. Then let me offer you a piece of advice as well. If your wish is for your daughter to become crown princess, I am afraid staging negative plays like this is not a wise choice. Duke Hieronymus's face twisted. I will keep that in mind. We shall take our leave. Simon cursed inwardly, shameless family. If he weren't a duke, he would have been caught up in a scandal long ago. But where did Daphne go? Before long, Simon ran to a district in town. Several women were whispering among themselves without stopping. Oh my, what should we do? What is it? Did something happen? It was as if he had seen something terrifying. Simon shouted anxiously, Daphne. Grand Duke Acilius asked with concern, Are you hurt? She answered in panic, Uncle Axel, did I really almost die? If so, death is merely waiting for a chance. It is always beside me. Then what that book said is true. Today was a little strange. Ragna, who is always healthy, suddenly fell ill. The play we watched today was about the death of the wicked woman. The one who created that play was Duke Hieronymus, and when I ran away, I was nearly run over by a carriage. Death still hasn't completely let go of me. Simon immediately ran over. Daphne, are you all right? She thought, if Simon finds out I am the daughter of the wicked woman, he definitely won't worry about me like this. I can't face this kind person now. Those haunting words kept circling endlessly in her mind. Daughter of the wicked woman. That child should have died long ago. Is that child still stubbornly clinging to this life? No, I don't want to hear it. You are not my daughter. I pretended that everything was fine. But in truth, I had gone through so many painful days. However, there was one person who had always been the ray of hope in my life. Ragna, I miss you so much. At that moment, Daphne woke with a start. Claire anxiously asked after her. Daphne, you're awake? The doctor said you weren't injured, but you must have been terribly shocked. But the first thing she cared about after waking up was, Mother, what about Ragna? Where is Ragna? Ragna is resting in his room. But first, let me check on you. Daphne hurriedly jumped down from the bed. I want to see him now. Right now. Ragna is not here. A trembling voice suddenly sounded from behind her. Run. She turned her head and saw Ragna curled up in the corner of the room. Ragna, why are you sitting there? Ragna repeated the words from moments ago. Run away, Daphne. Ragna's eyes, they were like they had been when we first met. In that instant, her body was thrown off balance by something. Daphne tried in shock to grasp what was happening. But in the very next second, Ragna pinned her shoulders hard to the floor, making Daphne cry out in pain. Please run away, Daphne. Daphne squeezed her eyes shut. Fortunately, Ricarda suddenly appeared in the room and quickly used magic to stop Ragna's actions. What the hell are you doing? Daphne looked at her in terror. Ricarda asked anxiously, Are you all right, Daphne? She did not answer and only thought to herself, I understand now. I still haven't escaped the plot. In the small room, Daphne stared thoughtfully out the window. Ragna tried to kill me. My hope tried to kill me. If God exists, how long does he intend to test me? Did my late mother truly commit a terrible crime? Or was she forced to become the villain because of her love for the main character? Then do I have to sacrifice myself for them too? No, I decided the moment I left the orphanage. I will change the plot no matter what it takes. She opened the door and looked inside, where Claire, Ricarda, and Lennox were discussing matters related to her. What about Daphne? She must have been very shocked, but she is asleep for now. They say today's play was about Frey. More importantly, what happened to Ragnar? I thought we removed the hypnosis from him last time. He is fine for now, but we don't know when he might change again. I don't know what to do. My magic has no effect on those two children. Where's Ragnar now? Right now, he says he cannot trust himself. So he voluntarily went to the dragon prison. Those words stunned Daphne. What? This? All of this is because I was too greedy. Because I wanted to keep the male lead by my side. Fate is punishing me. Daphne carried the little fox into the forest. Kiki, help me find the way to the dragon prison. I have to fix my mistake before everything goes too far. Meanwhile, Ragnar sat alone in a corner of the dragon prison. Just as he was at his most despairing, he heard a familiar voice. Ragnar. He suddenly raised his head. Daphne, I am sorry. I am sorry. Daphne, I truly didn't mean to attack you. Daphne smiled and interrupted him. I know. Listen carefully, Ragnar. I've been able to see the future for a very long time. What? And in the future, I saw myself die. But I didn't want to die like that. So I ran away to a place where I could keep myself alive. According to the future that was originally set, you would become the successor, then find true love with another girl, and live a full, happy life together. Me? How do you know that? It sounds stupid, but it was written in a book. That is how the story was supposed to unfold. But Daphne, that's only a story from a book. I know it is very hard to believe, but I had to run from death in desperation. I thought I had escaped this story, but I hadn't. Now I understand. To change the future, everything connected to it has to change. If I try to keep you by my side, then someday you will try to kill me too. Why would you say that? Daphne, I won't kill you. I mean it. Ragnar, I wish I didn't have to say this, but we shouldn't be together. Daphne, please don't do this. Please, let me do what I have to do. I just want to live. I don't want to worry every day, wondering when death will come for me. To do that, I have to change this cruel fate. So what should I do? Should I close the door? What? As if to prove his own words, Ragnar quickly gripped the iron bars of the prison door and said goodbye. If I disappear, you can find happiness, right? Don't cry, Daphne. It hurts me to see you cry. With those words, he shut the door of the dragon prison with his own hands. Seeing the door firmly closed, Daphne truly regretted it. Ragnar, what have I done? What should I do? What should I do? I need to find someone to help. I have to go home. And the next morning, Daphne was somewhat exhausted. What did I fall asleep? I'm sure I went to the forest last night and spoke with Ragnar. Thinking of that, her mind was shaken once again. Claire also raised her head when Daphne woke up. Daphne, are you awake? She nodded faintly. Yes, mother. I need to see Ragnar. Can you call everyone here? We have to get Ragnar out. Calm down, Daphne. Let's call Lennox and go there together. However, when we reached the forest, we couldn't find Ragnar anywhere. The dragon prison had vanished without a trace, leaving only patches of blood on the ground. Ragnar knew very well that once the door closed, there would be no way to escape. It was as if he had sacrificed himself for me. I felt like I had pushed my friend into the abyss of death just so I could live. I am sorry, Ragnar. I shouldn't have said that to you. I just wanted so badly to live. She collapsed in pain onto the lush green grass. If I hadn't tried to change the plot, if I hadn't tried to escape my predetermined fate, a wonderful friend like you would never have had to die. In Claire's office, I should have stopped Ragnar from going there. At the very least, I should have watched Daphne more carefully. I only wanted that child to have happy memories. How did things end up like this? Suddenly, another voice rang out. How is Daphne? Is she still unwell? Yes. Grand Duke Acilius blamed himself. Damn it, I still can't do anything to help Claire. Will that child be all right without you by her side? There are many things I must finish before she wakes up, and afterward, you will have many things to do as well. Doesn't business become less busy in winter? Is something going on? Claire thought silently. But in any case, Acilius needed to know about this. We will be leaving the Clements Empire. After a week bedridden with illness, I finally woke up. Claire opened the door and came in worriedly. How are you feeling? Daphne's eyes filled with tears as she murmured, Mother, I'm sorry. This is all my fault. You don't need a weak successor like me. Claire embraced her and comforted her. Before you are my successor, you are still my precious daughter. You did nothing wrong. Don't say that. Daphne, why don't we leave Clements and travel the world? What? Why so suddenly? Because you aren't happy here. To be honest, I have some ambitions of my own too. Isn't it a waste for a large company like Benedict to be confined to one place? Let's take the chance to explore this continent before Lennox and Ricarda go to their castles. We can learn as we travel and expand the business at the same time. She thought, Mother's right, but I know this is no different from running away. Mother, can you tell me everything about what you left unfinished that night? Claire answered softly, all right. They found many people and a great deal of blood in the basement of Duke Hieronymus' mansion. There were also traces of a curse cast upon the imperial family. However, there was no concrete evidence linking it to Frey, and even the servants' initial testimonies contradicted one another. Even so, the trial was quickly closed. She asked if Duke Hieronymus was the culprit. Would he be punished like an ordinary person? I don't think so. The Duke would have ways to protect himself. Why would someone as powerful as him do nothing to help your mother? Perhaps because he was the one who made those false accusations in the first place. I am sorry. I couldn't investigate any deeper. It seems someone is deliberately obstructing our investigation. Someone deliberately stopping it? Could that be the coercion mentioned in the plot? Then, in the plot, if that was the reason my birth mother became a villainess and had to die, it means it will be difficult for me to escape this fate. But what if I can change it all? What if I can survive and clear my birth mother's name? I won't be afraid of death anymore, because nothing is more terrible than losing Ragna. Now my goal is no longer simply to survive, but also to protect the people I love. To do that, I have to become stronger. Daphne called out, Mother, let's go to the Oswin Empire. Elsewhere, Simon held a piece of paper with trembling hands. Ragna is dead? Did he die because of Daphne? They left Clements without even meeting me once? And they won't accept any replies anymore? What is this? Uncle, you knew everything, didn't you? Acilius remained silent. I need to see Daphne right now. Acilius said gently, the Benedict family left yesterday. Simon cried out in shock, what? I received the letter today and hurried there, but the house was already empty. Hearing that, he angrily threw his coat onto the ground. I knew something happened that day. Is there something I don't know? What could it be? I once looked into Ragna's eyes and wondered if he had some rare illness. If he had suddenly died of sickness, then although it would be very sad, it would at least be understandable. But why leave in such a hurry, without even holding a funeral? Simon asked, please tell me what happened. I'm sorry, but I can't tell you. I knew something was going on. Why did they suddenly leave like that? Her reaction throughout the play about the villainess was strange. What's more, she became even stranger when she met the Duke. Wait, don't tell me. Simon's voice rang through the silent space. Daphne isn't Benedict's biological child, is she? Golden eyes. Among the nobles, only Duke Hieronymus has golden eyes. When did that orphanage burn down? Acilius answered quietly, last winter. If that child is still alive, there is a very high chance it is her. Does that mean Daphne is Frey's daughter? Did you drive them away after learning their secret? He hurriedly spoke up, of course not. I was very confused when I learned the truth, but why would I drive them away? Daphne wanted to leave quietly, so she wouldn't trouble you. Wait, you knew they were leaving? Why didn't you tell me? Why am I only now understanding the whole story at the very end? Now that Ragna is gone, I have to protect Daphne. She is the one who accepted my flaws. My feelings for her are not merely friendship. Now I've finally realized how I feel, but Daphne is already gone. It must be because I gave her no reason to trust me. You said Duke Hieronymus is here? He answered yes. I heard they came to discuss the engagement. You should go back. It will be difficult for you to show your good side if we stay together. I have to protect my friend at all costs. After that, Duke Hieronymus' family discussed the engagement with Simon. He said, how about holding the engagement ceremony after the girl's 10th birthday? Then we can officially announce it on the Crown Prince's birthday. Simon set his teacup down on the table and said calmly, Father, there is something I want to tell you. What is it? I have no intention of marrying Maria Hieronymus. A single sentence shocked everyone in the room. The Duke gripped the armrest in astonishment, and even Simon's mother was very surprised. She asked, what are you saying? Lady Maria is someone the imperial family needs. The emperor also asked, why do you say that? If the color the imperial family needs is gold, shouldn't we bring in the most beautiful shade of gold? The Duke said in displeasure, Your Highness speaks as if you know another girl with golden eyes. That's right. My apologies, but I do know a girl with golden eyes, and hers shine even more brightly than Maria Hieronymus's. Hearing those words from the Crown Prince, the Duke angrily slammed the table and shouted, What? This is outrageous. How dare your Highness say such things? If that is how you feel, then it seems there is no reason to continue this marriage discussion. Simon smiled inwardly. With this, it would be best for our two families to stop associating for a while. I promise there will always be a place for you when you return, Daphne. Ragna, I will protect Daphne. In a desolate forest, there was a dragon with an enormous body curled up. Suddenly, it raised its head and wondered, what is going on? It spread its vast wings and flew into the sky. The giant dragon suddenly transformed into a handsome man. He patted his shoulder in suspicion and said, "Don't tell me there are still fools trying to subdue dragons." Suddenly, he stopped. What is this? This is the prison I gave to the first emperor. Who is this brat? A baby dragon? But it is in human form. It seems the boy is undergoing his second awakening. Dragons are nearly extinct. I can hardly believe I'm seeing one this young. All right, I will protect you. Looking back on the past, Ragna looked at his bloodstained hand while coughing. Am I going to die like this? Huh. Joseph Michaela, come here. He opened his eyes in shock. Seeing an unfamiliar room before him, he wondered, where am I? I thought I was inside the dragon prison. He was startled by a sudden voice. You're awake? I thought you would sleep for at least 5 years. You awakened quite early. Ragna asked suspiciously, 5 years? What do you mean by awakened? Where am I? And who are you? You know nothing about awakening? Surely you must know something about your own race. Race? I'm human. Good grief, who are you? Why am I here? I don't know where to begin. You're not human. You belong to a race superior to humans in every way. You are a dragon. That is your true nature. He gripped the blanket tightly and denied it firmly. Nonsense. A mirror suddenly appeared before his eyes. Looking into it, Ragna saw his unusual purple pupils, along with Joseph's voice. No matter how much you deny it, the truth remains the truth. Look at your eyes. Do humans have eyes like that? Though your outward form is not yet perfect, you are certainly a dragon. Do you know exactly how old you are? You haven't developed normally for many years, have you? Dragons usually only grow after awakening. Also, you were normally healthy, but suddenly became ill, correct? He answered in confusion. That's right. Try to remember that time. That was the sign that your awakening had begun. Look at how your body has changed. Looking into the mirror, Ragna saw that he seemed to have grown rapidly. He exclaimed in shock, Huh? What happened to my body? You slept for 3 years. Although your body has grown, by dragon standards, you are still only a child. Therefore, I will be your guardian. Why do you want to help me? This may be the final effort of a lonely old man before the end of his life. To make sure you have everything necessary to become a dragon, I will teach you. From now on, you must call me Master. I don't need you to teach me anything. I have to go find Daphne. Joseph asked, Is that child your mate? Hearing that, he blushed. Mate, Daphne is the most precious person who gave me hope to live. The person I want to spend my whole life beside. It seems that child really is your mate. I have heard stories of humans becoming the mates of dragons. Unlike dragons, who have immortal lifespans, humans have shorter lives. That is why humans often form mate bonds. Through that bond, they can experience a complete life as if they lived as long as dragons. After thinking about it, Ragna asked, How do you form a mate bond? If I tell you right away, where would the fun be? Besides, you cannot possibly understand the true meaning of becoming a dragon. Then tell me. It will take a long time. Do you understand? Ragna answered firmly. Fine. Daphne must be trying her hardest to change her future. I will do my best to help her. 2 years later, inside a carriage, Lennox asked with concern, Are you cold, Daphne? You might get sick. She answered quietly, Yes, I'm cold. But it has been so long since we last came to a new city. Daphne, age 13, the port city of SUC. Daphne smiled brightly and exclaimed, This place smells so salty. That's because it's close to the sea. Ricarda draped a coat over her. That's right. The sea breeze here is very strong. You should wear an extra coat to stay warm. But I feel so stuffy. Kiki, you think so too, right? Where is Mother? She said she would come to the hotel after sending our luggage onto the ship. Ricardo exclaimed, This hotel is really beautiful. This city lies on the main route to Oswin. Although it is only a small city, it seems they built a large, luxurious hotel to serve travelers. That's right. This hotel is no less luxurious than the ones in the Empire. This city also has an amphitheater. Daphne asked curiously, An amphitheater? Go inside. I'll explain it to you. Your legs have fully healed now, but don't let yourself catch a cold. Daphne obediently answered, Yes. Sitting on the soft bed, she pouted and puffed out her cheeks. How could they leave after saying they would explain it to me? She recalled Ricarda saying, I have to go help Mother. Lennox was also dragged away and helplessly waved at her. I have to handle a few matters at the hotel. The little fox looked at her with sparkling eyes. I know. I have you, Kiki. It has been 5 years since we left the Clements Empire and began our journey. As soon as I agreed to the plan to travel everywhere, Mother gave Salvador authority to represent the Benedict family. Our family traveled across the continent before crossing the sea to Oswin. Lennox and Ricarda had planned to study at the Swordsman's Tower and the Mage Tower, but the joy of travel kept them with us for 5 whole years. While we traveled through various kingdoms, Mother expanded her specialty goods business, and I visited temples in each place to treat my legs. I was told to pay attention to my health and avoid strenuous activity for now to make sure everything goes smoothly. I guess my legs will never fully recover, but I think this is enough. I wonder what Simon is doing now. He sent another letter. Even though I left so suddenly, Simon has continued to send letters to our family for years. Because guilt and fear were tangled together, I didn't dare open those letters and read them. It will be a long time before we return to Clements. I really hope I'll have the chance to go back to Clements and apologize, but either way, it won't be too late to start thinking about that when we return. My leg is healed. It's time to begin the second part of the story, so I need to start preparing now. As for me, I'll become stronger and protect myself and the people I love. This dark story is trying to take my life. I need to piece together the contents of the original story before I forget everything. I have to make use of every bit of information I have. In part 2, Maria sets out to explore Oswin's dungeon against her parents' wishes and even brings her younger brother along. There, she hides her identity and enrolls in the academy. And wait, this city's name was mentioned before she went to Oswin. What was it about again? I can't remember clearly. Suddenly, she heard cheers ringing out from outside. So those cheers are coming from the Colosseum? The Colosseum feels very familiar. That's right. The book said Maria always had a special knight by her side. Yes, Maria rescued that person from this city's Colosseum. In return, that person became Maria's knight. I only remember that she was a woman a few years older than her. I can't believe I remember this much. I have to find her before Maria does. If I can bring that knight to my side, she'll be able to help with many things. My goal now is to go to Oswin, where that academy is located, expand my knowledge and skills, and build connections. My journey will begin by rescuing the knight. The Colosseum resounded with welcoming cheers. Welcome to the Colosseum. Which match are you all looking forward to the most today? The crowd buzzed. Who did you bet on today? The axe wielder, of course. Unbelievable. You didn't bet on the next ace? Daphne thought to herself, if it weren't for that night, I would never come to a place like this. All right, the first match is about to begin. The man with the heavy axe swung his arm toward his opponent. Suddenly, a huge iron ball slammed into the man. A loud thud rang out, frightening her into covering her face. She heard voices laughing outside. Nice, I won. Pay up. Damn it. Trembling, she told herself inwardly, I knew this would happen, but it's a little more than I imagined. Ricarda asked worriedly, Daphne, if you don't feel well, should we leave? She answered softly, I've done my best to endure it until now. Amid the cheers still echoing through the arena, the host's voice rang out. I know you've all been eagerly waiting for this match. She was still trying to convince herself. If I give up now without accomplishing anything, wait, let's watch a little longer. Looking at the girl in the arena, I feel like I need to watch this match. The host's voice rang out again. This is a battle between our Colosseum's rising aces, Fleur, the exiled noblewoman, and Logian, the axe-hammer warrior. Ricarda looked at the huge axe, then at the slender sword Fleur held in the arena, and said softly, that axe seems a bit unfair compared with that sword. Watching the two take their fighting stances in the arena, Daphne frowned slightly in thought. Judging only by their weapons, she seems to be at a disadvantage. But if this were an easy-to-predict match where she would simply be overwhelmed, the crowd wouldn't be this excited. The axe was tossed into the air and caught again. Logian swung it fiercely toward Fleur. Fleur quickly twisted aside to dodge. She dodged again and again, as nimble as a rabbit. Logian raised the axe high and shouted, Ah! At that moment, Fleur launched a counterattack. She rushed toward the man. Fleur aimed straight at his weak point and delivered a powerful kick. Logian crashed hard to the ground. Ricarda exclaimed in surprise, that girl. She won while only fighting with the back of her sword. Daphne's eyes shone brightly. I found her. It's her, on a path inside the Colosseum. The two siblings listened to the manager's explanation. If you two are talking about the red-hair girl, that's Fleur. She was sold to us as a combat slave, so you need her owner's permission to meet her. I heard these matches were mainly joined by mercenaries, weren't they? That used to be true, but ever since the number of slaves created by war increased, we spent money buying them to fight. Now the matches are even more brutal and more profitable. Because they have no value, combat slaves become more desperate and reckless. Ricard aside, how awful. Then where is that girl's owner now? He's away on business, but there may be another way to meet her. Oh, how generous of you. This is the prison where the combat slaves for the Colosseum are kept. She looked around anxiously and said, there are more slaves than I expected. Yes, I think it's because there are still countries where slavery is legal. There she is. Don't talk too long. Hey, Fleur, you have visitors. The girl in the cell said softly, visitors? What is it? Daphne spoke with sparkling eyes. I'd like to talk to you for a little while. Is that all right? Fleur answered coldly. I don't know who you are, but I have nothing to say. Daphne suddenly said, I have a proposal for you. You don't want to stay here, do you? Are you seriously asking me that? I'm forced to stay here in order to survive. The manager explained, Fleur was originally a noblewoman, but her family went bankrupt. Her family went bankrupt? That's right, completely ruined. They were hated by the king of their own country, and as a result, her entire family was executed. She survived on the condition that she become a slave, so our boss bought her. If you want to buy Fleur, the price won't be cheap. The story of a noble knight struggling to survive is very appealing. You must hate this place. Fleur answered awkwardly, that's true, but Daphne said to her brother, I want to buy Fleur. Her brother asked in surprise, really? The manager hurriedly said, didn't you hear me? Her price is at least 100,000 gold coins. Ricarda asked the man, when will your owner return? Huh? I said her price is 100,000 gold coins. Behind the iron door, Fleur said coldly, I'm not interested, leaving everyone stunned. What? An unexpected voice rang out. Daphne puffed out her cheeks, her face sulky with frustration. Lennox laughed teasingly. Daphne, why do you look so upset? Ha! It's because things didn't go her way. Lennox wondered, you couldn't find what you wanted at the Colosseum? Ricarda quickly recounted what had happened. She found it, but she was rejected. Her name is Fleur, and she comes from a noble family. Do you know her? Oh, I've heard rumors that she's a rising star at the Colosseum. If you really need her, shouldn't we use the company's name to pressure them? I don't want to force her to come with me. She's already gone through too many hardships, so I don't want to act rashly. I'll try to persuade her again tomorrow. Do you think you can persuade her? The question made her fall into deep thought. I'll find a way. I have a suggestion for you. Try looking into why she refused to leave. Maybe if we know the reason, it'll be easier to persuade her. Oh, in the original story, Maria completely destroyed the Colosseum and saved Fleur. It also mentioned that Fleur wanted to escape from that place. Then why did she refuse our offer? Many things are still unclear. Tomorrow, I'll go alone, but that's very dangerous. Don't worry, Kiki will always be by my side, and I already asked Mother for permission. Then all right, I'll give you a gift. Here, Lennox, and I prepared this for you. They're magical accessories we created by combining our abilities. They look like ordinary earrings, but they allow the wearer to communicate with others at any time. If you sense danger, you can contact us immediately. Thank you, both of you. At the Colosseum, cheers echoed all around. Sitting in the stands while holding Kiki, she thought to herself, there are so many people. Do they really enjoy watching people hurt one another that much? Why would Fleur want to stay in a place like this? There must be some major reason the original story never mentioned. Suddenly, Daphne widened her eyes and looked toward the stands. Huh, that person. I don't think I saw him yesterday. The cheers continued to echo. Is he a mercenary from another city? They're testing Fleur. A loud voice rang out. The match is beginning. The masked man dragged his sword along. Fleur looked at him. Their eyes met, and the howls from the stands rang in her ears. Stop staring at each other. Get in there already. Fleur was irritated, but she couldn't say anything. She rushed toward the masked man and shouted. The two swords clashed with a metallic clang. Fleur was pushed back by his sword. She climbed back up and swung her sword straight at the man. Her focused eyes, full of killing intent, stared at the masked man. Both swords flew into the air, and then one sword fell straight between the legs of a man in the stands, frightening him badly. The host's voice rang out. A draw. Unfortunately, today's match has ended in a draw. The masked man turned his back and left, then suddenly looked toward the stands. Daphne was slightly surprised. I think our eyes just met. Or was that only my imagination? That afternoon, Daphne went to the prison again to meet Fleur. Fleur said irritably, "You came here again?" "That's right. I came to see you, but it seems you're not in a good mood." "Ah, today's match ended in a draw." "No, that's not it." Looking at her expression, Daphne concluded, "It seems I guessed right." The manager behind her spoke up. "Fleur is doing her best to keep her position as the ace. If she can't." Fleur cut him off. "Shut up." "Oh dear. I'm so scared. I clearly remember telling you yesterday that I wouldn't go with you." "Yeah, today, I want to talk about something else. I'm a little curious about a few things. While watching the match, I realized you only use the handle of your sword until the two swords clash. Are you deliberately not using the blade?" "That's because it would be troublesome if someone got hurt. That's all. If you come with me, you won't have to see bloodshed anymore." Fleur still said irritably, "I told you I won't." Before she could refuse, Daphne smiled and spoke first. "You know, when I want something, I absolutely have to get it, and I don't think I'll give up on you that easily. So I'll keep coming here until I can persuade you." Fleur stared in shock as she turned away. "Why do you have to do that?" "Hey, wait." Leaving the Colosseum, Daphne thought to herself, why does she always have to work so hard to keep the position of ace? TSK. As a combat slave, every defeat could cost her life, but there must be a reason behind what that man said. Suddenly, she heard someone call out, "Hey!" She turned around in confusion. "You're one of the participants in the matches, right? Is something the matter?" The man stayed silent and did not answer. The two stood there looking at each other. Suddenly, the man turned away. "It's nothing." This surprised her. What was that? Kiki, in the basket, raised its head and looked around because of a familiar scent. Daphne asked in surprise, "Kiki, what's wrong? Did you have a nightmare?" "He left before I could ask why he called out to me." What a strange person. But why does he feel so familiar? 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, and then many days later, Fleur asked her helplessly, "How many more times do you plan to bother me? Would you like some chocolate?" That question made Fleur angry. "Why won't you listen to me? I can't understand you. If you want to redeem me, you only need to negotiate with my owner. Slaves don't have the right to choose." Daphne acted as if she hadn't heard. "You don't like chocolate? That's not the issue. Are you trying to lure me with food now?" Daphne smiled and said to her, "Whether it can lure you or not, I don't want to force you to follow me. I want you by my side." Fleur looked at her helplessly without saying anything. "Fleur, in the Colosseum matches, the losers always face death. Is it because you dislike seeing bloodshed that you only use the hilt of your sword in such brutal battles? I heard you were once a knight. That's why you don't want to kill people without reason. Knights only draw their swords to protect their masters." Fleur shouted. "Then what are you trying to say? Are you trying to mock an exiled noble for still trying to hold on to her pride?" Daphne immediately answered, "No. Fleur, I really like that about you. If you come with me, I can promise you a few things." Fleur asked in shock, "What things?" "I won't make you fight meaningless battles. You will always be a knight who uses your sword only to protect me, your master." Fleur lowered her head and answered, I'm not capable of protecting anyone. I couldn't even protect my kingdom or my family. I believe you can do it. So, will you become my personal knight?" Fleur lowered her head and answered hesitantly, I need time to think." "All right, I'll wait for you. They said the owner of the Colosseum will return in another week. So let's talk then." Leaving the Colosseum, she cried out inwardly, "Huh?" I ran into him again. Kiki's eyes sparkled as it raised its head from the bag. It leaped into the man's arms, making her shout, "Kiki, Kiki, you shouldn't do that to a stranger." He said, "This fox is stubborn. I don't think it's going to let go of me." "Then let me escort you back." Daphne refused, saying, "We're travelers here, so we're currently staying at a hotel." "I'm truly sore." Before she could finish, he turned away. "Then we can go to your hotel." She ran after him, a little worried. "Please excuse us." The two of them walked back to the hotel together. "You don't need to apologize. But Kiki has caused you so much trouble. Kiki doesn't usually behave like this." "Ah, we're here. This is our hotel. Kiki, it's time to go back. I'll repay you next time." "Repay me? How?" Just then, a hotel employee came over and asked, "Who are you? What is with that mask? Did you deliberately approach her because you knew she would be the heir to a trading company?" Daphne hurriedly smoothed things over. "He's a warrior from the Colosseum. He brought me back here. I heard the Benedict family was staying here. So you're their heir?" She answered enthusiastically, "That's right." "Then, to repay me for what happened just now, could you introduce me as a guard for the lady of the house?" Those words made her exclaim in surprise, "I'm sorry, but I don't even know who you are. How can I trust someone and let him become a guard when I don't even know his face?" "Oh, my face. And if I just show my face, it'll be fine, right? The moment he took off his mask, Daphne stared intently at that face. She was suddenly shocked and thought, it can't be. The mask was removed, revealing his true face. It was an extremely handsome face she knew well. Ragna. It looks exactly like Ragna. She asked hesitantly, what is your name? He answered, Nas. How old are you? I am 17. Daphne looked down in disappointment. How stupid. What were you expecting? He said, I'm a freelance mercenary, and my combat skills aren't bad either. She answered softly, I know. I saw your match. But why do you want to become a guard for our family? Getting to Oswin is almost impossible for mercenaries without backing. I understand, but asking to become a guard is a little. Suddenly, a voice sounded from behind her. Daphne. The sudden voice startled her. Claire came over and asked, who is this? Ah, mother, I just met him. He's a freelance mercenary and brought me home. Oh, is that so? Thank you very much. It was nothing. I should go now. He looks like Ragna. Yes, but there's no way he could be Ragna, right, mother? No way. The dead can't come back to life. The next day, sitting in the carriage, Daphne thought to herself, Fleur needs some time alone to think. Then I'll go take a look around Sec Square for now. Suddenly, she saw something and murmured, huh, that person. She called out in surprise inwardly. Nas. He also turned to look back, and she shyly turned her head away. This city really is small, but she could not help glancing at him. What's he doing here? He's just standing around here. Could he be watching the passers-by? Should I go over and talk to him? All right, I'm doing this because Kiki caused trouble for him yesterday, not because I've been thinking about him. She approached him. This is for yesterday. I told you it was fine, but I don't like owing anyone. You look better now. Now neither of us owes the other anything, all right? I like us to get along better. By the way, my name is Daphne. All right, Daphne. He lifted it and took a sip, then could not help blurting out, it's so sweet. It just so happens I bought a chocolate latte. If you don't like it, I'll buy you something else. It's fine. It's good. But more importantly, I have a piece of advice. You should stay with a guard. This is not a place where children can wander around alone. Are you worried about me now? Yes. I can't stop thinking about you. But why is that? Could Nas really be? I've heard a lot of rumors about you. Rumors? He continued, they say there's a girl who wants to obtain Fleur and keeps showing up at the Coliseum. Now that I think about it, I met that man before going into the cafe. Has he been following me all this time? I didn't notice at all. I know that Imposter isn't alive anymore, but I still got swept up in my thoughts and forgot reality. She said softly, I understand. He took her hand. If you understand, then let's go. All right. The hotel building gradually came into view. Nas, thank you for walking me back. If you're grateful, then don't wander around alone from now on. I'm worried. That's right, Daphne. Stop acting like an idiot. I need a new plan. In the cell, Fleur spoke up. I've thought a lot about it, and I still think it would be better if I stayed here. Daphne handed her a box of pastries and said with a smile, eat these. I bought them for you. Fleur frowned and replied, do you know what kind of situation this is? Daphne still asked innocently, can you tell me why you don't want to come with me? You really are so. Don't come looking for me ever again. I finally got some time to rest. You have no idea how much of a nuisance you are every time you come here, and you always bring useless things like this. Why do I need to eat them? All right, I understand. Then I'll come one last time tomorrow. If you still feel that way, I'll give up. I hope tomorrow won't be the last time we see each other. A little while later, someone walked in. Cough. Fleur, is that girl not coming today? She won't come here anymore. Just go with the girl. Fleur answered firmly, I don't want to go. Is it because of me? Cough, cough. Fleur looked at the man in alarm. She quickly moved closer and called out worriedly, Cast. The man said, I'm not going to live much longer anyway, so go with that girl and don't worry about me. She shouted, don't say that. I remember the first day you came here. So many people laughed at you because you were a noble sold off as a combat slave, but the moment I met you, I knew you were an excellent knight. Stop it. If you hadn't trained me, I would have died long ago. How could I abandon the person who guided me? So don't talk about death anymore. You're the only person by my side. All right, you're also the only person I can stay beside. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind, making her turn around in shock. Hey, how have you two been lately? Long time no see. Cast. Fleur. You look better now. This person was Emin, the owner of the Coliseum. Cast, you've rested long enough. Don't you think this is the right time to return to the arena? Fleur rushed forward and demanded, you said that if I fought, Cast wouldn't have to fight. That only applies if you do your job properly. I heard you drew with that masked fellow. On top of that, people have been complaining that your matches aren't entertaining anymore. So the two of you will enter the arena together tomorrow. Fleur shouted anxiously, I'll fight in Cast's place, so leave him alone. No, you can't do that, because Cast's opponent is you. She blurted out, what? What do you mean? Why would I be Cast's opponent? It's the way to appease the audience. By the way, the match won't end until one of you dies. Cass spoke up. Fleur, I'll just lose the match. She screamed. He said the match won't end until someone dies. It's all right. Don't feel guilty. After all, I'm a sick, frail man. Your life is still long. Tears streamed down Fleur's face. What are you saying? Things shouldn't turn out like this. Cass doesn't want to die either. I know he still wants to live. If I had told the truth back then, maybe that girl could have helped me and him. Why couldn't I be more honest? But I was afraid she would refuse if I asked her to help both of us. And then I would regret not going alone, or maybe I would blame Cass. Even so, I should have said something. In the end, I'm just a coward. If only I had one more chance. And then a voice rang out, as if giving Fleur hope. Fleur, why are you crying? Fleur thought to herself, please, just give me one more chance. With her face covered in tears, she said softly, Daphne. Cass suddenly shouted, did you say Daphne? You're the one who wants to take Fleur away, aren't you? If that's true, then please take her away right now. Daphne asked, who are you? I'm Cass, Fleur's friend. Cough, cough. She told herself inwardly, if he's begging me to take Fleur away, then he must be very close to her. She spoke up. I want to hear what you have to say first. Suddenly, Cass cried out in alarm. Watch out behind you. Daphne asked in surprise, huh? After that, she woke up with a splitting headache. Ugh, I can't believe they hit me on the head. Is this a cell? The manager spoke up. Oh, you're awake? This kid has guts, doesn't she? Being brave is good, but you're not very smart. I told you the boss would be back soon, but I'm surprised you actually came back. The boss? You mean the owner of this coliseum? That's right. I'm Emin, the owner of this place. I heard someone wanted to take Fleur away, but I didn't expect it to be a little girl like this. I never thought the merchandise would deliver itself to me. You'll fetch a very high price at the upcoming auction. Cass grew worried. Oh no. Fleur looked at her hesitantly and said softly, I'm sorry. Because of me. Daphne comforted them both. This isn't your fault, so you don't need to apologize. But if I had agreed to go with you sooner, you wouldn't have gotten dragged into trouble like this. Hey, it's all right. But what time is it now? I think it's past 10 at night. Really? Then it's still early. I promised to meet my brothers at 11. You're meeting your brothers? She nodded and replied, that's right. But getting inside is the problem. Fleur asked in surprise, you anticipated all of this? Daphne answered calmly, yes. I noticed a few days ago that someone was secretly watching me, so the last time I came here, I deliberately said this would be my final visit. I guess that would spur them into doing something. What if you couldn't get out of here? Why would you take such a risk? You said you couldn't leave this place, so this was the only way. So if I turn this entire Coliseum upside down, you won't have any choice but to leave. We still have time, so can you tell me your story? Thank you for telling me everything. Before we leave, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to get both of you out of here. I'll find a good doctor for Cass, too. While Fleur was delighted, Cass said worriedly, but that will cost a lot of money. Don't worry about money. Let's get out of here first. What are you doing? This lock is enchanted. You can't open it like that. Wait. After a strange potion was poured onto the lock, it was opened with the key Daphne had brought. Fleur exclaimed in surprise. It opened. How did you do that? I used a potion that temporarily neutralizes magic. The cell door opened, and she set Kiki down on the ground. Kiki, do you think you can lead us back to the entrance we saw earlier? Kiki lay down and sniffed the scent on the ground. Seeing it start walking, she said, all right, let's follow Kiki. Fleur asked doubtfully, will we really find the way out by following that fox? What if we run into guards? Suddenly, 2 guards saw them. How did you people get out? That's disgusting. What is that? The 2 guards collapsed to the ground under Fleur and Cass's astonished gazes. Fleur asked, how did you do that? Daphne immediately explained, I used sleeping powder. This is my first time using it, but it seems to work very well. First time? It doesn't look like it at all. These things might be useful later, so let's take them with us. The 3 of them stood before a huge door. We just need to open this door and we'll be done. But we don't have the key. I don't think I can handle this part. From the other side, Lennox called through the magic earring, Daphne. She said softly, Lennox, we're in trouble. We've reached the main door, but we have no way to open it. The door might be controlled remotely. Ricarda said, it looks like it's controlled by some kind of magic tool. Wait there for a moment. Fleur said anxiously, but you know, Daphne, by now he must know we've escaped. If we stay here, we might be discovered. Shoo, it's Emin. The man shouted, what? The cell is empty? How could this happen? Forget it. They can't get far with those chains. Chains? But there weren't any. Emin pressed a red button on a magic tool. That button made 2 magic circles appear on Fleur's and Cass's legs, causing them agony. They're magical shackles. What do we do? At this rate, we'll be caught. From behind them, the owner spoke up. See? I told you they wouldn't be able to get far, didn't I? I thought you were just a cute little girl, but it seems you're quite troublesome. Fleur shouted, Daphne, run. Get out of here. At least you have to escape from here. Emin hurriedly shouted to his subordinates. That brat is running. Catch her. Fleur, cast. We'll save you. Just wait a little longer. Nas saw her from the corner. He grabbed her wrist, making her exclaim in slight surprise, "Ah!" Nas draped a coat over Daphne and pulled her into a corner. The group ran past in a hurry, searching for her. He said, "I warned you this place was dangerous." "Nas, why are you here?" "By coincidence." "What about you? Why are you here?" "I didn't expect to get caught up in this either." "Anyway, thank you for helping me." "Were you hit?" "This spot is swollen." "Ah, actually, I got kidnapped on purpose today. Sort of like a secret mission. I think it started swelling after I was hit." "Do you know who hit you?" "Huh? Is he worried about me?" "What would you do if you knew?" "Right now, I have to get to the Coliseum exit to meet my brothers. I'll take you there. I can't feel at ease watching you wander around like this. Do you think I'm a hamster? Are you trying to escape by yourself?" "No, there are people trying to escape with me. Will the two of them be okay? If something bad happens before I can save them." Nas pondered for a moment, then suddenly said, "I think quietly sneaking away like this would be boring, wouldn't it? I know where the boss's office is. I've heard rumors that he hides a lot of magic tools there." Daphne immediately thought the glowing chains on the combat slave's ankles. There might be a tool there that can free them. So she looked at him and nodded in agreement. The two of them entered the boss's office. "There's more here than I expected." "Nas, do you know which item is linked to the glowing chains?" "I'm not sure." Suddenly, a voice rang out from outside. "Who's in there? Come out right now." She immediately splashed water from the magic flask she had brought. "Huh." The door collapsed. The boss looked at the two of them smugly. "I was wondering where you ran off to, you troublesome brat." Daphne immediately shouted, "There's one more item in his hand. We have to neutralize that one too." Nas nodded and drew his sword. "I understand." The boss angrily ordered, "Stop him." But those soldiers could not withstand even a single blow from him. Then a punch came flying toward the boss. It made him scream in pain. Trembling in agony, he said, "I don't know what you people are planning, but those items cost a fortune, bought directly from the Mage Tower. I don't care what you do, you cannot destroy them." Suddenly, the ceiling cracked. He turned toward Daphne and quickly pulled her into his arms, shielding her from an explosion in the ceiling. The ceiling shattered, revealing a large opening. This made the boss ask in shock, "What? Who are you people?" Lennox said softly, We are Daphne's brothers." Ricardo followed up, "Let go of our sister right now, you lunatic." "What, two more madmen?" "Daphne, who's that guy? Stay away from him." "But he helped me. This is my business. What right do you people have to interfere? Whether it's our business or not, did you think we'd just stand by and watch you kidnap our sister? What is this? It looks like something from the Mage Tower." "That's right. Those are the magical shackles I bought from that tower. You want to take Fleur away? Don't even dream of it. I will never let her go." The magic tool was burned to ashes in Ricardo's hand. "Now those shackles are useless. What are you going to do?" He gaped in disbelief. "How did you do that?" "They said ordinary magic couldn't destroy them." Ricardo used her power to make the stones float into the air. "Are you joking? It would be embarrassing if the future head of the Mage Tower couldn't handle this." Ricardo controlled the stones and pressed them down on the boss, making him scream. Do you think I'll release those slaves just because of this?" Lennox said coldly, "I don't need your cooperation. In any case, once the bomb at the entrance explodes, all the slaves will escape." "What? How dare you kidnap and try to sell the heir of the Benedict family?" "I don't want to concern myself with the wicked things you've done, but if it involves Daphne, that's another matter." The boss wailed, "I really had no intention of selling that brat. I only intended to take her along and send her home. Use that excuse when the guards arrive." When I found Fleur and Cast, they had fainted. I was very worried because they still had not woken up even after a day in the hospital. But the doctor reassured me that it was because their exhaustion had built up, so I waited with a relieved heart. Emin was quickly captured by the guards. I heard they interrogated him thoroughly, as if they had been waiting for a long time to extract every piece of information. All the combat slaves fled at once when their shackles came undone and the explosion rang out at the entrance. Daphne gently placed the flowers into the vase. "I'm so glad everything went well." At that moment, Fleur weakly opened her eyes. Suddenly, she sat up in agitation. "Where am I?" "You're awake, Fleur. You're in the hospital." Fleur softly called her name. "Daphne, where's Cast?" "He's in the room next door." "I didn't expect you to come back to save us. I thought we'd have to find a way out on our own." What kind of person do you think I am?" "I am disappointed." Fleur burst out laughing. "You really are a very special child. By the way, my sword. I heard you use it often, so I brought it here." "Fleur, I feel like you were hurt because of my recklessness." "I am sorry. It's all right. I know you saved me. Is the promise still valid? The one where I said I would protect you with my sword?" Of course, Daphne. What is your family name? Daphne answered quietly. Bernardino. Fleur fell silent, then raised both hands. She spoke with determination. I swear to devote everything I have to protecting you, my master, Daphne Bernardino. Even if it costs me my life, I promise to shield you forever with my sword. I never expected to receive a knight's oath. I'm not even a noble. I accept you as my knight. After that, Fleur sat in the hospital courtyard, and Cast approached her. You came here again. Cass, it's cold. Why did you come outside? They said taking a short walk would be better. Daphne has hired me as an employee for her family's business. I am truly grateful. And after your treatment is finished, they asked whether I would like to become your tutor. She shouted in surprise. What? I need to teach my little one not to throw food around and to behave politely. Who are you calling your little one? There's a reason for it. By the way, I'm very happy. Cass has basically already been my advisor. He laughed and teased her. Oh, are you crying? I'm just so happy. I don't even know if I'm allowed to feel this happy. You've been through so much. You deserve to be happy now. In a large room, Claire asked, Are you sure this is what you want? Yes. I only need your help for a short time. Claire then signed the agreement. Since you saved my daughter, I will accept your request. This is a short-term contract lasting 1 year. Will that be enough? Nas replied politely, Yes, thank you, madam. Claire looked at him and pressed further. You seem to be quite a capable mercenary. Aside from that reason, do you have any other purpose for wanting to work for us? There is no other reason. The two of them shook hands. We will depart for the Osquan Empire in 4 days. You will begin your work then. Yes, Madam Claire. He slowly walked outside. Just then, a voice called out from afar. Wait. Nas turned around and asked, What is it? I wanted to thank you for helping our younger sister. It was nothing major. I've already been rewarded anyway. There's something else I'm very curious about. Is your name really Nas? Yes. Ricarda, standing beside him, frowned, obvious displeasure on her face. Where are you from? It's very far away. Even if I told you, you wouldn't know it. What about your family? I have a foster father, and he's also a mercenary. Your eyes are always. Before Lennox could finish speaking, Nas grew irritated. It would be better if you stopped asking questions and just said what you want. Who exactly are you? You're very suspicious. Lennox stopped her. Enough, Ricarda. It is common in this world for people to resemble one another. Ricarda turned away angrily. I'm going to see Daphne. Seeing that, Lennox bowed to Nas and ran after Ricarda. Please excuse us. Wait, Ricarda. Nas smiled faintly. They haven't changed at all. Nas recalled the past. Joseph ordered sternly, You may only leave this place once you have mastered all the knowledge in these books. What? Are you insane? A surge of power from him struck Nas, making him cry out. Joseph's voice was full of confidence as he said to him, If you can land one hit on us, I will teach you how to form a bond with a companion. Nas trembled as he held the paper in his hand. I have never bonded with a companion before, so I do not know how to do it either. I will go outside, find a method, and then return to teach you. Do not wander around while I am gone. Stay in the dragon realm and practice, or something. He gave a mocking smile, angrily crumpled the paper, and called his name in a cold voice. Joseph, back in the present, and that was how I escaped Joseph's control. To earn money, I began working as a mercenary. Then, as though fate had arranged it, I met Daphne again. I still can't reveal my identity, so I have to be careful not to be found out. But what can I do? I can't take my eyes off you. Daphne stood silently on the balcony, holding a letter in her hand. Simon sent another letter. Suddenly, a gust of wind came from nowhere and swept the letter from her hand. Daphne panicked and chased after it. Oh no, my letter! How far is it going to fly? The letter ended up landing on Nas's face. He quietly watched the letter fall. Daphne called loudly from afar, Nas, thank you for catching my letter for me. He remarked, It seems very important. She said sadly, Yes, it's from a friend I care about very much. But right now, we aren't exactly friends anymore. He asked curiously why. Did the two of you argue? Not exactly. I cut off contact with him and left, because I did some things wrong. Maybe if you read those letters, you'll know whether you and he are still friends. You have quite a lot of letters. Have you never read any of them? How could someone keep sending letters like this and not consider you a friend? But I did something really terrible to him. Have you tried talking to him? No. Then what about reading the letters? I am scared. It's not that I don't want to read them. I want to tear them open, read them, and reply right now. But I'm afraid Simon is angry with me and resents me. While she was sinking into sadness, Nas held out a stuffed bear in front of her. He cheerfully spoke on behalf of the stuffed bear. I'm a worry doll. I will carry all your troubles away. Now I'll take them all away at once. So don't worry anymore and open those letters. Nas handed the stuffed bear to her. You'll do it, right? She shyly accepted it. I'll read them. Thank you, Nas, for helping me at the Coliseum. It was nothing. Don't worry about it. Have you found work yet? Yes. She answered softly. I see. So he will be leaving soon, too. It's sad that we have to say goodbye here. Then goodbye. Although I hope we can meet again someday. I know it won't be that easy. Daphne sat quietly on her bed and carefully opened the letter. Her eyes filled with tears. Oh, why did I think Simon would hate me? He is such a kind person. The letter said, To my dear Daphne, I will always wait for you. She hurriedly picked up a pen and wrote on paper. I'll write to Simon. I'll tell him that I missed him very much too, and apologize for only daring to open and read them now. The scene changed. The ship had departed, and people hurried back and forth. Claire clapped her hands to draw everyone's attention. Before we leave the port for Aswan, I have a few things to say to everyone. A new guardian will be joining the Bernardino family, so please welcome him. He spoke. It is an honor to meet you all. Daphne pointed at him in surprise and shouted, Nas. He waved in greeting, but she immediately turned away, her face clearly sulky. He hurriedly asked, Daphne, are you angry with me? I didn't expect to meet Nas again. He sighed. I thought you knew. I'm sorry if I surprised you. No, I'm not angry. It's just that lately I've had a lot on my mind. Actually, I wanted to become your personal guardian rather than work for the business. Why? Are you still worried about me? Yes. It's just that I can't really help with anything. Why does Nas care about me so much? It makes me think of Ragna. But what if he didn't die? What if he managed to escape from the dragon prison and is still alive somewhere out there? I need to learn more about the dragon prison. Snow began to fall, and a snowflake touched her face. Oh, that's cold. Nas reached out and caught a snowflake. It's snowing. She said happily, it's beautiful. Nas, this may be a little late to say, but I look forward to working with you. He froze for a few seconds, then took her hand, his face turning red. So do I. In southern Aswan, at Ubri Port, she lightly stepped off the ship. So this is Mother's homeland, the Aswan Empire. But why is this place so empty? I heard that Ubri Port was a center of maritime trade. Lennox was somewhat surprised by the sight before him. I didn't expect this place to be so deserted. I heard rumors that merchant ships no longer come and go as often as before because of the Civil War. A man ran over from afar. Wait, please wait. You are from the Bernardino family, aren't you? Yes. Is something the matter? My name is Gaspa, the head of this village. Please give us food. Please sell us food at a price lower than the market rate. Hearing that, Claire and Daphne could not help being shocked. Afterward, they entered a room, and Gaspa sadly explained. Not long ago, the merchants in Aswan competed to raise prices. They took advantage of the shortage in foreign trade caused by the internal war and dungeon problems. The sharp rise in food prices caused extremely disastrous consequences. But the situation became even worse when we faced a severe drought starting last year, making farming incredibly difficult. We have no choice but to rely on imported food, but prices keep soaring. Hearing this, Daphne thought with pity, no wonder everyone on the street looked like they hadn't eaten in days. He knelt down. Please, I beg you. Many people in my village cannot even eat one proper meal. If even a port city is like this, I can't imagine what the situation is like inland. Daphne thought, I'm sure Mother is struggling over this too. In order to maintain good relationships with local merchants, there's an unwritten rule that foreign merchants must sell at comparable prices. Although I sympathize deeply with the current situation, business is not charity, and if we factor in transportation and labor costs, we would truly suffer major losses. Is there really nothing we can do? An idea came to her. Mother, why don't we try this? First, we sell daily necessities at low prices for a limited time and restrict how much each person can buy. It may seem like we'll take a loss, but surely you have a way to make up for it, right? Yes. We can source unique local products here at low cost and export them to other countries. The clothing here is unique and exquisite. They're all handmade, aren't they? Yes. Our village has embroidered patterns on a fabric and sold them for generations. Aswan's products are popular with many people. We may be able to secure exclusive distribution and sales rights for these products. But there may be opposition from Aswan's merchants and nobles. Joining the Merchants Association could help us avoid conflict with other merchants. Then what about the nobles? She answered calmly, I heard that relations between the royal family and the nobles of Aswan are tense. So why don't we try supplying goods to the royal family? Mother, I think there's a risk of failure, but it is still worth trying. What we need to do now is make our family's business name more widely known. Claire smiled and said, all right, then let's try it. Taking the loss turned out to be a great success. The people who received daily necessities at lower prices found stability in their lives, and we achieved our goal of improving our name recognition. Nas said happily, the people seem to be doing better now. There are also many people thanking the Bernardino family. A drop of blood flowed from her hand, but she did not seem to notice. But this is only the beginning. Spring is coming. Farming will soon begin, and we will expand to other villages as well. Nas suddenly froze. He stepped forward and gripped Daphne's wrist tightly, making her cry out in surprise. What are you doing? Daphne, who hurt you? You're holding my wrist so tightly that it hurts. I've been practicing archery lately, so that's how I got hurt. What? Why? I am sorry. I didn't know. You should go. Nas answered sadly. All right, I am sorry. She froze. My feelings are so tangled up right now. I'm certain Nas likes me. Every time he returns from a trip, he comes to see me. And just now, he was so angry, but then he gently took care of me. But every time I meet Nas, he makes me remember Ragna, and I can't help feeling guilty. That night, Daphne tossed and turned with her thoughts. Tomorrow is the day my brothers officially go to the tower, and it will be hard to see them for many years. I can't sleep. I should drink some warm milk. Daphne went downstairs and saw her two older brothers. Lennox asked, Daphne, are you still awake? I can't sleep at all. How is life in Aswan? Do you like it? I do. I've learned many good lessons from Mother, and with Kiki and Fleur by my side, I feel very reassured. They say our business name has become known in a major city, and Kiki has become too heavy to carry around these days. Suddenly, Lennox asked a question that made her pause. What do you think of Nas? You've been with him a lot lately, haven't you? To be honest, when I first met him, I thought Ragna had come back. They look exactly alike, as if they were twins. He is blunt but kind, just like Ragna, and strangely enough, Kiki is very attached to him. Ricarda shouted in surprise, wait a minute, did you say he's kind? He is, isn't he? He always appears out of nowhere to help me when I need it most, then disappears quietly. He even volunteers to take Kiki for walks when I'm tired, without me needing to ask. Lennox pressed her, how does he know that? Ricarda had a wild thought. Is he watching you? Maybe he's so good at magic that he can hide himself whenever he wants. Hey, what kind of person do you think Nas is? Daphne, I know you're very worried about Nas. Lately, you've been reading a lot of books about dragons. You think Nas might be Ragna, but has lost his memory, don't you? But we don't think so. Nas said that the reason he came to Aswan was to find the teacher who raised him from childhood. But Ragna never had a teacher like that. You know that too. I don't want to discourage you from searching for answers on your own. But Daphne, Ragna is dead. If you refuse to acknowledge that they are two different people, then every time you see Nas, it will stir up complicated feelings inside you. That will hurt both of you. We don't want anyone to get hurt. So can you promise me that you will stop thinking Nas is Ragna and stop worrying? She answered softly, all right, I promise. A few weeks later, looking at the scene before her, Fleur spoke in surprise. Is this Mom? This place is so lively. It's amazing that we expanded our territory so quickly. I'm very glad everything has gone smoothly. Now that the two young masters have joined the tower, it seems all that's left for us is to do well from now on. Daphne answered happily. That's wonderful. By the way, Miss Daphne, did you fight with Nas? We didn't fight. We're not children. Suddenly, loud noises rang out, and a booming voice drew the attention of the three of them. Hey, you pests, stop ruining business in other places and get lost. Those scoundrels, how dare they not go through the empires, trading businesses? If you think I'm wrong, then bring out the person in charge. Daphne picked up an apple. Are those the Curtis merchants I've heard about? The ones who pick fights with us whenever they get the chance? It was because of this behavior that the workers asked us to come. With that thought, she stepped forward and spoke. Hello, I am the person in charge. He shouted angrily, what? A brat like you is in charge? What the hell is this little girl talking about? I don't know where you learned business ethics, but this is not how a business should operate. Daphne smiled faintly at the corrupt merchant's words. Seeing that, he froze in surprise. Are you laughing? You can still laugh right now, she answered mockingly. Sorry, but don't you find it funny? A crooked merchant thinks he can win just by shouting. It's ridiculous. The atmosphere fell silent. Everyone was taken aback by her words. He pointed at himself. What did you say? Are you talking about me? It seems you're smart enough to understand that. From a distance, a young man was walking over. He asked curiously, what's going on here? The moment he appeared, that corrupt merchant shouted, Young master. Hearing that, her eyes widened. You're this man's master? What is your name? He answered cheerfully as well. I'm Adam Curtis. She thought to herself, so the Curtis family is behind this. She held out her hand and gestured. Give me the notebook. You're the heir to the Bernardino family, aren't you? Is that so? Well, I didn't think you would be this thoughtless. He shouted in surprise. What? She explained, coldly. That is 50 sacks of flour, 20 crates of cabbage, and 30 crates each of carrots and potatoes. In addition, making things difficult for the employees and intimidating them, causing them stress and harm, is unacceptable. These records contain every loss the Curtis family's servants have caused the Bernardino business over the past week. Adam answered in a low voice. What happened today was nothing significant. I apologize. However, we knew nothing about the information you're referring to. Then I suppose we'll have to file a lawsuit before you come to your senses, won't we? Do you have any evidence? This is a magic sphere that recorded in detail every time your servants interfered with our work. While we have acted completely legally, your business has violated regulations and caused us damage. Moreover, the Bernardino family is currently protected as a member of the Osquan Merchant Association. Adam panicked and hurriedly shouted, "What? Since when? Wait, did you call the guards? You're not going to report this to the Merchant Association, are you? You know how serious the consequences are for a merchant. If the association finds out, we'll have no chance of becoming a major merchant group. What can I do to make you overlook this? I'll do anything. If my father finds out, he'll throw me out of the house." She answered coldly, then kneel and apologize. He frowned and froze as though weighing his options. Suddenly, there was a loud thud. He spoke awkwardly. "I apologize for causing trouble for your business. This will not happen again, so please don't report us." The corrupt merchant beside him saw his young master acting like that and hesitated for a moment. Then he also knelt and said awkwardly, "I'm sorry." Daphne smiled in satisfaction. "All right, the Bernardino family will be generous and overlook this." After they left that place, Fleur shouted angrily, "They're an arrogant bunch. They only pretended to regret it to get through this. At least their arrogance has been crushed, so incidents like today shouldn't happen again. I knew you would deal with them, Lady Daphne." Just then, a courteous man walked over. "It's been a long time," she called out in surprise. "Winston, have you looked over the house you'll be staying in while I'm on?" "I haven't yet." "Oh, there's an archery range behind the house. I heard you were learning archery, so I prepared it for you." Joy showed clearly on Daphne's face. "I won't be staying here for long, but thank you very much. By the way, one of your escorts, Nas, no matter how I look at him." Daphne understood what he meant and answered gently, "I know what you're trying to say. He looks a lot like Ragna, doesn't he?" "Yes, I thought you must have thought so too. It's all right now. I've also talked about it with my brothers. Please tell my mother not to worry too much. The reason you came here right after we entered the country is because she sent you, isn't it? So you noticed. I will certainly tell her on your behalf." Just then, Nas walked over and spoke. "Daphne, so this is where you were. Nas, is something wrong? There's something I want to say. Are you free right now?" Seeing that, Winston whispered, "Please excuse me," and hurried away. Nas said sadly, "About the other day, I never meant to be angry at you. I wanted to apologize." "Are you talking about the day you saw the wound on my hand? You already apologized, so don't worry about it anymore." "I understand." "All right, then from now on, let's make up." Daphne took the gift and asked curiously, "What is this?" "This is an apology gift. I made it myself." As she put on the gloves, she secretly marveled. "They're so soft. They don't seem to be made from ordinary material. The fabric fits my hands perfectly. With these gloves, you won't get hurt when you hold a bow anymore. I hope you like them." Daphne's face flushed. "Thank you, Nas. I really like them." In the library, Fleur asked curiously, "Lady Daphne, why have we come to a bookstore?" Daphne explained, "The Academy entrance exam is coming soon. I think the books at home are enough, but I came here just to be sure." Fleur answered sadly, "I'm certain you'll be at the top of the class, but we probably won't be able to see each other often anymore." "What do you mean? Are you planning to enroll with me?" She shouted in surprise. "Really? Me too, huh? There's a special exam for university students that only assesses practical skills. If not you, then who else would apply to the swordsmanship department?" Fleur answered happily, "I never thought of that. I'm so happy I'll be able to attend the academy with you." "Me too." She carefully read the book in her hands. "We don't have this one at home. It looks useful. I'm from another country, just an ordinary person, and I'm even disliked by many people in the industry. So I need to achieve the highest results, so I won't be looked down on." A voice shouted, startling Daphne. "Hey, that voice is Adam Curtis. Long time no see." She answered coldly, "We aren't close enough to exchange greetings. Don't be so harsh." I reflected on my wrongdoing and was even scolded by my father. Without a hint of emotion, she said, "Yes, I'm sure you were." He hesitated and said, "You know, I sent you a letter. Did you not read it?" She turned away without even looking back. "No, we aren't close enough to send letters to each other." "Wait, what are you doing?" "I sincerely apologize for what happened. I would very much like to understand you better. This is a necklace. Anyone could tell at a glance that it was an extremely valuable and exquisite piece of jewelry. You're the first girl who has ever treated me like this. I really like you. You're the first girl to treat me that way. I've completely fallen for you. She thought helplessly, oh my goodness, I want to wash my hands. I tried to listen to what he was saying, but still. He continued, let's be friends. This is my apology gift. It's made from gemstones from the northern mine. She hurriedly turned away. The only gift I want is for you to stop bothering me. Hearing that, Adam was so frustrated and disappointed that he fell silent. The next day, Adam held a bouquet of flowers in an elegant manner. Today, I brought roses as brilliantly beautiful as you. She shouted in irritation, I don't want them. Daphne and Nas hurried away, leaving him standing there alone. Nas asked quietly, do you need me to deal with him? Just leave him be. But why is he suddenly trying to become friendly? I looked into it too. It turns out he and his brother are fighting over the position of heir in both the business, and I have a very good reputation in this city. It seems he wants to improve his image by bragging that he and I have a good relationship. Nas immediately understood. I see. If so, that's his problem, not yours. In any case, I'll be leaving once I enter the academy. I don't want you getting involved in any unpleasant rumors, not even a little. An idea appeared in Daphne's mind. Well, if you put it that way. Suddenly, Adam's shrill shouting rang out. Hey, what did you do? I've treated you kindly enough, and you repay me by filing a complaint with the Curtis Merchant Association. Because of you, I've had a fever for a week. Were my feelings for you just a joke? I was completely sincere. You should at least return them. Fleur asked, my lady, would you like me to? Daphne waved her hand and said, no need. Let him have one last chance to speak. Are you all right making another scene like this? What if you ruin your reputation again? I hear your younger brother is very different from you. He asked in surprise, what did you just say? You were working with my younger brother from the start to harass me. To be frank, you're the one harassing me. This is getting more and more absurd. If you don't want rumors to spread that you've been harassing a girl, then you should leave. The butler spoke politely. Young master, perhaps now is the time. Adam immediately pulled off his glove. He angrily threw the glove toward her. Adam declared aggressively, I, Adam Curtis, challenge you, Daphne Bernardino, to a one-on-one duel. She thought to herself, this guy has finally used his brain. In Aswan, duels carried great significance. Losing was still less humiliating than refusing a challenge. He declared confidently, I heard you've been practicing archery lately, so I'll let you choose that. Each person will shoot 3 arrows. Whoever has the higher score at the end wins. If I win, you must kneel and beg me for forgiveness. Daphne immediately answered, and if I win, you must give up your position as heir. If that condition is not included, I won't agree. Fine. Then we'll meet in the square at noon 1 week from now. Seeing that she had accepted Adam's challenge, Fleur shouted in panic, my lady, I can't believe you accepted such an unfair duel. You haven't even been practicing archery for very long. It's all right. I only accepted the challenge because I was sure. Arrows were fired continuously at the target, but every single one missed the center. Winston said helplessly, what terrifying skill. Daphne said sadly, this is bad, but he definitely praised me. He spoke gently, your stance is very good. Or maybe he isn't being honest because he doesn't want to hurt me. Nas said helplessly, I heard Adam has a natural talent for archery. Fleur shouted angrily, what? Really? That cunning bastard. In the mornings, I have to run around managing the business, and after that, I have to go to the library to study for the entrance exam. Because of that busy schedule, I had no choice but to sacrifice sleep to practice archery. She missed the bullseye again. This isn't easy at all. It's already been 3 days, but I still can't improve. Nas silently walked over. You're still practicing at this hour? After the match, I'll be able to sleep all I want. Even so, don't skip sleep just because you don't have enough time. It'll become a habit. She turned and continued practicing. Does he think I don't know that? Suddenly, he said, excuse me for a moment. Your posture isn't quite right. You're putting too much weight on your right foot. She thought shyly, he's standing so close. Is it just me, or does he give off such a sweet scent? Nas spoke gently. Good. Now focus on the target in front of you. She told herself, the target in front of me. I have to hit the bullseye and get 10 points. The arrow left the bow. This time, the arrow landed close to the center. The two of them looked at the target in surprise. Daphne shouted happily, 8 points. I got 8 points. Nas answered with satisfaction. That's right. If you continue like this, you'll have a chance of winning. Let me show you the posture. Let's try again. A few days later, in the square of Mong City, Daphne had been waiting since early on. She warmed up calmly and was fully prepared as she waited for him to arrive. Adam spoke excitedly. "I thought you had run away." She turned away in annoyance and told herself, "Calm down, Daphne. Just do it the way you did during practice." At the archery range, Adam gripped the bow tightly in his hand. He confidently drew it back and said, "Watch and learn." Immediately afterward, 2 arrows flew straight into the bullseye, and then another arrow struck the bullseye with force. A voice rang out, 30 points, leaving Daphne, Nas, and Fleur all stunned as they thought, unbelievable. Adam had proposed an archery challenge while knowing perfectly well her skill was no match for his. Yet he acted as if he was giving her the advantage. What a sly bastard. Nas gently patted her shoulder. "Daphne, if you keep a good posture, you'll get a fairly high score. Just try not to put weight on your injured leg. I believe in you. Go win." She spoke, moved. "Nas." She gripped the bow tightly, her heart filled with determination. "All right, I have to believe in myself." She stepped in front of the target and firmly drew the bow. "I have to remember the feeling from practicing with Nas. I have to recall that thrilling feeling when all my senses grew sharper and I focused entirely on the target." There was the sound of wind rushing past, then a thud. An arrow lodged in the bullseye. Daphne calmly drew the second arrow. "The first shot was good, but I shouldn't get too excited. My stance might become wrong." The second arrow shot through and split the first arrow in half. Daphne was somewhat amazed. "I split the arrow in half. There's only 1 arrow left. If I can get another 10 points by hitting the bullseye." Once again, the third arrow shot through and split the second arrow in half. Everyone around them was utterly astonished. Nas said calmly, "Just as I expected, she won. Compared to that arrogant guy, she achieved an even more perfect score." Everyone around them erupted into cheers. Meanwhile, Adam fell into confusion, while Daphne still had not recovered from her shock. "Unbelievable." Fleur shed tears of emotion. "My lady won." Everyone continued murmuring. "Is this real? I heard she hasn't been practicing for long." Daphne complained, "My eyes feel hot." Nas covered her eyes. "It's because you focus too hard. Close your eyes and relax for a while." "Ah, it's that scent again. The scent from when we were practicing. But why does it stir up such a wave of nostalgia?" Winston also came over, clapping in congratulations. "Congratulations, Lady Daphne." Daphne smiled in response and thought to herself, "Well, never mind. I should enjoy my victory first." Back in her bedroom, someone said, "Lady Daphne, something has arrived for you. It's a gift from the Curtis Merchant Association." "Ah, from the new heir, the new successor." So Adam really did give up his position as heir? Daphne explained, "Before the match, I drew up a contract and sent it only to Adam's younger brother. After all, he sent me a beautiful bow and arrows, along with a letter saying he wanted to maintain a good relationship with me. I should respond in kind. Thank you both for helping me." Fleur answered happily, "We didn't help at all. It was because you worked hard, my lady." Nas also said, "Only now do I dare admit it, but honestly, I once thought you couldn't win." Hearing that, Daphne thought, "This guy, he said he believed in me. Wait, how'd he know my leg was injured? That happened a long time ago. Someone who just arrived couldn't possibly know. No, I can't have these thoughts anymore. Someone must have told him." In the banquet hall, Daphne lifted her skirt and hurried forward, calling out, "Mother!" Claire joyfully embraced her. "My dear daughter, it's been so long. I heard we've been promoted into the ranks of great merchants." "Ah, so you heard too. It's all thanks to you." Daphne said, "I'm very proud, Mother." "Thank you, dear. You must be nervous." "A little. I've never been to a place like this before. Maybe because this party is hosted by the Merchant Association, there are so many people. You'll get used to it soon. But don't be too surprised." "What do you mean, surprised?" A voice came from far away. "Hello, Daphne." That voice. The ones who arrived were Asilius and Simon. Daphne exclaimed in surprise, "Simon, Uncle Asilius." Simon said, "I missed you, Daphne." Asilius, meanwhile, was a bit overexcited, tears streaming down his face. "It's been so long since I last saw you two." Claire turned to Daphne and said, "Parties like this are usually very boring. Go play with your friend." She answered yes. Simon and Daphne sat on a bench in the garden. His eyes stayed fixed on her, making her think nervously. "I don't even know what to say to him." Simon spoke brightly. "You've grown up. You used to be so tiny, remember?" She spoke up in protest. "I wasn't that tiny. I'm so glad. You never replied to me, so I thought we'd never see each other again. I am sorry." Suddenly, Simon took her hand. I didn't know you would leave so suddenly. Honestly, I was really angry at first, but after I calmed down and thought about it, I wondered if I had done something that made you run away like that. Maybe I hadn't made you trust me completely. I don't care whose daughter you are. To me, you aren't the daughter of a traitor. You're a very precious friend of mine. Daphne asked, "What brings you here?" I looked over the Bernardino family's application to be recognized as major merchants. My father agreed because he saw it as an opportunity to strengthen communications with the Aswan Empire. Of course, I supported it completely too. She replied, "I see. Thank you. There's something I want to tell you." Actually, what happened to Ragna was all my fault. Simon asked in shock, "What?" She told him the whole story from beginning to end. "That's what happened." "I see. But I can't blame you for that. I can only blame myself for not knowing my friends were having such a hard time." "Simon, you didn't do anything wrong. From now on, Daphne, I'll protect you in Ragna's place. You don't have to worry about me like that." Before she could finish speaking, Nas suddenly appeared, his face dark as he said, "There you are, Daphne. Madame Bernardino says it's time to go." Simon muttered in astonishment, "Ragna." Then he suddenly shot to his feet. "You're Ragna, aren't you?" "Daphne, what is going on?" Ragna was about to speak. But Daphne interrupted. "Simon, wait. I'll explain everything to you. This man is my family's guardian, Nas. He looks like Ragna, but he is absolutely not him." "What?" "But he looks so much like him." I was very confused at first too, but Nas is different from Ragna in many ways. Nas isn't Ragna. If you spend time with him, you'll understand. "Simon, do you trust me?" In the room, Simon sat blankly in his chair. Ragna brought food over and said, "The chef has prepared some light refreshments for you two." "Thank you. I have something important to discuss with my friend, so could you set it down and leave us for a while?" "Forgive me, but I'm Daphne's bodyguard. I'm here with her, so there's nothing to worry about. Besides, even if you're her bodyguard, do you really need to stay right beside her at all times? It won't be good for Daphne's reputation if people start talking." Daphne added, "Simon isn't wrong. In any case, you're our family's bodyguard, not mine alone, so you can go see my mother and help her." Ragna turned sharply and left. Simon said, "No matter how I look at him, he's definitely Ragna. Why would he have to pretend to be someone else? How can you be so sure?" "Simon, maybe they just look very similar. I wouldn't be sure if it were only based on appearance, but when I saw that he has the exact same composure as Ragna, it felt like too much of a coincidence." Hearing that, she thought worriedly, "I decided I wouldn't see Nas as Ragna anymore, but seeing Simon so certain is making me start doubting myself again." Simon continued, "It's easy to tell he's trying to hide his identity. He's clearly trying to come between us. Now that you say it, it does seem that way. I've just thought of a plan." After some time, Simon cried out in amazement, "Daphne, you're so beautiful. Are you an angel who just descended to earth? You're always beautiful." "Good morning, Simon. You've already given me so many gifts. You don't need to do this every day. It will never be enough for my one and only precious friend." "That's right. You're my only friend." Meanwhile, Nas stood in the distance, his expression dark. As the two of them walked away, she glanced back and thought, "Is it working?" Simon's plan was to make Nas jealous. Throughout the entire trip, he silently watched the two of them. Simon said, "I'll buy you gifts to make up for the birthdays I missed." "Oh my, thank you so much. You'll wear this dress tomorrow, won't you?" She replied cheerfully, "If it's a gift from my only friend, of course I'll wear it." Their cheerful conversation echoed through the street. After several days of carrying out the plan, Simon and Daphne sat dejectedly on a bench. His gaze is getting sharper and sharper. He's exposing himself too easily. "Have you never suspected him?" "I have, but he always denies it." "Right. You said he mentioned a godfather. But I have to go home soon, so I hope he'll admit the truth to us quickly." "Oh, the Duke has been bothering me, so oops." Realizing he had let something slip, he quickly stopped. Daphne asked blankly, "Ducaronis?" "But why?" Simon replied awkwardly. "Because I said I wouldn't get engaged to his daughter." "What? Why not?" "Because I don't want to." "But is it all right for you to refuse like that?" "Of course it's fine. I'm a crown prince. Besides, I never liked the Hironi's family from the first time I met them." "You're right. And it's wonderful to see that you no longer care about eye color." Daphne continued, "Canceling the engagement between you and Maria means you're now willing to marry any other girl, even if she doesn't have golden eyes, right?" Simon looked a little dazed, his face turning bright red. "I'm such an idiot. Do you feel hot? Shall we go back?" "It's just that after hearing you say that, I realized I really don't care about golden eyes anymore. That was only an excuse. I just wanted someone who truly wanted to stay by my side." "You're amazing, Daphne." she asked in confusion. What's gotten into you all of a sudden? Then she thought to herself, oh well, at least he looks very happy. That evening, Daphne lay on her bed and thought, I'm exhausted, but today was fun. Kiki suddenly stared into the air, then went to the window and brought her a letter in its mouth. What is this? The contents of the letter read, I have something to tell you. Meet me at the restaurant in the city center at 6 in the evening. Signed, Nas. Nas. Could it be? Is he going to admit the truth? At 3 in the afternoon the next day, Nas sat in the restaurant. He wondered, what is wrong with me? I came early because I felt nervous. Even Simon suspects my true identity. I think it's time to tell them the truth, but no matter what I want to say, all I can say are words of denial. Is this Joseph's doing? Whatever it is, if I can't say it out loud, then at least I can write it down. The restaurant door opened. Thinking Daphne had arrived, he hurriedly stood up, but the person who came in was Joseph. He shouted, wait, Joseph, long time no see. You seem to be doing quite well without me. Do I look like I'm doing well? More importantly, something feels very wrong. Every time I try to explain who I am, the words won't come out, and my facial expression turns extremely strange. Ah, that. I placed a restriction on you. Hearing that, his expression immediately changed. What? You're forced to hide your identity and react coldly to anything related to it. Did you ignore my warning? Go find your companion and reveal yourself. He replied, if Joseph knew how to be a companion, you wouldn't have abandoned me in the first place. Do you think that's why I left you behind? Someone placed a dragon blood curse on you. Newly hatched young are usually protected by their families, but there was no one to care for you, so I had no choice but to investigate your family myself. I traveled all across this land. Fortunately, I met someone from my homeland in Aswan and learned more about your family. You know the Lord loves dragons dearly. Everything that makes up their bodies contains power. When they die, they turn to dust, merge with nature, and return to the Lord's embrace. But your father's blood was used to perform a curse, so he could not return to the Lord and had to rot on this land. I heard he loved his children very much, so your curse may not have been cast by him. But he had a child, half human and half dragon, so that person may have killed your father and cursed you, the newborn child, as his firstborn son. Because he was half human and half dragon, no one noticed him. I'm talking about your older brother, Burton. Nas asked in shock. Are you saying my own brother cursed me? It's only a suspicion. I also try to find your brother, but I don't know where he is, so I had to consider another possibility. I will soon return to the Lord's embrace, so we must act quickly. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck Nas's head. He collapsed to the floor, clutching his head in agony. Joseph shouted in concern, Ragna! In his subconscious, a blurry figure appeared. Burton, what do you think you did to me? Meanwhile, Daphne and Simon were both stunned by Claire's information. Wait, what? So Nas's godfather came to take him away? No wonder we haven't seen him today. How could he leave after asking to meet us? Then what was that letter about? Nas, you really aren't Ragna. Even so, you shouldn't leave without saying a word, should you? Especially after we became that close. No matter who you are, I'm very disappointed in you. Time flew by, and in the winter of the following year, on a clear morning, Daphne gently pushed open the window. Even though it's winter, the weather is so pleasant today. But now isn't the time to relax. I need to finish writing this letter first. Simon is waiting. Maybe at the graduation ceremony at the end of this semester, we'll be able to meet. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. She said, come in. Someone spoke cheerfully. Hello, Daphne. She greeted him in return. Hello, Jerome. He asked, where's the student council president? The dean is looking for him. He must have abandoned student council work again and run off somewhere to play. Have you ever seen the great and noble son of Duke Glenn actually do any work? That's because you, the vice president, do all the work. He's doing it because he dislikes me. He's probably unhappy that a commoner like me has a seat on the council, not to mention that you took first place from him in class. Also, the company that supplies goods to the imperial family has changed to Bernardino. The Glenn family used to be in charge of that business, so of course he's annoyed with me. Suddenly, Jerome pointed ahead. There's the president. Oh, but he's with the new students. That girl, the girl in the crowd, spoke up. Hello, my name is Maria, and I'm an exchange student who will be studying at Aswan Academy. Daphne thought in admiration. No wonder the weather is so nice today. The heroine has appeared. Wait, but why is she an exchange student? According to the rules, she should have been admitted as a transfer student. That detail may not be related, but still worth noting because it could differ from the plot. The two of them also went over to greet her. Nice to meet you. I'm Jerome Gimichi. She also said, I'm Daphne Bernardino. Hearing her surname, Maria was surprised. Bernardino? Oh, are you from a merchant group for the Clemens Empire? That's right, Lady Maria. please don't call me that. I'm 1 year below you, so you don't need to speak formally to me. All right. Then she turned to Glenn and said, the dean is looking for you. Hearing that, he said, why don't you just go see him yourself? You always do that. Does that mean you'll give up the president's seat then? If so, I'll gladly take it. Seeing that the two of them looked like they were about to fight, Maria hurriedly said, Sister Daphne, could you show me around? Oh, but the president probably knows the way better than I do, since he's always sneaking off to play. Actually, I wanted to introduce someone to you. Brother Nas, over here. Hearing that, Daphne turned around in horror. Nas waved and said, Daphne, long time no see. Hello, goodbye. Let's go, Jerome. Maria whispered to Nas. You said the two of you were very close. Meanwhile, Daphne thought after leaving like that, he still acts so calm, as if I care. In any case, the important thing is, how did Maria end up here? At that moment, Fleur approached. Lady Daphne, what are you doing? Is that Nas? Why is he here? Hello, Fleur. It seems he's Maria's bodyguard. Well, it has nothing to do with us, right? Ah, yes, that's right. I'm sorry, but I'll ask someone else to show you around the school later. I hope you make many wonderful memories here. The next day, Daphne walked quietly alone through the hallway. Seeing Maria's group, she thought to herself, Maria, I should just slip by quietly. But Maria spotted her and called out. Daphne, she thought, what a bother. Still, she put on a cheerful expression and walked over. Hello, Maria. What is everyone talking about? We're talking about the dungeon. There's still so much we don't know. Do you know when we'll get to do field practice? I don't know yet either. We have to wait until a dungeon appears before practice teams can be formed. Do you think I'll be able to participate? You know, I came here because I truly wanted to explore a dungeon. I've always wanted to try going into one at least once. But as you know, those aren't common in Clemens. From what I understand, you're thinking of a dungeon as nothing more than a place to explore. Maria replied awkwardly, I suppose so. But she continued, if that's the reason you want to go in, I'm afraid I can't take you along. Maria asked in shock, why not? The dungeons in Aswan have caused the people immense suffering. Even the greatest knights struggle to fight in them. That is why the Empire needs this academy's help. We face the dungeons with a great responsibility, prepared to sacrifice even our lives. But Maria, you don't seem like someone prepared to bear that responsibility. Hearing that, Maria quickly felt ashamed. I am sorry. I was wrong to take it so lightly. I sincerely apologize to everyone involved. Hearing that, her friends comforted her. It's okay. There's no fault in not knowing. That's right. You came here to learn, didn't you? Thank you, everyone. From now on, I'll take dungeons more seriously. Daphne stood watching and silently evaluated the scene. Everyone is polite and kind to Maria. I wonder if people would treat me the same way if I behaved like her. It feels a little bitter. 1 week later, just like in the original storyline, a new dungeon appeared near the academy. A raid group was formed, consisting of 6 Aswan knights, Maria, Castaronis, Nas, Jerome, Fleur, and finally me. The soldiers were enthusiastically praising Maria. Lady Maria can summon spirits, correct? This group is full of very talented individuals, so let's enter with confidence. Nas, Fleur, and Cass took the vanguard and eliminated the monsters ahead. Jerome, Maria, and I supported from the rear. Maria summoned spirits to heal the members' injuries. I had been very worried, but this combination is better than I expected. Just as I thought that, the sound of an argument rang out. Cass said, hey, stop getting in my way. She sighed wearily. I take back what I just said. Fleur retorted, my lord, your lack of skill as a vanguard is not my fault. He shouted, what did you just say? Have you ever beaten me in class? That was because I was going easy on you. Fine. Then let's compete right now to see who can kill the most monsters. Seeing the situation worsening, Maria hurriedly spoke up. Cast, please stop. Fleur provoked him. I'll win anyway. Cast gritted his teeth and replied, we'll see about that. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed off and the contest began. Maria called out worriedly, Cast, wait. Daphne thought, has he lost his mind? Does he think this is a playground or something? Then she quickly ordered, follow him. As they were moving, she suddenly stopped. Damn it, a crossroads. There were 4 paths ahead. What should we do? Daphne calmly replied, we have no choice but to split into 2 groups. Let's divide like this. Fleur, Jerome, and 3 soldiers will be one team, and the remaining 3 will be the other. Fleur, if you find Cast, remember to send a signal. Understood, Lady Daphne. Please be careful. Then they went deeper inside. A soldier following behind comforted Maria. Please don't worry, my lady. Lord Cast will be all right. As she walked in front, she kept turning back to look now and then. Oh, this is bad. The whole team is going to lose morale. Then she suddenly spoke up. Maria, are you all right? I'm sorry, Lady Daphne. This is all my brother's fault. He has always been the winner, so he can't stand the feeling of losing. It's because I never taught him how to behave. I am truly sorry. Maria, you don't need to apologize on your brother's behalf. He isn't a child anymore. He needs to take responsibility for his own actions. Do you really think so? No one has ever said that to me before. I've always had to apologize for my brother's attitude. You're right, Lady Daphne. This time, I'll make sure Cast apologizes himself. Daphne secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Her spirits have risen again, too. I have to use this chance to ask her what I've always wanted to know. By the way, Maria, did your family oppose your studying abroad? At first, my mother was very against it, but I kept persuading her, and in the end, she let me go. Daphne thought, it seems a few details have changed from the original story. Maria added, when we crossed the Aswan border, we ran into a band of thieves. Luckily, Nas rescued us then. When I asked Nas what reward he wanted, he said he also wanted to enter the academy, so I registered him as my bodyguard. She continued, Nas really wanted to meet you, Lady Daphne. I don't know why you're angry, but perhaps. Daphne widened her eyes in exasperation and stopped listening, then quickly turned away. Why would you let a stranger become your bodyguard just so he could enter the academy? What if Nas has dangerous motives? But Lady Daphne, before Maria could finish, a sudden earthquake shook the place. Everyone screamed. What's going on? Daphne thought, I knew this dungeon seemed quiet, but that's Cast. But he's facing a high-level monster. Maria rushed forward anxiously. Cast, I'll save you. Nas, standing behind them, spoke up to stop her. Wait, that monster caused the earthquake. Then what if the people who went in the opposite direction also ran into monsters? Damn it, why does my injured leg have to act up now of all times? The ground began to crack apart. With a loud crash, Daphne fell straight into a deep pit. She screamed inwardly now. For the past 5 years, I've worked as hard as I could to become someone capable of bearing the family business. That was what I thought. No matter what the original story was like, all I had to do was do well. I could take control of my own life. Or is it because I'm still the daughter of the villainess, so I have to step aside for the protagonist to shine? It's so unfair. Ragna, then what about you? Just as I resented God, she cried out in despair. Do you resent me, too? A hand caught her body. A gentle, warm, low voice rang out. Never. I have never resented you once. I was never angry with you. Daphne, she exclaimed in shock. Ragna. He gently held her in his arms and answered, That's right. I'm here. No. How? Ragna carried her and slowly descended. Around them was also a protective shield. He confessed, I missed you so much. Overcome with emotion, her tears continued to fall. Daphne thought, is this a dream? Even if it's only a dream, this is still what I wanted to say if I ever met him again. I am sorry. I drove you away with cruel words and forced you to put yourself into the dragon prison. I am sorry, Ragna. Ragna gently reached out and wiped away her tears. It's all right, Daphne. That was entirely my own choice. I was afraid I would hurt you too. More than anything, thank you for waiting for me. I will never leave you again. Then he embraced her. But how did you escape? Don't tell me you were revived. Why did you pretend to be someone else? Wait a minute. It will take a very long time to explain, but there's something I need to tell you first. The truth is, I'm a dragon. The master of the dragon prison set me free and even told me what species I was. And I lived together with that dragon. I was always thinking about what I could do for you. I wondered whether meeting you again was the right choice. I was very worried that if I did, you would start worrying again about losing your life. Daphne hurriedly spoke up. No, I wouldn't. So after thinking about it for a while, I made a decision. I want to stay by your side. From now on, I'll protect you with everything I have. So, Daphne, will you become my companion? Your companion? Is that really all right? We're only friends. Hearing that, Ragna froze on the spot. Perhaps I didn't explain it clearly enough. What I mean is, this is the way dragons and humans live together, by forming a bond as companions. A human can live with the lifespan of a dragon. So if we form a bond, you won't have to fear death anymore. That's wonderful, but I only want Nas to stay by my side. He continued, and the reason I couldn't reveal my true identity was because that dragon placed a barrier on me. I really wanted to tell you. I am sorry. All right, I understand. Let's stop talking for now and find a way out of here. Outside, Maria sat at the edge of the pit. Worried, she burst into choked sobs and said, Nas, Daphne, Mother always said I could overcome any danger that came my way. I don't know how she could be so sure, but now it seems she was wrong. I don't know what to do at all. Cast approached from behind. Maria, are you hurt? She answered coldly right away. No. Then I'm relieved. Relieved? Can you really say you're relieved? Look, Cast. Daphne and Nas fell into that pit. Maria, calm down. She slapped away her brother's hand. Shut up. Don't you realize this all happened because of you? I didn't mean for this to happen. I only wanted to compete with that girl. Enough excuses. I warned you, remember? I said the dungeon was more dangerous than we thought, and that we needed to be careful not to cause trouble for the whole group. I only did that because I wanted to become a younger brother you could be proud of. But that girl always gets in my way and always shows off. Exactly. Look at what happened because of her cheap pride. All right, Maria, please stop crying. You're worried I might have to take responsibility for causing trouble for our family, right? No, that's not it. Cass said indifferently. Then I just need to get rid of all the witnesses, don't I? What? How can you say that? Is there any need to keep things around that make you suffer? Maria trembled in fear. Cass, what are you saying? This isn't allowed. I knew that anyone who made me even a little sad would pay for it with a painful death, and I suspected that everything had been Cass's doing. I had just kept denying the truth, because I didn't want to admit that my beloved younger brother was such a terrible person. Cass approached and held Maria's trembling shoulders. You won't have to suffer if they die. In any case, both of them are commoners. I'll take care of it. Suddenly, an angry voice rang out. What are you saying? Fleur and Jerome arrived, and she gritted her teeth as she asked, Answer my question. A soldier explained, frightening Cast and Maria. Daphne and Nas fell into this pit. Maria trembled and cried, I'm sorry. Everything is our fault. Well, I'm glad you at least know whose fault it is. Fleur quickly stepped forward, grabbed Cast by the collar, and lifted him up. She dragged Cast to the edge of the pit, making him scream. What are you doing? Let me go, Fleur said coldly. There's never been an accident like this in the dungeon before. Do you know why? Because no one has ever dared to cause trouble like you. Then she threw Cast straight to the ground. After that, she threw her glove right into his face. Stand up. I challenge you to the duel, to the death you've long been waiting for. You may not understand, but as a knight, I use my sword to protect the person most important to me. Yet because of your shallow behavior, I lost that important person. Draw your sword. After I cut you down, I will follow my master. A shining sword was drawn. Cast backed away in fear and hurriedly refused. I don't want to. Fleur still refused to let it go. After things have come to this, you're still stubbornly clinging to your ego? Fine. If you don't want to fight, I'll force you to. Movement began to come from the pit, and she turned to look. From below, two hazy figures shot upward. Ragna landed gently, carrying Daphne in his arms. Fleur burst into tears and shouted, Lady Daphne, I thought you would never be able to come back. Daphne approached and gently embraced her to comfort her. I'm sorry for making you worry, Fleur. No, I should be the one apologizing for failing to protect you. Daphne turned and asked, Is everyone safe? We are all safe. Are you and Nas all right, my lady? We're both fine. But what happened here? Maria trembled and sobbed. Oh God, I'm so sorry. Daphne glanced at Cast. I told you not to apologize for things you didn't do. Lord Cast will be punished for what he has done. You should know that from now on, as long as he remains at the academy, he will be forbidden from entering the dungeon. And it seems the two of you are quite close. Let me introduce him again. This is Ragna, his real name. Because of certain circumstances, he was using another name. Maria stepped forward and said, It seems the two of you have reconciled. Ragna answered, That's right. I will never leave Daphne again. But that's impossible. You aren't a student of this academy, and you aren't Maria's official bodyguard either. Wait, what? But, Ragna, you are banned from this academy. So Ragna had to leave here to reveal his true identity to my mother, my older brothers, Simon, and Uncle Axel. Well, I had to force him to go because he refused to leave me. Ragna hugged her tightly from behind and acted spoiled. Daphne, she immediately said, Don't even think about seeing me again until you tell everyone the whole truth and ask them for forgiveness. I can't believe Ragna is a dragon. When he told me, I still hadn't had time to digest that information. Was this in the original story? The sound of scolding startled her. Do you think if you just smile like that, all your problems will go away? It seems you don't even realize you're a student of this academy. Daphne thought, Daphne approached and spoke up to stop her. Please stop, Lady Carolina. The girl snapped. What do you want? Are you trying to protect him just because the two of you are from the same homeland? Maria called out in distress. Daphne stepped forward and stood in front of her. I'm doing this for your sake, Lady Carolina. Do you want others to see you shouting at a noble from another country? What did you just say? Daphne thought, it sounds like I'm using that as an excuse to defend her, but I'm really being serious. This girl is Carolina Glenn, the villainess who appears in the second part of the original story. In the original novel, Maria entered the academy as a commoner, but possessed outstanding qualities, and Carolina disliked that. As Maria grew more and more popular, Carolina became blinded by jealousy and began bullying her. She kept tormenting Maria, even after becoming the heir to her family's title when her older brother died. And then, when the Glenn family's corruption was exposed, Carolina ended her own life. But the Carolina I've seen isn't that kind of person. Daphne spoke up to explain, I know you are not the sort of person to get angry over personal matters, my lady. Carolina answered arrogantly, that's right, but Maria did something she shouldn't have. Someone treated the recent dungeon accident as if it were nothing serious, just smiling and acting as though it meant nothing. Do you think students here should encourage that kind of behavior? Maria said, I just didn't want to make others uncomfortable. Carolina snapped. So you laughed it off and brushed it aside, even though a student nearly lost her life. Lady Carolina, please calm down. People may spread rumors that you are harassing Maria. Observing Carolina, I noticed something different from the novel. Carolina seemed uncomfortable when other people paid attention to her. At that moment, she snorted coldly and turned away. It's none of your business. You should worry about your business instead. Then she walked away, leaving the two of them there. Maria expressed her gratitude cheerfully. Thank you for helping me. I only helped Lady Carolina, not you. Don't let this happen again. Maria stepped forward and tugged on Daphne's sleeve. Lady Daphne, although it's a little late, I want to sincerely apologize to you for what happened that day. It's fine. I've forgotten about it. Do you? Do you hate me? What is she talking about? Then Daphne walked away. I don't like you or hate you. You didn't do anything wrong. Daphne thought, after all, the guilt lies with your parents, not you. At the office, so this is what Carolina meant when she said I should worry about my business. I can't believe the Imperial family changed suppliers. I suppose they don't want to rely on a foreign business anymore now that the Civil War has ended. They milked us dry and then threw us away. How annoying. I'll go outside for some air. At least they gave us a chance to negotiate before replacing us. While she was walking in the garden, a sound came from the bushes. She wondered, what was that? Is that Lady Carolina? Lady Carolina, choking back tears, Carolina raised her head. Daphne offered her a handkerchief. Carolina forcefully pushed it away. Don't pity me. It isn't pity, it's concern. Hearing that, Carolina blushed and snatched the handkerchief. I could do it myself. Can you tell me why you were crying? The Imperial family will choose the Grey Merchant Guild as their supplier again, because after graduation, I have to become the Empress. They're using me as a bargaining chip. Daphne wondered, but why would they give you the position of consort when the Imperial throne is still vacant? The Imperial family doesn't want to give my family too much power. I see. So they only want your family to enjoy the profits from the business. In any case, I'm only a substitute for my older brother. I thought I only had to live a quiet life and endure until the right time. My mother promised that once I became an adult, I could live the life I wanted. Daphne thought, if she becomes Empress, it will be hard to avoid other people's judging eyes. Lady Carolina, is there something you want to do? How did you know? I notice every time I pass by. You shouldn't waste talent like that. In a novel, magic and alchemy were highly advanced, which had slowed the development of weapons. Around the middle of the second part of the story, Maria obtained a new weapon, a gun made by Carolina. My eldest brother is the master of the magic tower. If you want, I can help you enter it. In exchange, someday, give me one of your masterpieces. After that, a carriage stopped in front of the mansion. The vacation has finally begun. I'm so happy that I can stay by my lady's side and protect her. Daphne asked, how has Cash been lately? Has he gotten better? He recovered long ago. Maybe it's because I've been away from home for too long. But why does something feel strange? Mother, I'm home. Claire welcomed her happily. Daphne, welcome back. Are you punishing Ragna, Mother? She's only keeping her promise. When he revealed his identity, he told Mother she could punish him as much as she wanted. Daphne comforted Ragna. I heard you also apologized to my older brothers. I'm proud of you. You worked hard this semester, my dear daughter. Why don't you rest a little? Don't you have to go to the Imperial Palace tomorrow? That's right, there's still tomorrow. I believe this is also a test of your qualifications as successor. Do you think you can do it? Yes, Mother. Don't worry. I'll achieve good results. After that, Daphne followed the knight. She reassured herself, calm down, Daphne. I'm just going to meet a relative. It's not as if he's some terrifying emperor. Your Majesty, the heir to the Bernardino estate has come to request an audience. Let her in. The Emperor of Aswan was gazing at a painting. Daphne calmly confirmed it. That person is my birth mother, he said suspiciously. Though I have only heard about you, you truly do resemble my younger sister. It is an honor to meet your majesty, the son of Aswan. He said, you need not be afraid. I called you here because I wanted to meet my kin. It truly has been a very long time. The rumors were not wrong. You look very much like your mother. For a moment, I thought Freya in her youth had truly returned. Your mother was very lovely. Freya did not deserve to die like that. Do you know, most people in Aswan have no idea what happened to Freya. Huh? What do you mean? Aswan announced that Freya died of an incurable disease. The authority of the imperial family would have been ruined if the people learned that a princess had become a traitor. Did they say Freya used the blood of the people in the slums to curse the imperial family? How ridiculous. She was terrified of blood. You mean my mother was falsely accused? That duke must have used some scheme for the sake of his mistress. It was despicable, but I still burned every letter and report that told the truth about Freya. If Lamont found out, he would rush to Clemens at once. Wait, he is talking about his younger brother, the center of the rebellion that sparked Aswan's civil war. The Emperor is talking about Lamont Aswan. We could not allow the rebels to flee the country, could we? But in any case, Freya was also a candidate for the throne, so this was also a way to remove her. This man is no different from Duke and Duchess Heronis. Even knowing my mother had been wronged, he turned a blind eye, though they were blood relatives. The Emperor of Aswan got to the point. That is enough about this. Let us finish our negotiations. I hear your older brothers are Tower Masters. Our relationship with the Tower Masters has not been very good, but it has improved since your brothers took over. I hear the Magic Tower and the Alchemy Tower cannot be loyal to any person or any place, but those towers still stand on the lands of Aswan. It is time for both towers to swear loyalty to the ruler of this land. So that is why he wants new allies once the rebellion ends. I cannot make that decision on my own. Please give me some time. The civil war will end soon. Lamont cannot hold out much longer. He will die in the next battle. That should be enough time. However, allow the Bernardino family to serve as supplier during your majesty's reign. Very well. It is interesting to see a kind of decisiveness entirely different from the heir of the Glenn family. I think he is far more decisive than I am. I also heard that he will support the coming war. Is that so? You must work hard as well. I am sure you know that unless you meet my conditions, there is no reason for me to accept a foreign merchant. She quickly left. Yes, your majesty. Daphne did not look back. She thought to herself, this is absurd. My mother's life was destroyed because of that man's filthy desires. A knight came over and asked, are you all right? I am fine. She told herself, I have to be strong. I cannot reveal weakness on the battlefield. Lamont Aswan suffered a crushing defeat in the war and vanished completely from the story. How would he react if he learned my mother had been falsely accused? Would he truly grieve over my mother's death and join me in revenge? I have to meet him. Suddenly, the scene changed. The palace was engulfed in raging flames. Emperor Aswan ordered, confiscate all the assets of the rebel Bernardino family. Take the head of the family head and everyone else. Daphne held him in her arms. Nas, wake up. Suddenly, a shout came from behind her. Daphne Bernardino is the leader of the rebellion. You will be burned alive. It terrified her. Wait, that is me? Why will you not just die? At that moment, Daphne woke with a start. She breathed a sigh of relief. It was only a dream. I must have fallen asleep after returning from the palace. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Daphne said, come in. She set her feet on the floor. Her hand struck the vase, knocking it to the ground, where it shattered. Oh no! She reached out to clean up the glass shards. Seeing this, Nas asked worriedly, Daphne, I heard a noise. Are you hurt? Ah, the vase broke. I was cleaning up the pieces when... He took her hand. How are you feeling now? I came because I wanted to see you. I am glad. Daphne, is something troubling you? She hesitated. Well, there are some important things I need to do, but I am afraid I will ruin everything. What if someone else gets hurt because of me? I cannot lose the people I love again. I am afraid that if Emperor Iverhard wins as he did in the original story, everyone will have to sacrifice themselves because of me. Nas comforted her gently. Daphne, everyone makes mistakes. No one can always make wise choices. Do not hesitate to do what must be done just because you fear mistakes you have not even made yet. You only need to be prepared to protect the people you love. You are right. I only need to be ready to protect them. Nas, this is the plan I came up with. A small village on Mount Statia. Lamont is currently hiding in that village. The people of Statia Village looked somewhat uneasy. So the two of you are lost? But it is not easy for outsiders to find their way in here. We were on our way to the Alchemy Tower in the north. Are you not both too young to be traveling alone? Actually, because both our families opposed our love, we decided to elope. Daphne broke out in a cold sweat. Wait, what? That was not part of the plan. Nas continued, we have nowhere to go, so we plan to ask a friend of ours at the Alchemy Tower for help, rather than die here. The man was suspicious, but it makes no sense to run away in such a large, flashy carriage. She linked arms with Nas and thought, I had better play along. My family is in the transport business, so this large carriage was our only option. Oh, darling, I do not think we are welcome here. What should we do? It'll be dark soon. I hope there is another village nearby. He earnestly followed up, my Daphne is feeling unwell after the long journey. Could you arrange a room for my beloved? No, I want to stay with you. Even if we have to sleep in the carriage, I do not mind. Daphne gazed at him affectionately. Nas, the man suddenly spoke. Your name is Daphne? Yes, that is right. Are you? No, it is nothing. You look very much like someone I knew, but perhaps I am mistaken. It would be better if you two stayed here tonight. Before the young man could react, excuse me, but the man let out a sigh. It is truly sorrowful not to be welcomed anywhere. Nas stood outside the window. Daphne, I found Lamont. Thank you, Nas. Tell me where he is. I will pretend I got lost and try to speak with him. She slowly walked there and stopped before the house. So this is where Lamont is staying. She knocked on the door and spoke. Is anyone home? I lost my way. The door opened. Lamont asked suspiciously, you lost your way? Daphne tried to stay calm. This man is Lamont Osquan. Yes. Could you please show me the way back to the inn? Just go straight in that direction. Oh, thank you very much. This is the crucial moment. He is the only one who can help me avenge my mother's death. It is strange, but some people in the village have been looking at me the same way you are. Why is that? Lamont was startled. Would it trouble you if I asked a question? May I ask what your mother's name is? Why do you want to know my mother's name? I thought, no, impossible. It cannot be. I am sorry. Please forget what I said. Do I remind you of Freya? That was what I expected, because I am Freya's daughter. Freya was the villain who enraged Lamont. It makes no sense. She could hardly trust him. So you really knew nothing? My birth mother died after being falsely accused of being a wicked woman. What? But the imperial family said she died of an incurable disease. So you still believe them? Even now, after they turned you into their enemy? My mother died for the crime of treason. They said she tortured people in the slums and used their blood to curse the imperial family. Lamont clenched his fists. Impossible. She could not even bear the sight of blood. That is why I said she was framed. My mother was imprisoned in that tower and gave birth to me there. I still remember everything about the gray light of that tower and the cold eyes of everyone around us. I still remember how everyone shunned my mother. I can still hear the people cheering when my mother died. He froze on the spot. Lamont shed tears. How could this be? He collapsed to his knees. Daphne knew as soon as she saw it. You are the first person to truly mourn my mother's death. Why did Freya have to die so bitterly? What did my brother and the Duke do? Duke Herones had a new mistress. He wanted to frame my mother and get rid of her, so he could take that mistress as his wife. What? That is not all. The current Emperor of Osquan also turned a blind eye. He stubbornly refused to believe it. But my brother loved and cared for Freya so much. How could he do such a thing? Perhaps you already have your answer. Lamont knew it. He wanted to ensure supreme authority for the imperial family. The Emperor is preparing for the final battle. I know. My side has no support, and our supplies are lacking. Perhaps this time, they will try to annihilate us. Well, I began this to stop my brother's tyranny. I never imagined it would destroy both my family and the Empire. Perhaps you came to take revenge on them, but it is already too late. I am only the last light of dusk. It is not too late. The current sun burns too fiercely, so fiercely that it will destroy even the Empire. Please become a moon that soothes that heat. My name is Daphne Bernardito. I am the heir to the Bernardito estate, the exclusive supplier to the Osquan imperial family. Tell me that you wish to become a righteous emperor, and I will gladly support you. If I am given that chance, I am willing to risk everything to succeed. Afterward, Daphne loaded the carriage with suitcases. I brought as many supplies as I could. If you need anything else, please tell me. And you need more proper clothing as well. In those clothes, it will be difficult for anyone to see you as a worthy successor to the throne. Lamont agreed to her request. Ah, yes, I will change. But why do you want to help me? Even if it is for revenge, the price of failure will be enormous. That is true, but I still believe the emperor should be someone who cares for the people, someone like you. And there are also a few things I want you to fulfill. I have 4 conditions. First, my mother's remains must be placed in the imperial crypt. Second, during your reign, you must appoint Bernardino as the exclusive supplier of goods to the imperial family. Third, you must recognize the independence of the Magic Tower and the Alchemy Tower. And lastly, Emperor Everhard must die. He did not hesitate. Very well. When I chose this path, I was prepared to lose my brother. She declared firmly, if you promise these things when you become emperor, then I, Daphne Bernardino, will supply every good needed for the war. Very well. I promise. Daphne placed her hand on the jewel. Then our agreement is complete. Is your support base secure? He explained clearly, I am still close with a few nobles, but I need to consider further whether they are willing to help me. Only a duke would have enough influence to call upon other nobles. But the Grand Family supported Emperor Everhard even before he ascended the throne. Should I speak with Carolina? The tower was surrounded by forest. Daphne, you arrived safely. Daphne had Fleur disguise herself and go to the Alchemy Tower in case they were being followed. Ricarda could not hide his surprise. Why are you here? And why did you send Fleur there? There is something I want to discuss with you. I went to the palace as the representative of the business, and the emperor promised to make us the supplier. In exchange, the Magic Tower and the Alchemy Tower must swear loyalty. Has that old man gone senile? He demanded our loyalty with a very firm attitude. Even if it is the emperor's request, I will not accept it. In that case, I am thinking of starting a coup. Ricarda fell silent. Then he shouted, what? A coup? Do you know how dangerous that is? Of course I know, but this is all for our business and our estate. Judging by the way the emperor spoke to me about my mother, he must already suspect me. Once he suppresses all the rebellions, his next target will be me. He will also eliminate the Bernardino family, because he will think we have served our purpose. No wonder a few suspicious people have appeared near the Alchemy Tower. But you do not need to worry. If anything happens, I am prepared to sacrifice everything to protect Daphne. All right, I cannot stop you anyway. If that is your decision, I will respect it. I also know you must have already planned everything before telling us. Lennox trusted her absolutely. I will respect your decision too, Daphne. Thank you. Thank you all so much. Someone said, Lady Daphne, there is a letter for you from the Clemens Empire. Here, she was somewhat surprised. Uncle Achilles, you have grown even prettier since the last time I saw you, Daphne. And Nas, it has been a long time. You have no idea how surprised I was when I received that letter. I'm sorry I did not come to see you sooner. He said nothing, but Achilles embraced Nas tightly. Tears fell from his eyes. It is all right. As long as you return safely, nothing else matters. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Uncle. It is good to be able to return. This is the letter I mentioned. Ah, there is one for Nas as well. I see. What is this? A letter of challenge. Daphne, please stop Simon. She laughed in amusement. If you want him to forgive you, you will have to accept his challenge. Starting next year, we have to return to the Clemens Empire. I should start looking for a dueling arena. Fine, but for that to happen, everything has to go according to plan. Could Mother and Uncle Axel have heard us? Achilles was with Claire. Claire, there is something on your face. Huh, where? Daphne felt somewhat relieved as well. They probably did not hear us. Ahem, she did not want to disturb them any longer. We will head outside now. Claire was a little surprised. Is that so? The two of them rejoiced inwardly. Perfect timing. Cakes were displayed in a glass case. Daphne could not help being curious. When do you think they will get married? Nas happily enjoyed his cake. They will probably get married when they are ready. They are happy enough already. She could see through it. I am worried that even though they want to, they are still hesitating. Jerome saw her and came over to greet her. Daphne, why are you here? Oh, Jerome, it has been a long time. This is perfect timing. My mother is holding a small party, and she insisted that you must attend. It is a meeting for the scholarship organization. If the invitation is from Marchioness Dimichi, then I must go. My mother is very fond of you. She says you remind her of someone. Is everything all right at home? What do you mean? After you left the tower, I heard the Duke, visited your house several times. Did Achilles inherit his father's title? Has he become Duke Glenn? Yes, he obtained that title because he commanded several troops. I cannot let him harass Mother. I have to go. I will talk to you later. Nas quickly chased after her. Huh, is that Uncle Axel? Achilles went straight to the point. Daphne is not here. Go back. but I heard she had returned. Bring her out. Daphne immediately spoke up. My lord, are you looking for me? So you finally decided to show yourself. I have to go to the battlefield because you said nonsense to the emperor. Are you that eager to get rid of me? I believe there has been a misunderstanding. His Majesty praised my skills, so I merely said I wanted a fair competition. That is wonderful, but since this happened because of what I said, I would like to give you this. It is a teleportation item. Please use it in an emergency. You want me to flee from the battlefield? Is surviving not more important than pride? Besides, if you die, Carolina will be in trouble. I still hope you can return safely. The next day, the door slowly opened. Carolina spoke up. It has been a long time, Lady Carolina. I'm glad to see you. I never thought my brother would ever leave the house. You managed to do the impossible. I promised I would make sure you could come to me, didn't I? But I still feel guilty about sending my brother to the battlefield. Don't worry, he won't die. As for the invitation, here it is just as I promised. Thank you. Thanks to you, I can go to the Alchemy Tower. It feels like a dream. You're always confident in impossible things. This invitation feels like a reminder that nothing is impossible. You're making me curious. You've achieved your goal. What exactly are you planning? I'll test a reaction. Are you curious about my ultimate goal? Carolina formally offered. We're in the same boat now. I want to help you as much as I can. She stayed silent for a long while. But first, promise me you will never tell anyone about this. If you break your promise, you will never be able to speak again. Do you dare? Yes. I won't breathe a word. Good. The truth is, I am supporting a coup in small ways. What? What did you just say? The current emperor is deeply wicked by nature. His greed has made the people suffer, and he even betrayed the duke who supported him before he ascended the throne. Imagine becoming the empress of someone like that. Carolina jolted in shock. Daphne noticed something strange. What is it? I told Fleur to keep watch. Put your hat on. She flung the door wide open. No, weren't you supposed to return to the Clemens Empire today? Maria, you overheard our entire conversation, didn't you? Maria, what should I do with you? Maria awkwardly explained, I never meant to eavesdrop. The servants brought me here. They probably didn't know Lady Carolina had come. First, I need to get Lady Carolina out of here. Wait here. A carriage will come to the back gate. I'll write to you. Daphne watched her back as she left. She called out loudly, Come in. So why are you here? Maria explained softly, because there are some concerns I wanted to discuss with you. You said you neither liked nor hated me. So I thought you might have a more objective view. I'm truly sorry for eavesdropping, but I won't mention that matter to anyone. Yes, of course you won't. What kind of behavior is this for me? You're my guest, and I haven't even offered you a cup of tea. Here you are. It's calming tea. Thank you. Then she watched Maria collapse to the floor. Daphne called Fleur, and she quickly appeared. Lady Daphne, I'm sure I told you to inform the guards to watch the door carefully. It is my fault. Mrs. Bernardino called me away for something urgent. I won't make you take responsibility for this, but from now on, we will have a secret guest staying here. Make sure no one discovers her. After that, Claire asked, So, you want to use your fourth wish? It has been 5 years. I always wondered when this would happen. Actually, I'm doing something that may shock everyone. When I had an audience with His Majesty, he made an outrageous demand. Since I knew I could not fulfill it, I went to see Uncle Lamont. And after meeting both of my uncles, I became certain that my birth mother was framed. I also think trusting Uncle Lamont is the right thing to do. So I have decided to help with the coup. Claire's hands trembled when she heard her words. Daphne clenched her hands tightly. Yes, and I have one request. If there is any risk, please place the safety of the company above me. Daphne, how can you ask me to do that? I will never agree. Let's discuss this later. The door was firmly closed. She had made up her mind. I'm sorry, Mother. I know this request will hurt you, but the others must live, even if I have to sacrifice myself. Since then, Mother began a cold war with me. A week had passed, but we had not even spoken a word to each other or sat down for a meal together. Meanwhile, the situation surrounding the coup was reaching its climax, but Uncle Lamont still had not gained support from the high-ranking nobles. He needed to become a powerful emperor supported by many people. Maria, Comín, good morning. You look happy. It makes me wonder if you've forgotten your current situation. Maria paid it no mind at all. Today's meal looks delicious. Don't you feel depressed being stuck here? I bet you could escape with the help of the spirits. That's true. Honestly, this place is wonderful. The meals are all amazing, and I don't have to deal with annoying people. I want to live here forever. That's not happening. In truth, I've never had freedom. I feel as if I've been imprisoned in a life where I always have to work hard to be loved and admired by everyone. Even if it was a happy life, I wanted to live my own life, so I ran away from home. Daphne was stunned. What has gotten into this girl all of a sudden? So, there's something I want to ask you. Is there any way I can help you? I think I can assist with your plan. Wait, did she stay here just because she wanted to help me? Stop saying nonsense. Please let me help you. I want to help someone like you. Stop whining. I already have enough help. Maria tackled her to the floor. Suddenly, Ragna walked in. Daphne, it seems the two of you have become friends. Maria smiled brightly and asked, is that true? She refused to admit it. No, we're not friends. He immediately closed the door. I came because I heard a commotion, but it seems I'm disturbing you too. Wait, Ragna, what's wrong with her? You didn't take your eyes off the door. Do you like Ragna? She clarified everything. That's not it. I would never like someone else's lover. Huh? Loa, aren't you and Ragna in love? Seeing how entranced the girl looked, I felt a little uncomfortable. We are, he declared firmly. I've always thought the two of you looked very good together. That flustered Daphne. Wait, why don't I feel upset? Anyway, she's only impressed by Ragna's appearance. That's right, Ragna is beautiful. Huh? I don't feel bothered by this at all. After that, I allowed Maria to move freely around the mansion. To avoid drawing any unnecessary attention, she even disguised herself as a servant. I think that kind of boldness is necessary to become the protagonist. Although life was relatively peaceful, I still could not shake the unease in my heart, and that feeling was not wrong. A servant called out, Lady Daphne, you have a letter. Wait, I'm sorry. Let's pretend nothing happened. Why did she suddenly do that? Lamont spoke through the device. Hello, Daphne. It is still early, so I wasn't sure whether you were awake. I'm here. Please continue, Uncle. We discovered a reconnaissance unit near the base. There's a risk of exposure, so we ambushed them. How could that be? Did you capture their leader? About how old did he look? We couldn't find him, even after searching everywhere. At a glance, he looked like someone who had just graduated from the academy. That's Duke Glenn. He escaped with the ring I gave him. I think Duke Glenn is the one responsible, but he is still so young. He inherited the title early, so he could take part on the battlefield. It seems my brother's main support force has suffered a fatal blow. She thought, was he seriously injured? Then it is highly likely Lysias has returned to the mansion. Otherwise, Carolina would not have sent this message. When they were suddenly attacked while scouting, Duke Glenn disappeared and left his soldiers behind. It was far too perfect a situation, making him suspected of being a traitor. If we play our cards right, we could draw Duke Glenn over to our side. If that is the case, I have to take the gamble. Ragna, I think I'll pay a visit to the Glenn residence. Escort me. Of course. She stopped short. A few days earlier, Maria had whined. You have to let me help too. I want to help others like you do. She flatly refused. Stop whining. I have enough help. I wonder if bringing another healer would be beneficial. At that moment, the butler stopped her group. Lady Carolina says she cannot meet you. She truly said that, so please leave. I do not want to threaten anyone, but it seems I have no other choice. Are you sure there was not an order from the Duke, who suddenly appeared in the middle of the night? The butler was bewildered. How did you? Daphne rejoiced inwardly. Just as I thought. He had no choice but to yield. Please come in. Carolina's father was furious. Carolina, do you think hiding in there is admirable? Her mother gently advised her. Come out just once, dear. You must also fulfill your duty as a representative of the Glenn family. She spoke to reassure them. Let me open the door. Please step aside, both of you. How did you get in here? Leave immediately. Was it not enough that my son had to go to the battlefield because of you? She taped Carolina's parents' mouths shut. Thanks, Ragna. Lady Carolina, it's me, Daphne. There is one final matter I need to discuss with you. It is only me here right now. Could you open the door? She remained silent. Daphne saw that the door had opened, so she went in and asked, Why are you here? I was worried you would be like this. Carolina sobbed. It's all over. My brother will be disabled for the rest of his life, and I will have to bear the responsibility of the Glenn family from now on. I gave you the invitation to the Alchemy Tower, so you wouldn't give up hope, but I don't know when my brother will wake up. I'm deeply discouraged too, but I can't abandon my family for my own sake. I hate this. It was as if Carolina's fate had been decided. But I will not allow that to happen. You don't have to act strong. I will save you from the fate of becoming a villainess. It will be all right. I will be strong for both of us. First, I need to meet the Duke. Can you guide me? Daphne, you really are strange. You have a special talent for turning the impossible into possible. Fine. I suppose I have to go with you. Follow me. I'll take you to my brother. He has been unconscious ever since he returned. We had to treat his severe wounds immediately, but his condition is still very serious. Oh no, he looks to be in critical condition. Maria, I only need you to help him wake up. You can do that, right? Leave it to me. She placed her hand on Glenn's forehead. He truly woke up. Daphne smiled and greeted him. Duke, good morning. Glenn froze and asked, how did you get in here? I heard you escaped alone while ambushing the rebel army. I never thought you would use the tool I gave you in such a dire situation. What? My plan was completely ruined because of you. Don't tell me you're supporting the rebel army. Carolina, get her out of here at once. I can't. I'm sure His Majesty has already learned of the news, too. Do you think he will spare you? He was extremely flustered. So you're working with her? You are a member of the Glenn family. Daphne said, that's right. I am helping the coup forces. But does that matter now? You were the commander, yet you fled using a tool given to you by the coup forces. If His Majesty suppresses the coup now, he will certainly not spare the Glenn family. I suggest you support Lamont Osquan instead. The situation will also stabilize once the coup succeeds. But I can't even move my body now. They said my legs are as good as useless. Is that the problem? I went through something similar when I was 7. My legs were in such a terrible state that I couldn't even stand, but thanks to my determination, I fully recovered. And even if you don't recover, so what? Trivial things like that do not determine a person's worth. So Duke, do not give up. As long as you have the will, I guarantee you will survive. Just promise me that if everything goes well, you will let Carolina be free. Lysias, I don't want to give up on my dream either. Lysias sank into thought. After a moment, he made his decision. Fine, I promise. She raised the recording device. Wonderful. The entire conversation has been recorded. Now we are all in the same boat. It frightened him. How ruthless. Maria, what will you do? You have seen that this is not something to take lightly. If you want, you can leave at any time. Maria insisted firmly. No, I will stay. I heard everything, and I cannot pretend I know nothing. I want to help everyone as much as I can. If she is that determined, there is no stopping her. All right, she was delighted. Thank you. You won't regret it. Daphne then used healing magic to make it easier for him to move. Leave it to me. Fleur felt relieved. She's gone. How comfortable. The next destination was the Dimichi estate. Daphne made a special stop at Jerome's home. I didn't think you would come today. My mother usually dislikes unexpected guests, but this is the first time I've seen her welcome someone like this. Is that so? Daphne's mother's close friend came out to greet her. It has been a long time, Lady Daphne. Thank you, Marchioness, for accepting my sudden visit. Sit down. Why have you come here? There is something I want to discuss with you. But first, I must mention this. I heard you had a very close friend who looked exactly like me. Was her name Freya Osquan? How can you mention that name so easily? Do you know why she died? What do you mean? It was certainly due to illness. Marchioness Dimichi, I come from the Clemens Empire. You do not need to lie to me. I don't understand. His Majesty said. Daphne stated firmly, as the owner of a newspaper, it is not difficult for you to know news from another country. Marchioness Dimichi set her teacup down on the table. So you want me to admit that I spread false information? No, I came to present the truth. Then are you saying I was mistaken? What is this about? I mean that Freya being imprisoned until her death was entirely unjust. Jerome was stunned. Mother, are you? Daphne explained what had happened. You have probably heard that Freya had a child, haven't you? Yes. The child also died in the orphanage fire. I was devastated because I couldn't save my friend's daughter. What meaning is there in asking me these things now? Jerome was utterly bewildered. No way. Are you Princess Freya's daughter? That's right. I was afraid of dying, so I set a fire and escaped. I also asked the Bernardino family for support. The news shocked her. What? That's a lie. That child had purple hair. She gently explained, because I suffered a great shock in childhood. My hair turned silver. Impossible. Then you really are. Oh my, I am sorry, Freya. The Emperor threatened me. I had no other choice. I am sorry. Daphne's eyes grew moist. She took the woman's hand. I am sorry too. My mother would understand. Marchioness, you do not need to apologize for someone else's wrongdoing. Marchioness Dimichi, I will help clear my mother's name and punish those who killed her, including my father, Emperor Everhard. What? If the Emperor discovers your true identity, he will kill you. She had already prepared herself. That is why I must bring him down first. Jerome was uneasy. Daphne, do you think Lamont Osquan is more suited to the throne than the current emperor? Even in difficult circumstances, he still thinks of the people first. So you want me to publish a special feature on the emperor's tyranny so the people can compare him with the rebels. But what right do I have? You are my mother's closest friend and the owner of a leading newspaper in Osquan. This is something only you can do. She agreed. Very well. If I do this, I will no longer have to feel ashamed when I meet Freya in my next life. Afterward, sitting inside the carriage, Daphne raised a question. How did things end up like this? Last night, Ragnar had gone to scout the situation on Uncle Lamont's side. I waited for his call all morning, but then the Emperor suddenly summoned me to provide war supplies. I hope we have not been cornered. Daphne bowed to the Emperor. It is an honor to meet your majesty. Thank you for coming. The coup forces are stronger than I expected. I was quite surprised that they have maintained their strength until now. Did you know? The first emperor was an exceptional hunter. The gods were so impressed that they allowed him to pass that ability down through the generations. Therefore, those of the Aswan bloodline have senses sharper than ordinary people. They never let prey within their sight escape. I inherited that ability as well. Daphne reluctantly praised him. You are truly remarkable. He lifted her chin. Do you know? From the moment I first saw you, I found you repulsive. My instincts told me to kill you. Daphne stammered. Your Majesty. Speak. What are you hiding from me? Your true identity. Who are you, really? Daphne told herself, I have to stay calm. I cannot waver. She answered, I would never betray you, Your Majesty. I'm only a merchant. How could I possibly threaten you? He released his hand. She thought to herself, he cannot say anything because even if I am suspicious, I do not resemble an enemy. The Aswan bloodline developed senses sharper than those of ordinary people, and I inherited that ability too. I think I understand the hunter's instinct. There is definitely something very strange about that extremely powerful sensation I felt when I faced Adam. It is because I inherited the hunter's instinct too. Suddenly, a subordinate reported, Your Majesty, a letter has arrived from the capital. He said coldly, Commune. He focused on reading the letter. Suddenly, he gave a sneer. He hurled the paper to the floor and shouted angrily, Do you still expect me to trust you after this? Trembling, she reached out and picked up the paper. This is the article I asked Count Dimichi to find for me. How did you get this? Did you really think I had no one planted inside the greatest court in this empire? You did this too, didn't you? Clearly, you are the cause of the trouble I am facing. Investigate her. Daphne cried out in panic. Your Majesty, I did not do this. Your Majesty. In the prison, a guard said to her, Do not worry, Miss Daphne. Once the coup is over, His Majesty will recognize your loyalty. All right. Daphne lightly touched her earring. The signal from the item is being blocked. They must have done something to block it. I suppose I will have to wait until nightfall. That evening, under the silent night sky, a crackling voice rang out. Daphne, can you hear me? She immediately answered, Lennox, is that you? Are you all right? I was shocked when Ragna suddenly appeared here. Wait, Ragna, where are you right now? Where else would I be? I am at the center of the coup. The Emperor is retreating after our surprise attack. Are you still all right? I was summoned by the king and am currently imprisoned. Hearing that, Lennox asked in panic. What? Daphne reassured him. It is fine. I will use the chaos to escape. Suddenly, a guard's voice rang out. Miss Daphne, are you all right? What happened? There is an ambush. The rebels have infiltrated. Please hurry outside. Thank you. Daphne thought to herself, I need to find a way out of here. A dungeon guard immediately clamped down on her shoulder. Where do you think you're going? Another guard asked. What are you doing? Let her go. She is helping the rebels. I'm sure of it. Both the magic tower and the alchemists are part of this coup. We have to kill her. A loud noise rang out, and Daphne squeezed her eyes shut in fear. A cold voice spoke. How dare you lay a hand on her? Are you all right, Daphne? It was him. She cried out joyfully. Ragna. The guard were bewildered by the scene before them. Miss Daphne, I think you need to explain what is going on. It is time to end this exhausting war. Tonight, the sun will set and the new moon will rise. He replied in panic. Then what that knight said was true. Daphne, what should we do with them? Do not let them escape. His hand blazed with red flames. Immediately afterward, the red flames flared up and spread throughout the dungeon. Everyone screamed in terror. A mage! Run! There is no way out. Just then, Ricarda rushed over. Daphne, are you here? Ricarda. Ragna, why did you leave me behind? Daphne, are you all right? She answered softly, I am fine. Where is the Emperor? He fled up the mountain, so His Highness Lamont is pursuing him. If the Emperor escapes now, he will regroup his army and return. I cannot let that happen. Ricarda, I will leave the rest to you. You two be careful. The night in the mountains was quiet. The two of them waited silently in a tree. Ragna whispered, They are here. He shouted, Your fate is decided. Lamont, your fate is to die alone on this mountain, where no one can find you. No, I will not die until I have killed you. You think you can defeat me? You have gone too far, little brother. At that moment, Daphne silently drew her bow. The arrow swiftly pierced his back. Emperor Iverhard Oswan asked in pain. Who was that? He looked up at the tree in surprise. You? How did you get here? Just as I suspected, you are the mastermind behind the coup. What did Lamont promise you? Whatever it is, I can give you more. Daphne raised her bow and aimed straight at him as she declared, I only want you dead. He clicked his tongue angrily. Then he pressed a knife to Lamont's throat and threatened, lower your bow. If you move, I will take Lamont with me. Lamont shouted in panic, do not listen to him. Do not worry about me. Daphne, shoot. Daphne lowered the bow. Damn it, Iverhard Oswan threatened. If I leave safely, I will surely return and take your life myself. Ragna asked, what should we do, Daphne? By then, Iverhard Oswan had taken Lamont some distance away. Daphne watched their backs without saying anything. After observing for a while, she noticed that Uncle Lamont was keeping some distance from the Emperor. The Emperor said the Oswan imperial family has a special ability. Thanks to that, I can see very clearly. My prey cannot escape. Using the final gift my mother left me, I will hunt you down. An arrow whistled through the air. It pierced Iverhard Oswan in the nape, making him collapse to his knees as he screamed in pain. Lamont spoke. Iverhard, do you remember what you once said to me? You said you would become a wise emperor for the empire and its people. But you're no longer the sun that illuminates the empire. Do you truly think you can bear the responsibility of sitting on the throne? It certainly will not be easy, but I will do my best to overcome it, because that is my responsibility. Besides, how could you abandon Freya like that? Iverhard Oswan shouted. I did nothing wrong. Nothing at all. Have you still not realized what you have done? This child, truly, Lamont thought to himself, no. I do not want Iverhard to hate Daphne as well. I will endure it alone. After thinking that, Lamont drew his sword. This is the punishment for the sins you have committed. Farewell, brother. Iverhard Oswan was horrified, his face turning pale. What? You dare? After the Emperor's death, the civil war ended. Articles about the Emperor's brutality and death were published, and the people cheered at the news that the Emperor had fallen. Duke Glenn led the gathering of Uncle Lamont supporters, and after being recognized by those he had helped, Uncle Lamont finally ascended the throne. Rain poured endlessly over Oswan Castle. Before Lady Freya's portrait, it took a long time to get here. Daphne asked, Lamont, can she rest here in peace? He answered, I hope so. Lamont reminisced. That child once had a very beautiful and radiant smile. Daphne held the flower and looked up at her mother's portrait. I am sorry this is all I can do for you. When I return, I will clear your name. Today is my birthday and also the graduation ceremony at the academy. Normally, the party would be held in the small hall, but Uncle Lamont wanted a grander party for me. Your graduation is on your birthday as well? Then I will give you a gift. This gift is far too extravagant, but since Mother and I have reconciled, I suppose I should enjoy it a little. Besides, Ragna is by my side, and he looks very handsome. The noble young lady spoke up. Oh, Daphne, are you finally introducing your boyfriend? Now that you're graduating, I will be so lonely. Jerome walked over. Daphne, is Duke Glenn all right? I heard he was injured in the battle. Oh, there he is. He's not here to argue with Daphne, is he? Achilles came toward Daphne together with Maria. He said, congratulations on your graduation, Miss Daphne. Maria added, that's right. Congratulations. Thank you, both of you. Duke Glenn asked shyly, may I ask you for a dance? She replied in surprise, Achilles explained, according to tradition, the student council president and vice president danced the first dance together. Ragna immediately objected. No, you're my dance partner. Oh dear, what should I do? Suddenly, a voice sounded from behind. I apologize, but I would like to be the first to dance with Daphne. She was shocked. Your Majesty, I cannot refuse a request from the king. I'm sorry, Ragna. And so, she danced with Emperor Lamont to the gentle music. He asked, did I surprise you? She answered, yes. Now everyone here knows me. You said you would return to the Clemens Empire after graduation? Yes, because I must clear my mother's name. If Freya's innocence is proven, I will formally demand that the Oswan imperial family take responsibility. She smiled and answered, thank you, your majesty. You may call me uncle. Daphne was stunned. Pardon? You know I cannot do that. Then only when it is just the two of us. And whenever you are in trouble, tell me what you are facing. As the emperor of the Oswan Empire and as your uncle, I will always support you. She answered emotionally. Thank you. In the middle of the spacious room, Carolina spoke up in accusation. Daphne, I heard today is your birthday. Why did you not tell me? Well, because I thought I had no reason to tell you. After dancing with Uncle Lamont, he had left. Carolina pouted. I thought we were friends. I'm sorry. I was careless. All right, take this. Oh, is it finished already? Inside the box was a small, neatly placed pistol. She thought to herself, this is the first time I have seen a gun up close. I try to make it as much like a bow and arrow as possible. If you pull the trigger here, the bullet will be fired. You can also infuse magic into the bullet. Daphne exclaimed in admiration. You really are a genius, Carolina. Thank you. I was able to finish it early because the master of the alchemy tower helped me. You mean my older brother? That's right. He gave me the materials I needed and offered me a lot of advice. It is no wonder he is the master of the alchemy tower. I have never met anyone who understood me like that before. That is wonderful. Daphne's eyes widened in surprise. Does Carolina like Achilles? No, it is best not to ask. There is something else I need to tell her. There is something I need to tell you, Carolina. It is the secret of my birthday. Because you're my friend, I want to tell you myself. Why I had to hide my identity and where I came from, and some of the reasons I took part in the coup. Daphne, you must have had such a hard time. I never thought she would react like that. You cannot tell anyone about this until I clear my mother's name. All right? Of course. Thank you for telling me. I feel so sorry for the princess. How could something so cruel happen to her? Suddenly, a thought flashed through Carolina's mind. Wait, then that means Miss Maria is... Daphne admitted. That's right. She is my younger half-sister. Oh my goodness. How can you be so kind after everything that happened? She did not know anything about it. If she had approached me while knowing the truth, I would have hated her. I'm rather curious about that too. I wonder how Maria will react when she learns the truth. After that, Daphne looked around. Where did Ragnar go? I feel guilty for leaving him alone like this. Oh, there he is. Ragnar was currently surrounded by many young ladies. I have never seen that expression on his face before. Ragnar's gaze stopped. He waved happily and called, Daphne. She walked over and said, you must be bored. I'm sorry for leaving you here. Ragnar hurried over and reassured her. It is fine. A lot of people came to talk to me. It looked like you were ignoring all of them, though. Why don't we dance together, Ragnar? Aren't you tired? But I have not had the chance to dance with my partner yet. So may I have this dance, sir? It will be my honor, miss. Afterward, at a vast harbor, Daphne enjoyed the fresh air at the harbor. It has been many years since I returned to the Clemens Empire. I am honestly a little nervous. It will be all right. I will help you. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Oh, then will I receive that kind of help too? The two of them turned around in surprise. It was the prince of the Clemens Empire. Simon, long time no see. Daphne and you always remind me of a friend. Can you help me find this person? His name is Nas. He wrote me a letter saying he had something to tell me. But he is a friend I treasure deeply, so I am very worried about him. Were we really your friends? How could you disappear after leaving only a single letter like that? Ragnar hesitated. Simon turned away. Anyway, let me hear what you have to say first. Well, what happened was, on the day we were supposed to meet at the restaurant, I happened to run into Joseph. While we were talking, I suddenly lost consciousness. That was when the memories of my curse resurfaced. Oh, where am I? Were my hands always this small? I feel so dizzy. Why am I? At that moment, before Ragnar's eyes, a dragon covered in wounds lay collapsed. What is this dragon? Wait, this is my father. A voice rang out. He was utterly pathetic, even compared to someone who was ill. Hello. I am your older brother, Botone Theoban. I'm the one who killed father. After abandoning me heartlessly for decades, he came back now only to ask me. As he spoke, he grabbed Ragnar by the clothes and lifted him up. How to take care of a child? How absurd. I was such a fool, happy because I thought he had come looking for me. Are you really that important? You were merely lucky enough to be born with pure blood. Do you not think it would only be fair if you became as miserable as I was? Listen carefully. I will bestow a curse upon you. Destroy everything around you every time you awaken. Even if you are exhausted, you must kill them all. Ragnar trembled and said, No, I am scared, Botone. Why are you afraid? I am here with you. You must become an assassin feared by everyone by slaughtering all those around you. Then you will die at their hands. Back in reality, and when I woke up, 5 years had passed. After hearing everything, Simon could not hold back his anger. How could he do that to his own younger brother? That coward. I am sorry for finding you so late. I know I have no right to say this, but I really missed you too. Was your brother the one who cornered us when we were little? That's right. I think he came to kill me. Then have you broken the curse? Ragnar fell silent for a few seconds, then stood up. Of course. My master was a friend of the first emperor and was known as the guardian dragon of the Clemens Empire. He was more famous than I thought. Well, after hearing your story, I forgive you. But if you do something like that again, we'll have a duel. Thank you, Simon. Daphne smiled and said, "All right, now let's do what we originally came here for." "What do you mean? We have a time capsule, don't we?" The three of them then went to a large tree. Under the tree, they dug up an old wooden box. "I can't believe it's already been 11 years. "I know. I'm glad we can open it together." Simon picked up a ring and explained, "This is the ring I received when I was little. I said it could grant wishes." He suddenly snapped the ring with force. "Did he just break the ring? I wish that we would always be friends. There are three of them, one for each of us." Daphne excitedly put the ring on her index finger. Ragnar had put his on his little finger, but he still looked indifferent. Who could possibly fit something this tiny on their finger? After that, Ragnar took out a scroll and held it up. "This one is mine." He opened it. "Oh, it's a portrait of us when we were little. I wanted to remember a moment from our childhood." Daphne exclaimed, "I didn't know you had a talent for painting." Then she also took out 3 letters. "I wrote letters to our future selves." Ragnar opened his and read aloud, "To my dear friend Ragnar." Simon did the same. "To my friend Simon, who once scared me." Daphne flushed with embarrassment as she listened. "Don't read them out loud like that. It would be best if I read my letter later." "Oh, but it looks like there's something else in that bag. I put it in here so I wouldn't lose it. This is the seal from the orphanage. What does this symbol mean?" She shook her head. "I feel like I've seen it somewhere before, but I'm not sure. You must be very busy now that you've taken over the company." "Ragnar, are you still Daphne's escort?" "No, I want to do something else." "What, really? What is it?" "It's a secret. I'm very happy for him, but I'm also a little disappointed." "Why do I feel this way?" Meanwhile, at the Hironi's family palace, the atmosphere at the dining table was somewhat gloomy. Maria sat in sorrowful thought, recalling what had happened after she returned home. "Father was angry with me, just as I expected. Of course, he quickly forgave me, but I no longer felt happy sharing my experiences with him the way I had before. He might trouble the Bernardino family for putting me in danger." Eunice broke the silence. "I heard the new head of the Bernardino family has returned." "That's right. They say she came back as soon as she graduated." "My, what an impressive young girl." Castor immediately sneered. "She's just a commoner who thinks she's important because she has a little money." Maria warned him, "Castor, she isn't that kind of person. You can't spread false rumors just because of what happened between you two. Daphne is truly a very good person, so if you say that again, I'll really get angry." He could not argue back and only pouted quietly. Eunice asked, "It seems she treated you very well. Should we invite her here?" "No, I'm sure she's very busy right now because it's spring. Even though I really do want to see her, I don't want to trouble her." At that time, after hearing her daughter's feelings, the woman only smiled. Until a few days later, a shocked voice rang through the ducal mansion. "What did you say, mother? You sent an invitation to Daphne?" "Well, she refused because she was busy, so I sent another letter and said we would visit her at the Bernardino house. She accepted my request, so we'll be going there tomorrow." At that moment, she could not hold back and slammed her hand down on the table. "Mother, how could you do that? I already told you. I don't want to trouble her. Because you said you wanted to see her. I'll visit her when she's no longer busy. I'm willing to wait." After meeting Daphne and living with her, I thought I had changed, but I'm still just the same sheltered little girl as before. I'm not a child anymore. I'm leaving. I want to be alone. Maria stood alone in the hallway. I don't want to cause her any more trouble. How should I apologize? The next day, at the Bernardino mansion, Daphne walked along angrily. What if they really come? Did Maria tell them about me? Beyond that door is someone I despise with all my heart. Fine, I just have to put on a fake smile. Easy. She opened the door and went inside. "Excuse me." At that very moment, a teacup suddenly fell to the floor and shattered. When Eunice saw Daphne, her face instantly turned pale and her whole body trembled. Maria asked in confusion, "Mother, what's wrong?" The woman stammered, You are." Daphne placed a hand on her chest and bowed slightly. "I apologize for not introducing myself. My name is Daphne Bernardino." A thought rose in her heart. It's only natural that she's surprised. I'm certain she could never forget what I look like. Eunice forced out a stiff smile. I heard that you helped Maria a great deal at the academy. I am truly grateful." "Of course. It was my duty. I was very happy to make such good memories with my classmate." Maria was delighted to hear that. "Really?" Daphne continued, "I'm very glad to have had a classmate like you." Meanwhile, Eunice kept trembling. She suddenly sprang to her feet. "I'm sure you must be very busy with work, so we should meet another time." Maria asked in astonishment, "What? Mother, what are you doing?" Eunice interrupted, "Next time, please come to our estate for tea." After saying that, she left without hesitation. The door slammed shut, leaving Maria stunned. What is wrong with her? It's so strange for her to be that agitated. Maria said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Daphne. I apologize for my mother's behavior. It's all right, Lady Maria. I don't think she will come here again." The next day, at the Bernardino mansion, "Daphne, I've established an art association." "You have? Well, I want to start painting seriously. Every artist needs a place to connect and learn, so I created such a place." "I see. So that's what you wanted to do. But doesn't founding an association cost a lot of money?" Joseph's lair has a lot of expensive things that aren't being used, so I can sell them. So for now on, will you focus on painting?" "No, I need to recruit more people first. At least 5 people are required to establish an association." Daphne seemed to understand. So you need 4 more people to join." "That's right. But don't worry, I have a plan." And so, not long afterward, the carriage carrying the 2 of them stopped in front of an orphanage. So this is where he wanted to come. "It was the orphanage where I grew up, a place filled with painful memories." "Why did you choose this place?" "Because we can enroll the children here in the association under the pretext of sponsorship." "Is that why you told me to dress like this and cover my face?" "We're not going to a funeral." "That's right. Someone might recognize you, and I've never forgotten what they did to you here." What is he thinking? Suddenly, a man hurried out from inside. "Oh, please come in. Are you the one who contacted us about the sponsorship?" "I know this man. He is Sifrida, the man who stood by and watched his subordinates torment me." "Welcome." Daphne secretly gritted her teeth. "I can't believe he is still the director of the orphanage." Ragnar stepped in front of her and said, "Actually, I came here to see whether there are any children worthy of receiving sponsorship. But is this truly an imperial orphanage? It looks rather shabby." It only looks that way on the outside. The inside is very well maintained." Seeing Sifrida flustered like that was amusing. Once they went inside, he said, "Here, we take very good care of the children." "Is that so?" "It looks as though the director's office is better cared for." "Even so, the children here are treated very well. Our support funds decreased after the fire, but I still do my best to make sure the children do not miss their parents too much. I also grew up here, so I understand how they feel. You would not be able to tell the difference between our children and children who have families." Daphne found it ridiculous. How ironic to see someone who had once abused me act like this. Ragnar suggested, "Then there must certainly be at least one outstanding child here, correct? Bring them here." All of them have gone out on a picnic right now. "Then we will leave. This young lady is very busy." "Sir." Sifrida hurriedly grabbed Ragnar's clothes. "Please wait a moment." Ragnar drew his sword and pointed it straight at the man's throat. "How dare you touch me?" Sifrida cried out in fear. Just then, the office door opened, and Uli asked, "Director, what's going on?" The moment she saw that woman, Daphne immediately recognized her. That woman had cruelly abandoned me when I was little. Uli shouted, "What's happening? Who are you people?" Sifrida snapped, "Be quiet. Don't you understand that you shouldn't raise your voice here?" "I apologize, sir and miss." Ragnar frowned slightly. "You didn't even inform your staff that we were coming today? I can understand why the orphanage is in such a state." The man knelt down in fear. "I apologize. I was afraid the children would not meet your criteria. I promise I will introduce you to the most outstanding children here. So could the 2 of you please come back another time? Opportunities like this will give the children a better future." Daphne thought to herself, "I can't believe this small man with such a gentle appearance is the one who turned my childhood into a nightmare." Ragnar said, "All right, I will return in 2 weeks." "Yes, thank you, sir." The 2 of them boarded the carriage and went back. On the way, she asked in confusion, "So what is your plan?" "I intend to sponsor a gifted child." "You haven't even met the children yet. Tell me the truth, Ragnar." He scratched his head and hesitated. "Well, the truth is, I'm doing this because I want to help you. After spending a long time thinking about what I wanted to do, I realized this is what I want to do most. I want to continue painting, but above all, I want to help you escape that terrible trauma. So I will find evidence of the abuse at the orphanage, drive out the old director, and take his place. Once I do that, I'll help you erase those painful memories, and then I'll fulfill my own wish as well. What do you think?" She wondered in surprise. "Ragnar, why do you care so much? Why are you asking me?" He said cheerfully, "You have more experience than I do. Tell me, can I do it?" "You can. You will be able to do it." After that, we decided to bring cavalry and money to the orphanage, but we could not carry out that plan because a dungeon appeared in the imperial capital of Clemens. That night, During a meeting, Duke Hironi's probed, "You studied abroad in the Osquan Empire, didn't you? Then you must know about what is happening here." Daphne bowed her head. "Yes, I know. I had a bad feeling when I was summoned here, but it seems everyone here feels the same way. After all, there is no noble here who does not know Fraser's face." Daphne continued, "That dungeon appeared some time ago, but its energy has been growing stronger and affecting the outside world because it has never been explored. I hear you contributed greatly to conquering the dungeons in Osquan. Then how about contributing to this operation for your homeland?" Simon reminded him. "Duke Hironi's, we agreed that we would only ask her for advice. Your Highness, the Grand Duke is absent, and there are not many people in the capital with experience in dealing with dungeons. I said I would take on the Grand Duke's role, didn't I? Wouldn't that be too dangerous for you, Your Highness?" "Very well. I am willing to participate for the sake of my homeland." But she reassured them, "It's all right. I have enough experience fighting in dungeons, so I'm confident I can achieve victory. All I need is to choose the right side." "Very well. I will support you with all my power. Tell us what you need." "I need a healer in 5 nights," she thought. "You started this first, so don't blame me for what happens next. Isn't Lady Maria very skilled in spiritual arts? I would very much like her to join me." His face instantly darkened. "How dare you demand that my daughter be taken to a dungeon? I remember that she is also a very skilled healer. We went to a dungeon together last time." Simon continued, "Very good. I agree." Hironi's slammed the table in protest. "Your Highness, this is too dangerous for someone who only has experience with one dungeon. In that case, I will ask Lady Maria personally. We cannot force her to do something she does not want to do. If that is what you want, invite her here." After hearing everything, Maria agreed without hesitation. "I will join the battle." Duke Hironi's went deathly pale. "Maria, think carefully. The dungeon is too dangerous for you. Dungeons are dangerous for everyone. I may still lack many skills, but I have enough experience, don't I, Daphne? I am ready to participate right now. Leave it to me." "Very well." A faint smile appeared on Simon's lips. He secretly admired her. As always, there is no stopping Daphne. As soon as he heard the news, Castor immediately proposed it. "Maria, father said this dungeon is very dangerous. It would be better to let me go in your place. I don't need you to do my work for me. Father said he won't allow it unless I go with you as well. From now on, I want to solve my own problems. You should live your own life, Castor." He clenched his fists. "Maria, that only makes me more determined to go with you. I live only for your happiness. If I stop now, then what can I do with my own life? What? If I say I'm going to the dungeon, do you think father and mother will stop me? No, they'll let me go right away. They won't even care whether I get hurt or not." After saying that, he rushed off, ignoring Maria's calls after him. Castor, a sense of grievance swelled in his heart. "What can I even do here? Father values Maria more than me, and mother even wrote that in her diary." The next day, at the area where the dungeon had appeared, everyone had gathered. "How has the Grand Duke been able to face things like this for so many years? It seems some monsters have escaped from the dungeon. Floor, you and the knights handle the ones that have gotten outside." She immediately nodded. Castor spoke up. "I will stay here too and fight the monsters. And don't misunderstand. I'm not trying to pick a fight with the Protector. Well, taking someone as hot-tempered as Castor into a dungeon would be too risky. Why did the Duke bring him here?" After waiting until the right moment, she gave the signal. "All right, then let's go in." Those selected began to move. As soon as they entered the dungeon, Daphne grew wary. "Strange. We've been walking for a while, but we haven't encountered any monsters." Maria asked in confusion. "Daphne, is it all right for there to be no monsters here? Usually there are weak monsters near the entrance. This dungeon must be very old, because all of them have escaped." Even though she said that, Daphne was doubtful inside. Even if there had never been a dungeon near the capital before, how could the palace not have known of the existence of such an old dungeon? Perhaps the reason they all escaped is... Suddenly, a mysterious door appeared before everyone. Someone cried out. A door appeared. "I don't sense any danger from it." Daphne turned to look at Ragna, and without arranging it beforehand, the two of them nodded together. She stepped forward and opened the door. A dazzling light suddenly shone from inside, and the scenery around Daphne abruptly changed. "What is this? My hands feel smaller." Before she could understand what was happening, Fraser, Daphne's mother, suddenly appeared and embraced her from behind, asking gently, "Daphne, what are you doing here?" She turned around in shock, seemingly unable to believe her eyes. "Mother? What is she doing here?" No, more importantly, where am I? I was in the dungeon, but now. Wait, could it be? Was everything a dream? My memories are so jumbled. I can't think at all. Fraser smiled and suggested, My dear, shall we go choose a dress for your debut ball tomorrow? With that, she took Daphne's hand tightly and led her away. Feeling that rare warmth, Daphne slowly sank into it. Being loved by her mother wasn't bad at all. Yes, mother. I thought it would be white, Daphne said. Fraser laughed. Of course it will be purple. After all, you're a member of the Asquan royal family. Did you imagine that on your own? This really must be a dream. Fraser continued. I'll go get some refreshments. Wait here, all right. After Fraser left, Daphne leaned back onto the bed. Even if this was only a dream, something felt wrong. This is the theology book I read when I was little. Would reading it help me relax? The words that caught her eye read, Do not fear death. Embrace death when it comes. Death is always lurking beside us, waiting only for a chance to pounce. Daphne grimaced in distaste. I shouldn't have read this book. There's more? I thought that was the last page. On the next page was written, But if you escape the death that has been decreed for you, you will find yourself. Can I escape death and find myself? What does that mean? Just then, footsteps sounded in the room, along with a voice calling Daphne. It's father again. No, it can't be Duke Coronis. Happy birthday, my beloved daughter. Daphne stiffened. This feeling is so strange. Whenever he touches me, I get goosebumps. Daphne raised both hands and shoved Duke Coronis away hard, then shouted, Didn't you love Eunice? Tell me the truth. He held his head and sighed. I hesitated a little, but when I found out about you, I decided to end everything. Fraser came over and held his arm. That's right, Daphne. I forgave your father too. You wanted to meet him when you were little, remember? This is what you've longed for all this time. Hearing that, Daphne froze. Did I want this? I never wanted this. This is a nightmare. The space in the mirror cracked. She coldly raised her gun and declared, There is no place for you in my happiness. After saying that, Daphne decisively pulled the trigger. The bullet flew straight ahead and lodged itself in the middle of Duke Coronis' forehead within the dream. Fraser's face went pale in shock. Daphne, we can live happily together here. No, I can't be happy here, because the people I love and want to protect are not here. From now on, I will decide my own fate. That is what I want. As soon as she said that, the mirror that had created this dream shattered completely as well. Daphne woke with a start. What a horrible dream. Am I inside the door? Where's everyone else? Daphne's eyes stopped on Ragna, who was sitting motionless. Ragna, he's being pulled into the mirror. She reached out and ran after him. I'll save you, Ragna. Daphne passed through the icy surface of the mirror and went inside. At that moment, he was being driven to tears by the illusions it had created. I am sorry, Daphne. Daphne was confused. What was going on? Ragna was bowing low before another version of her, his voice trembling. Because of me, you lost the people who were important to you. The illusionary Daphne said with hatred, You're disgusting. Did you think doing that would make you the only important person to me? Seeing this, Daphne was shocked. Is that me? Ragna pleaded, Daphne, please. But the illusion only screamed, startling him. Stay away from me. You forced me to do this. With that, she stepped backward and threw herself into the abyss. Ragna watched her vanishing figure in despair. Daphne, I am sorry. Daphne, it's all my fault. Everything happened because I dared to like you. I should have been the one to die instead of you. Ragna was about to jump down. At that moment, Daphne ran over in a panic. Ragna, no. She threw herself at him and embraced him, then unexpectedly pressed a kiss to his lips. Daphne, why are you here? Ragna, I will never let go of you. I promised myself that I would never let you be in danger again. So let's escape this nightmare together. He called her name in a daze. Daphne, the mirror cracked once again. He smiled with utter contentment. If I'm with you, I can be happy even in a nightmare. Back in reality, Daphne woke with a frown. She looked around in search of him. Ragna. Suddenly, Ragna embraced her from behind and called softly, Daphne. Daphne breathed a sigh of relief. You're safe. I like you. I want to be with you for the rest of my life. What? Ragna continued confessing, making her face turn red. I want to live happily with you. Ragna, did that dream make him anxious? I mean, I kissed him without thinking, but I still don't really understand my own feelings. I don't want to say I like him when I'm not certain, only to hurt him later. Ragna, actually, just then, Simon and Maria hurried over and interrupted them. Daphne, you're safe. I found someone extremely suspicious. Where is he? I was sold and brought here. My name is Stan. I just left the Imperial Orphanage. The director said he would find me work, then sent me here. I remember him. He was one of the children who bullied me terribly at the orphanage. but if I make use of him, I can deal with the problem at the orphanage. After some time, the flow of power around the dungeon entrance gradually dispersed. The dungeon's energy is disappearing. Now, let's return to the camp. Understood. Floor reminded him, you should rest as well. After hesitating for a while, Castor asked, why do you regard Daphne as your master? She turned her head in surprise. Because thanks to her, I was able to hold on to my convictions. I want to use my sword to protect others. What about you? What is your reason for using a sword? Well, I've never thought about that. I thought my goal was to become the strongest and protect my sister. I felt like that was the only way to make my parents pay attention to me. Have you never done anything for your own sake? He shook his head. I don't think so. Then do you hate using the sword? No, I rather like it. Then that's the point. As long as you love swordsmanship, that is enough. From now on, find your own reason for using it. When you do, I will be the one to practice swordsmanship with you. Watching her back, Castor silently made up his mind. My own reason? Perhaps I should strive on my own to achieve what I want. In that case, I won't need to worry about Mother's diary anymore. Besides, is it really a diary? The latter part is told from Maria's point of view, and it doesn't match reality either. It may belong to Mother, but it could also upset everyone here. Then I'll throw it away. After thinking that, he did not hesitate to throw the diary into a pool of the monster's blood. A moment later, someone walked over. I can't believe the dungeon I frequently visited has disappeared. Boton lamented regretfully. It was ideal for a short trip. His gaze suddenly stopped on the diary. What is this? I'm bored anyway. I might as well read it. Boton picked it up and used magic to erase the bloodstains. He suddenly frowned. A moment later, the corner of Boton's mouth lifted into a sneer. Why is my dear younger brother mentioned here? After hearing Stan's testimony, the Imperial Palace conducted an investigation into the orphanage. Through it, they found further evidence of child abuse and then arrested the director and the staff. Safrida cried out desperately, I'm truly innocent. Ragna took over the orphanage as its director, and the Emperor rewarded both him and me for defeating the dungeon. In the garden of the mansion, Daphne sat beneath a tree and murmured softly, Ragna has been coming home so late lately. He must be very busy at the orphanage right now, from renovations to hiring staff, and even taking care of the children. I am tired. I'll take a short nap. Daphne did not know how much time had passed when she woke up. Her face turned red. Wait, am I lying on Ragna's lap? Now that I think about it, you have always been by my side. Ragnar was the first person to understand my fear. Even when I blamed him, he did not resent me. Instead, he comforted me. He is the light of my life. I still don't clearly understand what love is, but I want those purple eyes to always look toward me. Ragnar smiled and said, Daphne, when did you wake up? Ragnar, I can't imagine a life without you. I need you by my side. I don't know whether this is love or not, but would you like to date me? He blushed and softly called her name. Daphne, yes, I would. She closed her eyes and moved closer, lightly touching his lips. The next day, the orphanage director's trial was held. The documents I stole when I was little became crucial evidence, and the director was sentenced to life imprisonment. Mother's long-cherished dream had come true. In the prison, Claire crossed her arms and pronounced judgment. So this is the price you must pay for your crimes, Safrida. Did you think you could live peacefully after selling out the other orphans? It was all a misunderstanding, Claire. My superiors forced me to do it. You call it a misunderstanding, even though I clearly remember you selling me to slave traders? From now on, you should worry about your future because I will be watching you. You will pay for your sins for the rest of your life. With that, Claire and Duke Acilius left, ignoring his screams. Claire, please get me out of here. Just then, another figure approached. Wait, you're the fundraising director and that girl. Please get me out of here. I truly worry about the children. There's no need to worry anymore. The new director here has hired new staff himself. What? Don't you understand? I approached you from the start in order to bring you down. What? You scoundrel. I worked so hard to get that position. How can you be so hateful? Stan, Gordy. Daphne spoke up. Even without Stan, everything would have ended this way. Ragna hurriedly stopped her. Daphne, don't get too close. It's dangerous. All right. Safrida was stunned when he heard that name. Daphne, she pulled down her veil. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Daphne Bernardino. I'm the daughter of the villainess who is believed to have died in the fire more than 10 years ago. You're really that little Daphne? How is that possible? I was the one who set the fire. I was also the one who stole those files from your office. I knew something was wrong. You cunning little thief. She asked, tell me whose seal was on those documents. I don't know. If you tell me, I can help reduce your sentence. She thought, of course that's a lie. His whole body trembled. I really don't know. I suppose I won't be able to get anything out of him. I'll leave it to Simon. Daphne and Ragna walked outside together. Asilius had already been waiting for them for a long time. Are you two finished? Daphne looked into the distance. Yes, but who is talking to Mother? That is Moses Oben. He grew up with Claire in the orphanage, and he is now Duke Hierony's assistant. I heard he left the orphanage because he was the illegitimate child of a late count. Daphne thought, Mother is smiling so much. Uncle Asilius isn't jealous seeing Mother smiling and chatting happily with another man. Oh, I suppose age makes people more mature. Never mind. She cheerfully asked, Uncle Asilius, when do you plan to get married? Huh, me? Why do you ask? It seems like you really want to as well. And besides, I want to have a father. I am sorry. That was childish of me. Asilius was deeply moved. No, I will do my best. I also want to become your father. Oh, Mother, I'm so glad everything went smoothly. It is all thanks to you, Daphne. I don't know how I can ever thank you enough. Even so, Mother doesn't look very happy. Daphne took her mother's hand. Can we talk privately for a moment? Mother, you achieved what you always wanted. Don't you feel relieved? Well, now that everything is over, I feel a little empty. You have spent so much time running the company and being a mother. Now I hope you will find the happiness of your own life. Don't worry about other people. Just focus on yourself, Mother. That is my final wish. At the mansion, Claire was lost in thought. Happiness? She swirled the wine glass in her hand. Suddenly, a hand steadied the glass. You'll spill it. Everything is finished now, so why do you look so sad? Asilius, do I look that way to you too? Daphne told me that she wants me to live happily, but I don't know how. After hearing that, Asilius's face gradually reddened. Then, how about loving me? Claire was utterly surprised. What? Asilius knelt down and took Claire's hand. Claire, I want to marry you. People may call me a fool, but as long as we are together, I am certain we will find happiness. Of course, you may refuse me if you want. Claire called him emotionally Asilius. If Asilius is by my side, I can live happily. Then let's do it. Asilius cried out excitedly. What? Really? Claire wrapped her arms around Asilius's neck and embraced him. The two exchanged a kiss, as if to affirm her words. Of course, love makes a man shine brighter. Afterward, Claire and Asilius were married. At the chapel, Kiki arrived with a gift bag in his mouth as a blessing for the two of them. Asilius took the gift basket. Thank you, Kiki. At the sacred moment, Asilius placed the ring on Claire's finger. I love you, Claire. I love you too, Asilius. Amid everyone's cheers and blessings, the wedding went beautifully. Daphne, Ragna, and her two older brothers were also there, watching their mother walk down the aisle. Ricarda cried and applauded after the ceremony. But where is Simon? He has been very busy lately, so he only stopped by to see the bride and groom before leaving. Really? But I wanted Simon to be the first to know about me and Ragna. Maria approached and greeted her. Daphne, congratulations. Now you are the daughter of the Grand Duke, so I can speak comfortably with you. Thank you for coming, Maria, but you don't look very well. Did something happen? I couldn't sleep last night because I had a nightmare. My mother also lost sleep. She said she had lost a very important diary. A diary? She wouldn't lose sleep over a simple diary. I see, but I'm more worried about you. I hope your nightmares disappear soon. Daphne, may I hug you? Daphne flatly refused. No, we aren't close enough for that. Then we can gradually become closer. After the wedding ends, please come visit my house. Well, I was actually planning to stop by there anyway. All right. In the study, Eunice searched frantically. Where is it? I can't let anyone find it. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Madam, this is Moses. I heard that you have been suffering from insomnia, so I have brought an alchemy master. Startled, she hurriedly said, Come in, come in. The door opened, and two men entered the room. One of them held out a red notebook. This is yours, isn't it? Eunice asked. Where did you find it? I picked it up on the road, and your name was on it. Is this a novel you wrote? That's right. It is my secret hobby, since it is not fitting for a duchess. But it seems more like a record of real events than a novel. You are even a main character at the start of this story. Hearing that, Eunice was terrified. Well, return it to me. But the latter part is quite different from what I know. Eunice shouted. Different how? There is nothing strange about it. Everything happened just as I wrote. Moses stood between the two of them. Boton, you must not be rude to her. Hearing that name, Eunice suddenly froze. Boton, he isn't dead? Has the story truly changed? Boton frowned at her. He threw the notebook onto the floor. I read this entire book, and the story says that the second male lead murdered his wicked older brother. And it seems that older brother is me. So you will have to explain it to me. Eunice began to tremble in fear. No, I can't tell anyone. Very well. There is nothing I cannot do. I came today to return this book to its owner, but from now on, nothing can guarantee that you will not be driven out like the previous Duchess was. What? Wait, that was your choice. Do not regret it. Meanwhile, Simon held his head in frustration. I can't believe human trafficking is happening in the Empire. If this is becoming more widespread, I can guess who was behind the orphanage director before. It is very likely Duke Coronis. It would be easier if we could identify the seal on those stacks of documents. The pen on his desk suddenly fell. Oh, is this a signal from the universe telling me to stop working? There's something under the desk. When he saw it, his face turned pale with panic. What the hell is this? Elsewhere, even though I'm now the daughter of a Grand Duke, my life hasn't changed much. I'm still working nonstop. Except that now I have to see a pair of newlyweds being sickeningly sweet every day. I should check today's newspaper. When she saw what was written in the newspaper, her gaze suddenly changed. What is this? The people began buzzing with discussion. Have you heard? They say another murderer has appeared in the slums. How terrifying. This is happening long after the villainess died. Rumor has it that her vengeful spirit is slaughtering people in the slums. I decided to go investigate the situation, but it seems that even after death, my mother still can't rest in peace. Daphne saw Simon on the other side of the road, shouting at two guards. Have you lost your minds? How would you hide this? Daphne, Ragna, and Flora looked at the people on the other side. Simon really was furious. It seemed the guards had deliberately hidden this incident. They must have been afraid it would cause even more chaos after the recent dungeon incident. They found Safrida among the corpses. Daphne's expression changed slightly when she heard that. The orphanage director? He should be in prison right now. Someone must have secretly taken him out. So Simon has been put in charge of this case. Suddenly, a terrified voice rang out. Wicked woman, how do you come back here? You were supposed to be dead. How dare you return to haunt us like this? When Simon heard the commotion, he approached. What is going on? The man said respectfully, Your Highness, this is the wicked woman from back then. I remember very clearly because I saw her with my own eyes. Ragnar looked somewhat displeased. Then you must know that the one who has helped you eat well and stay clothed all this year is the Bernardino family. This girl is the owner of that enterprise. As soon as he finished speaking, the man said in shock, What? Flor said irritably, Considering the Grand Duke's generosity toward the slums, I don't think you should treat his daughter this way. Sorry. After saying that, he knelt down. It's only because the two of them look so much alike. I made a terrible mistake. I should sympathize with him and comfort him. This is a good chance to win over the people. But fine, I'm so angry I could go mad. Simon said, I'm truly very sorry. What are you talking about? You didn't do anything wrong. Do you really think so? You're being falsely accused even though it isn't your fault. I mean it. I don't know who the culprit is, but if they think they can frame me, they're wrong. I learned a few things while reading that book in the dungeon. God loves those who create their own destiny, so I'm certain he can't help but love me. I intend to use this very opportunity to clear my mother's name. Daphne, I'm sorry, but don't come to the crime scene anymore. What? This is a request from me as the Crown Prince. In the study, Eunice flipped through the book in her hands again and again. Boton was right. The events in the book and in reality are very different now. Why is there a murderer in the slums again? Rin and I handled this years ago. Of course, Freya wasn't the real culprit, but I was powerless too. All the evidence pointed to her. Denying it would only have made me seem even stranger. And in any case, that was Freya's fate. If the situation doesn't change, our future will be completely overturned, including my perfectly happy life. Boton's words kept echoing in her ears. But from now on, nothing can guarantee that you will not be driven out like the previous Duchess was. That was your choice. Do not regret it. She tremblingly picked up her pen. What if Boton is planning to frame me for this? I can't just stand by and let him do that. Fine. I still have one chance left. When I first immersed myself in this novel, God granted me a special favor. I received a single chance to change the fate of this world. I'm very afraid to use it now, but I have no choice. Who else but me, the creator of this world, can decide its fate? Come to think of it, that girl, Daphne Bernardino, seems to be the one this story revolves around. If I remove her, Maria can take her place. Eunice continued writing lines into the book, as if adding the extremely dangerous schemes that were about to come. In the study, Daphne sat there gloomily. Simon has forbidden me from entering the crime scene, so I can't go there. Even Ragna has been banned. Is he hiding something from us? I'm so worried. Suddenly, she heard arguing outside. You can't do that here. What's all that noise out there? Daphne stepped out and asked what's going on. She looked at the unfamiliar man. I met these people yesterday. One of the people stepped forward. You've heard the rumor that the wicked woman has returned, haven't you? People say the wicked woman's spirit has possessed you. As soon as she heard that, Daphne became flustered. What? Do you really believe something so absurd just because I look like her? We don't want to, but there are opinions about boycotting the upcoming Masquerade Festival. We make our living from that festival, so please prove that you're not the one behind those murders and help ensure the festival goes smoothly. I want that too. Then next time, please inform me before you come. We are truly sorry for our rude behavior. After that, the crowd gradually left. Floor, I wasn't informed of those rumors until now. I haven't heard anything about those rumors either. How could rumors I knew nothing about spread in just one day to the point that the entire village knows, without anyone seeming suspicious? Could it be because of the plot? Is this being staged to drive me to my death? It's all right. I faced this countless times when I was young. I just have to escape fate once again, like I always have. She called softly, Floor. Yes, I can do this because I'm not alone. She looked at Floor and said, Tonight, we're going to sneak into the slums together. Daphne and Floor disguised themselves and slipped into the slums. Miss Daphne, if you get tired, we'll go back right away. All right. Floor stood behind a hidden corner, carefully watching the guards as they chatted. We've gone around this place many times already. Why haven't we seen anyone yet? Shouldn't we start by investigating the owner of the trading company? Floor cursed inwardly in irritation. Those awful men. The guards continued speaking. She's the daughter of a Grand Duke, so it won't be that easy. But it seems even the Crown Prince suspects her, doesn't he? Floor comforted Daphne. Don't pay attention to what they say. She thought to herself, it's been 4 days, but we still haven't discovered anything. However, a victim appears every 2 days. Miss Daphne, there's someone over there. We should follow and see. The man continued walking toward the corner of the alley. The two hurried after him. He disappeared, but I'm certain I saw him go into that alley. Floor, check around this area. Yes, my lady. While waiting for Floor to return, Daphne suddenly heard something. Where's that sound coming from? Could it be? Daphne's face turned deathly pale. She raised her head and saw the man from earlier being strangled, while the person strangling him was floating in midair. She hurriedly shouted, Let that person go. The person released his grip, letting him fall from above. Wait, it's Stan. I thought he was being protected in the Imperial Palace. The mysterious man slowly descended. I was just having fun, and now I've been interrupted. Deal with her. She asked in confusion, What did you say? Suddenly, a shadow appeared behind her. He held a club and prepared to swing it down. Thud! Daphne clutched her head in pain. Ugh! At that moment, Floor's voice rang out. Miss Daphne, seeing someone coming, the man ran toward the alley and disappeared into the night. Floor shouted, Stop right there. Damn it. Daphne slowly opened her eyes and woke up, clutching her head in pain. Oh, my head. Are you all right? Daphne. During the entire time she was unconscious, Simon and Ragna stayed by Daphne's bedside. They said you were found unconscious on the road. Maybe those malicious rumors got to me. I can't tell them the truth. I'm more worried about you. Simon, I don't know what trouble you're facing, but you can tell me whenever you're ready. Simon lowered his head, tears streaming down his face. I am sorry. Daphne was extremely shocked to see him cry. Simon, I was so scared that I couldn't say anything. But I think the Imperial family is involved in your mother's death. I saw the symbol of that seal in the palace. How could the Imperial family be involved in my mother's death? How many people took part in this? But if the Imperial family really is involved, and Simon helps handle this matter, we may finally be able to clear my mother's name. Then, that means the ban has been completely lifted, right? That's right. For now, catching the criminals is the top priority. I heard they appeared again today. The murderer seems to be targeting people who walk alone at night, but we still don't know how they kill people, because they disappeared as soon as we chased them. They lift the victims into the air and kill them from about the height of a two-story building. That theory is quite plausible, but actually I witnessed it. A few days ago, I secretly went around the slums. What? So that's why you were knocked unconscious? That's right. I was ambushed while chasing the culprit. No wonder the wound on your head was too severe for a simple fall. I lost track of the culprit, but I saw the face of the person who ambushed me. It was Count Oben. Then could Duke Caroni's be? But the voice I heard wasn't the Duke's. That voice sounded truly unpleasant, like the voice of the person who kidnapped us when we were young. Wait, the voice was very similar to your older brother's, Ragna. Ragna stood by the window in silence for a moment. My brother wouldn't kill people without a reason. I'll go see my godfather and ask to make sure. But before that, let's catch the Count and question him first. Then let's make a plan. I have an idea. Spread the rumor that Simon suspects me of being the culprit. After the rumor spread, the people in the city also began buzzing with discussion. I heard the head of the Bernardino merchant group suddenly fell ill recently, and there have been many rumors about her lately too. Even the crown prince thinks she's the culprit, and once I'm under suspicion, the culprit will let their guard down and appear to kill again. That will be our chance to counterattack. We'll disguise ourselves and take turns keeping watch in the small alley. Ragna walked with a cane, and a large man suddenly appeared behind him. And when the culprit appears, we'll catch them on the spot. When they lured the culprit into the trap, Ragna, disguised as an old man, suddenly swung his cane at him, then hurriedly shouted to notify Daphne. There's a suspicious person here. A bullet shot toward the murderer. He hurriedly dodged it and fled. Daphne thought angrily, damn it, that's toward the main road. Ragna picked Daphne up. She hurriedly said to him, Ragna, take me after him. The two quickly followed close behind the suspect. We can't let him blend into the crowd. We have to catch him today. Daphne reported the situation to Simon through her earring. We're chasing the suspect. He's a man wearing a dark gray cloak, a little smaller than average. After chasing him, they reached the square near the fountain. The man hurriedly ran toward the square. Move aside. Simon's prediction was right. Good. He's reached the fountain. He must think my gun isn't much of a threat after the first shot. However, the second bullet was the real shot. Even if the first shot missed, the second would definitely hit. The murderer was struck by a net bullet, and his whole body was tightly caught in the net. What is that? The people around them didn't understand what was happening. At that moment, Simon stepped forward and looked down at him. We won't let you escape again. He pulled off the murderer's face covering. Now let's see who you are. Isn't that the Count? The people around them began buzzing with discussion. The murderer hurriedly started making excuses. What is this? How can your highness arrest an innocent man? I was only running away from the Grand Duke's daughter, who was forbidden from entering the slums. Maria stood among the crowd, her face changing slightly as she exclaimed, Count Oben. The murderer shouted, shouldn't we be investigating her? She is the center of all the rumors. Rumors cannot spread on their own. There must be something suspicious for people to talk about it. Eunice began inciting the crowd. He is right. Rumors don't spread for no reason. As one of the people who solved the previous case, I beg you, Your Highness, please investigate every suspicious individual regardless of their bloodline. Everyone began joining in and criticizing her. Didn't you forbid her from going to the slums because you suspected her too? That's right. She must have secretly come here because she felt guilty. Simon remained silent for a moment, then spoke. I gave those two permission to enter. What? The real problem lies with you. We received a report that you secretly came here late at night. What? What do you mean? A guard walked toward Simon and nodded to him. I have finished investigating Duke Oben's estate. Good. Did you find anything suspicious? Yes. In the basement of his estate, we found a torture chamber more horrific than any of the previous incidents in the slums. There were also the bodies of people estimated to have died about 10 years ago. Hearing this, Oben panicked. No, that's not true. The crowd immediately changed its attitude. 10 years? Does that mean he's been doing this for an entire decade? But didn't they catch the culprit of the previous incidents? This only makes sense if Freya was never the real culprit in the first place. Daphne spoke up and said, Princess Freya was said to suffer from a fear of blood. How could someone afraid of blood murder so many people and curse the imperial family on top of that? Duke Caroni's, you knew about this, didn't you? I don't know where you heard such nonsense. I heard it directly from the emperor of the Osquan Empire. You must have known too if you lived with them for 3 years. Even if that is true, who are you to dare interfere in this? Daphne slowly removed the mask she was wearing. Who am I? I have always looked forward to this moment. I have wanted so badly to tell you with my own mouth. I am the daughter of Freya, the woman you branded as a wicked woman. As soon as he heard that, Duke Hieronymus clutched his head, while Eunice was so frightened that she collapsed to her knees. How? What? Impossible. It seems you really did erase me from your memory. Everyone said I should die because I was the daughter of a wicked woman, but I did everything I could to survive. Maria, standing in the crowd, heard everything. She was utterly shocked and covered her mouth as she exclaimed, Daphne. Daphne continued. Then I began to wonder whether Freya had truly committed those crimes. After that, I discovered that Freya suffered from fear of blood. So this is my question. Why was Freya blamed? Perhaps because someone wanted her to be. Duke Hieronymus walked toward Daphne. Are you really my daughter? This hateful man isn't even listening to what I'm saying. Daphne turned away. Don't delude yourself. I have only one father, and that is Grand Duke Chaunet. Your mother came with us too. No one here is foolish enough to misunderstand your words. Let's go home. Daphne looked around at the loved ones who had always supported her, and at her birth mother, Freya. At last, she could face them proudly. In the mansion, Maria sat in a chair, thinking about what had happened earlier. Maria, you idiot. While Daphne had hidden her identity her entire life, what had I been doing? I lived happily without even knowing that my parents had committed adultery, and I even tried to be friends with her like a fool. Do you hate me? I even said something that's stupid. Maria stood up and demanded answers. Why won't either of you say anything? At the very least, you should explain everything to your children. Eunice and Duke Hieronymus remained silent. Maria shouted angrily, Say something. Aren't you ashamed? What was the point of that annual play? And the new rumors, too. You made innocent people suffer while still pretending to be noble. Hearing that, Hieronymus looked somewhat ashamed. Maria also remembered what Daphne had once said, I don't like you, but I don't hate you either. You haven't done anything wrong. Tears rolled down Maria's cheeks. Daphne knew everything and still let me stay by her side, but I hurt her. The next day, a newspaper published an article recording every word I had said. This sparked a wave of outrage, and people demanded that the true culprit be found and punished. Talk and rumors spread noisily everywhere. I heard Duke Hieronymus' aide was the real culprit. Wasn't the suspect originally his first wife? Some people began accusing the ducal family. The imperial family even announced plans to correct their mistakes. Castor had arranged to meet Daphne and Ragna, together with his sister. Maria, my sister will be a little late. Is that so? Then I'll wait. Castor looked at Daphne sincerely and said, I'm sorry. You don't need to apologize. I don't blame children for the crimes their parents committed. But that is the worst part of living as the daughter of a wicked woman, so I really don't want to hear that again. Actually, there's something I want to tell you. I once found a strange book in my mother's room. At first I thought it was a diary, but it turned out to be a novel. My parents appeared at the beginning of the story. Daphne was extremely surprised to hear this. She hesitated before continuing, and the other half of the story was about you and Maria. The two of you were the protagonists. Daphne hurriedly asked, Where's that book now? When I was fighting in the dungeon, I threw it into a monster's poison to destroy it. Is it what I think it is? I didn't expect anyone else to know the contents of this novel. She asked, Why are you telling me this? My parents won't easily admit their mistakes, so as their child, I thought I needed to take the initiative. My sister said that hiding one's mistakes is wrong. Did Maria's words change Castor? In any case, there was no reason to refuse his help, so Daphne suggested, I want to meet your mother. Can you take me to her? Castor brought Daphne to the door of Eunice's room. He knocked. Mother, are you in there? But everything remained silent. Sensing that something was wrong, Castor immediately opened the door on his own and rushed in. Mother. Eunice was sitting on the floor, her hands constantly turning the pages of a novel. Castor was shocked when he saw the book. The book? Why is that book here? Daphne immediately stepped forward and snatched the book from Eunice's hands. Eunice hurriedly shouted to stop her. No, give it back. This must be the original novel. But what is this? The Return of the Wicked Woman. Ragna came closer and looked at the contents of the book. What does it say? Eunice was still kneeling on the floor, glaring at Castor with hatred. Why did you come with that girl? I knew you were the one who did this. Why did you survive and take away what belonged to Maria? Why didn't you die according to my plan? Daphne asked, What do you mean? Are you the culprit? Yes, I set everything up. Ah, I see. So you're the author of this novel. I would like to speak with the Duchess alone for a moment. Castor looked somewhat worried. I don't think that's a good idea. Castor, it's all right. Leave the room. But mother, she looked at Castor coldly. Get out. With no other choice, Castor had to leave. Before leaving, he looked back worriedly at the two people who were about to talk. After the door closed, Daphne spoke up and questioned her. If you're the author of the novel, then you must have known Freya was not the real culprit. Why didn't you clear her name? Because it was a story I made up. I had a duty to make everything follow the plot. Didn't you feel sorry for the innocent Freya? You could have changed the story. You changed the story by spreading rumors to make me die. You knew everything when you approached the Duke, didn't you? Eunice hurriedly refuted her. What? I didn't approach him first. He wanted me. What was I supposed to do? If the story thought that was fine, then why should I refuse? I created this world and its plot. There's no reason I can't do what I want in a fictional world. You call this a fictional world? Then let me ask you one more question. Did you truly love the Duke? How did you feel when you accepted his love? Did you do it out of responsibility or duty? Just like turning a blind eye to Freya's innocence? Does that still matter? I only followed the plot. There is no way I could truly love something fake. Daphne smiled faintly. Is that so? Did you hear that? Duke Hierony's had been standing behind Eunice at some point. Eunice hurriedly turned her head to look. Why? Why did you come back so early? I came back because I was worried about you. I didn't expect their rooms to be connected, but thanks to that, I was able to lure her into answering honestly. Daphne walked past Hierony's and headed for the door. It seems the two of you need to talk privately, so I will give you some space. Ah, that's right. I almost forgot to give you this, Duke Hierony's. As soon as Daphne stepped outside and closed the door, she heard arguing. I told you, you can't go in there. I don't care. Move. Ragna and Maria were arguing fiercely. Daphne came to see me. I have something to discuss with her. Is it so hard to wait a moment? I'm worried about her. It's obvious that my mother isn't mentally stable. Shouldn't you be worried about your mother right now? Who I worry about is none of your business. Why are they arguing? Daphne spoke up and asked, what are you two doing? Are you finished talking? Daphne, I heard you came to see me. I was only responding to your invitation. That's all. We could talk another time. This doesn't seem like the right atmosphere to talk. It would be rude to the host to stay in this situation. After hearing that, Maria's face fell. Daphne sighed. Don't you hate me? Because of me, your family has fallen into chaos. That is also what I wanted to ask you, Daphne. You knew who I was from the start. Maria and Castor are different from their parents. I felt somewhat relieved. I already told you, remember? I don't like you, but I don't hate you either. Neither of you did anything wrong. Maria was deeply moved. Daphne, you really are foolish. Meanwhile, Hierony's went down into the basement. That day, after Daphne left, Eunice calmed down, but I no longer felt any pity for her. The novel Daphne gave me was clearly our story. If everything had been predetermined as written in the book, then was our love merely part of the script? Hierony stood before Oben's prison cell. You should have stopped when I covered up your crime. So you knew from the beginning. Hierony said calmly, I am not stupid enough to be unaware that my wife is afraid of blood. Reveal your accomplice. If you confess, I will ask His Majesty not to execute you. If we tell him who is behind this, perhaps he will let it pass. Oben asked Hierony's, don't you care why I did this? My accomplice promised to help me become a count if I helped him, and he really did help me kill my half-brothers. Because of that, my father gave me the right of inheritance. Did you know that the Duchess also knew Freya was not the culprit? She saw me stage the basement to frame Freya. She is not as innocent and kind as you thought. Hierony's turned away. Why did this happen? I thought Eunice believed Freya was guilty. If I want to resolve everything, I have to meet Daphne. After visiting the Hierony's mansion, I began receiving letters from the Duke constantly. I refused many times, but he was stubborn and even sent someone to meet me in person. So afterward, I went somewhere else. The Aswan Empire was quiet and pleasant. Laman Aswan smiled and said, you may stay as long as you like. Thank you, uncle. I heard you acted on your own. She asked, what do you think? Of course, you were excellent. I also sent a letter to the Clemens Empire. According to the reply I received, it seems the Duke will come here. I see. I came all the way here to avoid him. I will handle the adults' affairs so you can rest. But since you are already here, have a meal with this bored uncle of yours. That sounds good. In the flower garden. A loud shout echoed throughout the garden. Why, you are a member of the imperial family. Lysias pointed at her in shock. Oh, I mean hello, my lady. I had no idea how to respond to that intense reaction. Lysias was somewhat flustered. Well, you never told me. So how was I supposed to know, my lady? Has your leg healed? Yes, aside from occasional stiffness, it's all right. Thank you for asking. By the way, have you met Carolina yet? She seems sad because you won't meet anyone while you're in Aswan. Daphne answered cheerfully, I don't want to meet anyone because I want to rest, but I will always welcome Carolina's visits. Suddenly, he pulled Daphne behind a tree. Shoo, someone is over there. That person is Ducaronis. I heard he wants to go to the palace to apologize in person. I heard that too. It seems he also requested to meet you. Or is that why you don't want to see anyone? It seemed Carolina had also guessed the situation. Daphne suggested, please let her know she can come anytime. Suddenly, a voice called from the other side. Daphne. She turned around in surprise. Ragna, why is he here? The two quickly went to the flower garden. She asked happily, did you fly here as fast as you could? Well, I just wanted to come be your only dance partner. You must be tired. Rest for a bit. She thought to herself, since he's a dragon, can he fly? Suddenly, Daphne saw a small blue object fall out. She picked it up, looked at it, and asked, what is this, a dragon scale? Yeah, I don't know why it fell off either. Maybe it's because I flew here in dragon form. But wait, this scale looks a lot like the gloves you gave me. You have sharp eyes. Those gloves really do contain a secret. What secret? A gift made from someone's scales is not something that can be given to just anyone. To put it simply, it's like a gesture of affection. His words made Daphne blush a little. Oh, so that's it. No wonder he looked so shy when he gave me those gloves. He was courting me. Now I can truly feel that Ragna is a dragon. If I die, he might live in loneliness for a very long time. Ragna, I'll help you find your godfather. I want to meet him at least once. The journey may be very difficult, but all right. The scene changed. Daphne exclaimed, this place is amazing. It is. Sunton Port had been closed due to the decline in trade during Everhart's reign. However, Emperor Lemon reopened the port to revive commerce. An inauguration festival was being held to mark the occasion. Lemon stood on a high platform and said, I hope this festival will bring everyone the fullest joy. Finally, there is something I would like to announce to everyone here. Daphne thought, does Uncle want to introduce me? Lemon announced loudly. Osquan is deeply grieved to learn that we received no news at all about the death of my younger sister, Freya. Osquan will hold everyone involved in Freya's death accountable, even if we must go to war. After saying that, he turned and walked inside. The atmosphere below suddenly fell silent. So this is what Uncle meant by letting the adults handle it. This has become a big matter. Ragna, however, said, I think it's good. A declaration like that will make the other side even more anxious. Simon is here too. He must have heard everything. He looks completely devastated. Suddenly, Carolina approached and spoke. His Majesty is as impressive as ever. Daphne exclaimed in surprise. Carolina, how are the people of Osquan reacting? Do you even need to ask? His Majesty would never do something like this without a reason. Marchioness Dimichi worked very hard on this matter. Even I felt indignant when I read that article, seeing the woman nod in agreement. Daphne also bowed her head in greeting, thinking to herself, thank you, Marchioness. At that moment, Eunice was in her private room, holding her face in distress, thinking of Hieronymus' expression when he said, we will talk about this later. Since that day, there had not been even a trace of affection in his eyes. What if he abandons me? Even Maria and Castor refused to listen to me. This world is mine. I was the one who created them. At the very least, they should be on my side. Eunice angrily threw several books onto the floor. She braced her hands on the table and kept panting. Suddenly, a voice came from behind her. I told you that you would regret it in the end. How predictable. Eunice was secretly shocked. Why did Boton appear at a time like this? Eunice hurriedly grabbed Boton's sleeve. Is the offer to cooperate still valid? Well, one of my partners died because of you. Partner? Do you mean Count Oben? You know I am more capable than he was. Isn't that why you came to find me? Do you remember the book you read before? That was the book the gods gave me. In essence, it is like a prophecy, a record of the fate determined by the gods. But I did not die, and the story about your daughter is completely different as well. The roles changed. Because someone fulfilled the role, fate also changed accordingly. Has your life ever been threatened? Death must be pursuing you to the very end. Thinking back, things started becoming difficult when I abandoned Ragna. Eunice made a suggestion. The gods say you cannot escape your predetermined death. But what if someone died in your place? What if that person were Ragna? Those words made him freeze for a moment, unable to speak. Eunice continued persuading him. I know both the fate determined by God and Ragna's weakness. So wouldn't it be better if we cooperated to achieve what you want? Boton thought to himself, I only came here to mock her, not to hear this. I never thought a mere human would try to use me, a dragonkin. He wondered, who is this woman? It is suspicious that she knows about the relationship between Ragna and me, and it is also strange that she recognized me based only on a few words she read. In any case, I intended to eliminate all my allies later, so I suppose I can endure cooperating with her for a while. After calculating for a while, Boton asked bluntly, "Then what do you want?" Eunice stated her condition. "Kill the daughter of the wicked woman. That girl should not exist in this world." Is she talking about the girl who is always by Ragnar's side? Perhaps it would also be amusing to see him suffer after losing the person he cherishes. He immediately agreed. "Very well. In that case, you need to tell me Ragnar's weakness. You know dragons are at their weakest during awakening, don't you? Ragnar only awakened recently, so he likely will not awaken again for some time. However, you can force him to awaken by using the energy of a higher-ranking dragon. There is an ancient dragon in the nearby mountains that has lived since the Empire was first founded. Kill that dragon and use its energy to force Ragnar to awaken. You can easily kill him while he is at his weakest." All right. After that, he quickly left. "Wait, but why would you kill someone?" She wondered inwardly. According to the book, he should have stopped long before this. She talks as if she knows fate well, but it seems she does not know me very well. Everything is for the sake of becoming a true dragon. He quickly turned into a streak of aura and flew away. Eunice murmured softly, "I see. So that is how it is. Boton will probably kill me after he succeeds. But he is more foolish than I thought. What a relief. Does he truly think a dragonkin can become a true dragon?" Meanwhile, inside the palace, Simon was walking down a quiet corridor. He thought to himself, "Everything is wrong. I tried speaking with Emperor Lamon, but it was useless. I had also planned to catch the real culprit, but I never expected a war could break out. If this seal is truly connected to Father, then No, even so, I still have to expose the truth. Is something happening today? Could it be?" He raised his hand and knocked on the door. A voice rang out. "Come. Simon entered the room. Emperor Clemens smiled and said, "Simon, thanks to you, I have been able to focus on recovering. You did well. Impossible. How did Father recover so quickly? Not long ago, he struggled just to sit up for any length of time. If Father is here, I cannot examine this study." The scene shifts to the Clay family mansion. She asked Daphne, "Are you going to the orphanage again today?" Acilius asked in puzzlement, "Do you not feel that you are spending too much time with Ragnar? But you two have fun even without me." Those words made Clay and Acilius freeze for a moment. "Haha, I only asked because I did not know whether you might have a special relationship with Ragnar. I never expected such a sudden counterattack. See, I told you, they're only friends." Inwardly, she admitted, "Well, technically he is my boyfriend. There are a few reasons I need to go to the orphanage. I can be with Ragnar, and being in quiet places puts my mind at ease. Besides, Duke Hieronymus keeps trying every possible way to make me meet him. But one day, Hieronymus suddenly barged into the orphanage. Do you know who I am? Move aside. No, you may not enter this place." She wondered, why did he come here when Ragnar is not around? In the end, Daphne invited Hieronymus inside, but Hieronymus only stared at her. Why is he not saying anything? In the end, she had to speak up. "Stop staring and say something. You are making me uncomfortable." Hieronymus said, "You really look exactly like Freya. There is something I want to say to you. I am sorry. This may sound like an excuse, but I had no idea she was carrying my child. But I want to see you after Freya died. Do you not remember how you treated me like trash back then?" "I remember. I truly regret that day more than anyone." "Daphne, look at your eyes. That is the color of my eyes. That brilliant gold is proof that you are my daughter. But you have never looked into my eyes, have you? I still remember my childhood clearly. I remember how desperately Freya searched for you, how she never blamed you, and how she hoped you would come to save her. May I ask one question? You must have treated her kindly one last time by holding a funeral for her. So where is her body now?" I will find Freya's body, so." Daphne thought to herself. He has even erased the place where her body was buried from his memory. She stood up and answered coldly, "There is no need. I obtained my mother's keepsakes and brought them to Oswald. If you have nothing else to say." Hieronymus hurriedly cut her off. "I'm still your father. Do you intend to simply stand by while your father is treated so terribly? It is thanks to me that you were born into this world. Do you know how many months apart Maria's birthday and mine are? Watching you cling to the child you abandoned like this is truly pathetic. Never come back again." With that, she quickly left. The scene shifts to the White Palace. As Daphne walked, she thought, Simon just contacted me and said he wanted to see me. Has he examined the seal? Seeing his guests arrive, Simon stepped out to welcome them. "Hello," Daphne asked. "What did you want to discuss?" "My father has left his sickbed. The seal's pattern is beneath the desk in the study. There's an empty space underneath it, and the seal is definitely the key to opening that space. But just as I was about to examine it, Father recovered completely. I tried to find a chance to investigate, but Father never seems to leave the study. Do you think he knows you suspect him? I do not think so. Lately, Father has been very busy searching for accomplices. I heard the Emperor's birthday is coming soon. Why not take advantage of that? Good idea. Father will leave the study that day. Then I will be in charge of keeping watch that day. Simon said gratefully, "Thank you, both of you." After finishing their business, the two quickly left. Returning to the temple after so long feels nostalgic. I once hated the gods so much. I thought they hated me, but perhaps the gods want their creations to live independently. If that is true, then perhaps I was loved by the gods from the very beginning. So I think I can forgive them now. The next day, as planned, Ragnar and Daphne went to meet his godfather. "Father, this place is enormous. Remember to follow me. There are many magical traps set up in here." All right, the two stepped inside. Ragnar wondered how strange. Destroyed weapons are scattered around, as if the traps have already been triggered. Something is wrong. He walked cautiously and observed carefully. Suddenly, both of them froze, a trace of panic passing over them. Joseph was lying on the floor, his entire body covered in blood. Ragnar immediately rushed over and placed his hand on the dragon's body to check. His whole body is already ice cold. He clenched his fist, his voice trembling. "I cannot sense any energy anymore. His dragon heart has disappeared." It must have been Boton. But why? Why would he do this? Does he want to become a true dragon? Perhaps that is why he absorbed human life force. Or is that the reason he caused the incident in the slums? What do you mean by a true dragon? I remember Joseph once mentioned it. Long ago, there was a half-human, half-dragon being who stole lives in order to become a complete dragon. One idiot. How could he come up with such an absurd idea? Everything he has done is meaningless. It is so. Daphne looked into his eyes and called softly, "Ragnar." And so I hugged Ragnar. We stayed like that in silence. Afterward, the Emperor's birthday celebration arrived. Daphne and Ragnar appeared inside the palace as planned. "Daphne, you feel uncomfortable, don't you?" "Yes, but I cannot simply refuse to attend." At that moment, an announcement rang out. "His Imperial Majesty has arrived." The Empress walked beside him with a gentle smile. Daphne noticed the person walking behind the Emperor. Ragnar suddenly exclaimed, "Boton." Daphne turned to look at him in shock. "What?" "Then that man is the real culprit behind the murders in the slums, and also the one who killed Ragnar's parents and godfather." Asilius, standing behind her, reminded Daphne, "How are you feeling? You should present your gift to His Majesty first, then enjoy the banquet afterward." She hurriedly answered, "Ah, yes." Ragnar whispered, "I will go look for Boton." Asilius and Clay stepped before the Emperor to offer their congratulations. "My dear brother, happy birthday. Thank you for your wishes, my brother. Since getting married, you seem much happier." "Haha, you are too kind." Daphne stood there deep in thought. If the Emperor is connected to this, does Asilius know anything? Simon must be having such a hard time. Suddenly, she heard Clay say quietly, "Daphne, we are done. Bow to him." She replied, "Ah, yes. Are you sure you're all right? If this is because of Duke Hieronymus." Daphne smiled and said, "No, I really am not bothered." She paused for a second, then suddenly continued, "Mother, I will step outside for a moment." The person who came in with the Emperor is Ragnar's older brother. Clay and Asilius cried out in shock. "What?" "He is an accomplice in the slums incident, so I have to keep an eye on him. I'm sorry for telling you so suddenly." Asilius asked, "Does my brother know?" "Possibly." And as for the crown prince, Simon was the one who found the evidence. "I see. So Simon knows too. But my brother has always cared about the people. How could he do such a thing?" "Go on then. Be careful and do not get hurt. Take Floor with you, just in case." "Do not worry. I will be careful." Daphne and Floor quickly went outside. As the two walked, they saw Eunice speaking loudly to Maria. "You're my daughter. Can you not stand on your mother's side?" "Mother, please stop." Eunice tried to persuade her. "Do not waste too much time on that girl. She will soon vanish from this world. Fate will put everything back where it belongs. Those who harmed us will no longer dare show their faces." Floor and Daphne hid behind the bushes and watched. Daphne thought, does she have some kind of plan? Boton alone is already enough trouble. Suddenly, someone appeared on the other side. Daphne recognized him in surprise. "Huh, that is Castor." "Lord Castor, what are you doing here?" "Ah, I came outside for some fresh air and happened to see my mother and sister." You must not have wanted anyone else to hear. I simply thought I should not interfere. How foolish. In a situation like this, stepping out is the way to protect their honor. It would be best if the two of you stopped. Seeing Daphne step forward, Eunice immediately fell silent. Daphne spoke in a mocking tone. Is shouting like that how the House of Hieronymus maintains its noble dignity? There are a few things in your conversation that I find difficult to understand. Fate will put everything back where it belongs. Where did you get such a ridiculous idea? Fate is something we create for ourselves. What? Daphne continued, and I think you have misunderstood. This is reality, not the novel you wrote. Everyone around you is flesh and blood. Those words made Maria burst into sobs. Enough, mother. Do you understand now that you were wrong? Eunice cried out, Maria. Daphne asked sternly, do you know that Castor has been standing guard in the garden all this time? He did that so your honor would not be tarnished. Do you still think this is an imaginary world? Calm down. Eunice collapsed to the ground. Just then, a voice rang out. How boring. I thought you would argue more fiercely. The moment Daphne heard that voice, she froze. Fear rose within her. She told herself, run. She shouted, floor. But in the next second, Botone seized her. You really are hard to catch. Is that why Ragna always keeps you by his side? The moment they noticed the stranger, Floor and Castor quickly ran over. Let her go. If I were going to let her go so easily, why would I have grabbed her in the first place? Attending this banquet today turned out to be lucky. In the end, I obtained this unexpected prize. Maria immediately asked, who are you? Let her go right now. He replied, I'm your mother's business partner. She asked me to kill this girl. Is that true, mother? Eunice quickly denied it. No, Maria, it is not like that. Botone held Daphne tightly and flew into the air. I will consider your request later. Right now, I must fulfill my first partner's request. Daphne asked calmly, where are we going? I already told you. I must fulfill my first partner's request. That clumsy fool lost the key and annoyed me. Daphne wondered what key. She suddenly remembered the seal. Is he talking about that? Meanwhile, inside the castle, Simon was hurrying down the corridor. Did Daphne and Ragna already chase after that man? They should have told me before leaving. Seeing Asilius, he immediately asked, Grand Duke Chaunet, do you know where Daphne and Ragna went? Your Highness, perhaps they went toward the study. Then you have also heard about it from Daphne? Yes, though the child is still not entirely certain. Suddenly, a red pouch fell onto the floor, revealing a small wooden seal. Asilius picked it up and asked, why is this still here? This is the seal my brother used when he was still crown prince. Not many people know about this seal, because he became emperor not long after it was made. At that moment, Simon said softly, I see. Inwardly, he thought, so that is why that design looked familiar. Simon decided to tell the truth. Actually, I found a secret door in Father's study with the same symbol on it. Did you see this seal among the documents found in the orphanage incident? Asilius cried out in surprise. What? I did not have enough time to examine them carefully, because His Majesty took the evidence away. I need your help dealing with the troublesome nobles. Can I trust you? Of course, Your Highness. Simon quickly headed to the study. When he saw Ragna, he immediately asked, where is Daphne? Simon, I came here looking for Botone. Were you not the one with her? Simon answered, no. The Grand Duke told me the two of you had gone to the study. Then where did Daphne go? Let us obtain the evidence first. I feel worried, but this must be what Daphne would want. Simon placed the seal onto the patterned symbol beneath the floor. A click sounded, and the wooden box opened. Inside were many documents. He thought to himself, what is this? The prince is using my magic to recover his health. In addition, I am eliminating those who stand in the way of his becoming crown prince. Simon froze. He suddenly realized, and one of the victims was my grandfather. Ragnar said, there is even a contract His Majesty signed with Duke Hieronymus. It says he would ignore the Duchess's false accusation. That must be why I had to become engaged to the Duke's daughter. We have found what we needed. Let us go. The two quickly stepped out of the room. Just then, a sound suddenly came from inside. Both of them immediately froze. The sound came from inside the study. In a corner of the room, Daphne had been tied up by Botone. She asked, you intend to kill me after this is over, do you not? He smiled without saying anything. She thought to herself, I need to escape from him. First, I need to untie myself. And so, she picked up a shard of glass. At that moment, Botone walked over to the open wooden box and looked inside. Suddenly, he exclaimed, wait, why is there nothing here? The door suddenly flew open and Ragna and Simon rushed in. Ragna shouted, Daphne. Botone stood up and said casually, it seems you found the documents first. Well, it does not matter. It is no longer worth worrying about now. Simon asked. Are you truly working with my father? We had a deal, but I no longer need his help. Boton held Daphne tightly and stepped onto the window frame. If you dare, then chase after me. With that, he jumped down. Ragnar called after him anxiously. Daphne, Simon, we have to split up and each do our own part. I will save Daphne, and you go catch the real culprit behind this incident. Both of us need to return safely. Do not worry. Everything will be all right. Boton took Daphne to a forest. He leapt from tree to tree, moving swiftly, while Ragnar struggled to follow behind him. Ragnar shouted, "Stop right there." Daphne was trying to cut through the ropes, binding her. Just a little more. I'm almost through. The rope quickly snapped. Daphne rejoiced inwardly. I got free. Ragnar was right behind them. He reached his hand forward and called out loudly, Daphne. Just then, Boton suddenly turned around and threw a handful of black powder into Ragnar's face. Daphne cried out, Ragnar. In the blink of an eye, she could no longer see him. What is going on? Ragnar disappeared. Boton looked down below. Look who is here. They're still here. Castor, Flor, Maria, and Eunice were lying unconscious on the ground. Boton jumped down to the ground. He let go, causing Daphne to fall with a thud. Daphne shouted, Flor. Then she hurried to her side. Thank goodness. She is only asleep. Eunice had awakened by then, and she demanded, What did you do to my children? I only wanted that girl dead. I never wanted my children to be harmed. Boton answered calmly, You never said I was not allowed to touch them. It seems your children took your place. I wanted to kill you, but they stepped forward to protect you, and this is the result. What do you mean? As long as you're safe, that's all that matters, right? That is why you use them as shields. Just then, a voice rang out. What are you talking about? When did Herones appear? Now you do not even care about your children anymore? So my children and I were only fake to you, weren't we? Husband, that is not true. Flor opened her eyes. Lady Daphne, Flor, are you all right? Are you hurt? I'm Fine. What happened? I chased after the man who kidnapped you. Daphne saw Boton Theoban drawing something on the ground with a stick, muttering, What a shame. I did not expect the magic to wear off so quickly. She wondered, is he drawing a magic circle? Boton Theoban insisted. I wasn't wrong, was I? You told me to kill that girl. Daphne pulled out her gun and aimed it at him. I have to stop him. She coldly pulled the trigger. You accepted that deal, so you have no right to complain. A gunshot rang out, and the bullet struck Boton Theoban's hand. Boton Theoban gave a faint sneer. Well said. Then he suddenly turned and lunged toward Daphne. Just then, Ragnar appeared with a sword in his hand. He swung in a slash, and Boton Theoban leaned back to dodge it, asking in surprise, Huh? You're still intact. I do not know what you're plotting, but it ends here. We'll see about that. When she saw that he had vanished, Daphne realized it was a teleportation magic circle. She warned Ragnar, It'll be dangerous if we chase after him, but if we wait, it may be too late. With that, Ragnar quickly stepped into the teleportation gate. I'll come back safely. I promise. Daphne called out, Flor. Yes, my lady. Tell my parents that I'll be back soon. The teleportation magic circle brought Daphne somewhere. She wondered where she was. A forest? Suddenly, she heard a loud explosion. Daphne turned to look and cried out, Ragnar, it looks like he's fighting over there. Then a woman in a red dress appeared. Daphne exclaimed in shock, Eunice, why did you follow me here? You once told me that this is reality. You were right. There is one final thing I want to ask of you. I will tell you how Ragnar can win. So please, save my children. What? I know it is shameless of me to say so much, but they are Inno. Daphne interrupted her. You're talking about the fact that Boton Theoban does not have much time left to live, aren't you? How do you know? Because you would not have made a pact with Boton Theoban without a good reason. And how dare you say that to me? You did not even think of saving me when I was about to die. Even now, you're only thinking of your children. Daphne suddenly stopped mid-sentence. Boton Theoban had appeared behind Eunice. A piercing sound rang out, leaving Daphne utterly stunned. The blade had run through Eunice's body. Boton Theoban said, My strike was a little off, but this is perfect. Daphne wondered in shock. Is she dead? Just like that. At that moment, a surge of power appeared in the air and came crashing down to the ground with a tremendous roar. Daphne shouted, Ragnar. He said anxiously, Daphne, I told you not to follow me. Boton Theoban flew into the air. You're persistent. Ragnar draped a cloak over Daphne and instructed her, Wait here for me. Then he shot upward in pursuit of Boton Theoban. She thought, I hope coming here won't make me a burden. At that moment, she turned back to look at Eunice, who was lying half dead in a pool of blood. She went closer and called out, "Wake up. You need to live and pay for the sins you committed. Do not think you can escape by dying." Seeing the cloak on Daphne, Eunice realized inwardly he truly loves this girl. That love should have belonged to Maria. No, I'm not even sure whether those feelings were truly meant for Maria. The man also sincerely loved me. It was fate, but I ruined everything. I only realized it when I was thrown into harsh reality. I feel deeply ashamed and regretful over what I've done. I hate myself for missing the chance to make things right. I should have told my children that I never thought they were fake and that I believe I love them dearly. But regret changes nothing now. All of this is the fate I created for myself. Daphne thought, in the end, everything is ending like this. I did not expect her to regret it. I only wish she would continue living and pay for her sins. Suddenly, Daphne noticed someone. Flor, the Heroni's family, appeared. "My lady, are you all right?" Castor and Maria cried out, "Mother, mother!" Heroni's rushed over and they shoved Daphne away. "Eunice, isn't this enough already? Eunice has paid for her sins with her life. Isn't it time to forgive her? Whether I forgive her or not is for me to decide." "Shut up. Do you have no mercy for her? You are the one who should shut up. If you had not loved another woman, or if she had not loved you, none of this would have happened. This is all because of you. You must take responsibility for your own actions. Flor, I'll leave the rest to you. I need to go to Ragna." A turquoise orb flew in front of Daphne, and Maria said, "That is a spirit I summoned. It will help you find Ragna." Daphne replied, "Thank you." Daphne immediately followed the spirit. "Ragna, I hope you're still all right." After searching for a while, she finally saw Ragna. Ragna was kneeling on the ground, looking as if he was in terrible pain. Daphne hurriedly rushed over. "Are you all right?" Ragna struggled to say, "Run." Daphne had seen this sight in the past before. Ragna lowered his head, groaning without end. "Please run. I recognize those symptoms. Could it be?" At that moment, Boton Theoban laughed triumphantly and said, "Why is my little brother so stupid? Ah, do you know what curse I placed on him? Every time he awakens, everything precious around him will be destroyed, and the curse will not end until the caster dies." Black smoke rose above Ragna's head. Daphne wondered, "But he told me the curse had been lifted. Did he lie so everyone would not worry? Why are you doing this? It isn't fair that he gets to live a good life just because he found good parents, even though I'm his older brother. It feels as if I was dealt a bad hand. That is only your inferiority complex." Those words struck a nerve with Boton Theoban. "Shouldn't you be thinking about how to escape? He will awaken soon, you know. Aren't you curious about how awakening happens? The powerful energy of a dragon can make other dragons awaken. So I crushed the heart of an ancient dragon into powder and sprinkled it on him. Haha, Ragna is currently trying to suppress that power, and he is doing it all for you." Ragna trembled, tears spilling from his eyes, and he stammered, "Daphne." She held his hand and reassured him. "I told you, remember? I will never let go of your hand again." She embraced him, ignoring whatever was about to happen. Suddenly, Daphne heard a piercing sound. Her eyes flew open, and she saw that Ragna had stabbed himself in the abdomen with a dagger. Sweat poured down his face. Joseph had once said, "It is a kind of magic that can reflect an attack. Even if you attack Daphne, that attack will rebound back onto you. It can be set to take effect the moment you awaken, but you must never forget that your body will be very weak during that time. In other words, there's a chance you may die." Ragna smiled in satisfaction. "The magic Joseph cast on me has taken effect. How foolish. I did not expect you to use a counterattack spell. No, perhaps watching you destroy yourself is amusing in its own way. How interesting. You must love that girl very much." Daphne blamed herself. "What should I do? This is all my fault. If I had not come here, or if I had run away just now, Ragna would not have been hurt." She shouted in despair. "You idiot, idiot, complete idiot. Why did you have to do something like that? What? I could never let you get hurt." He stood up and walked forward. Daphne cried out in horror. "Ragna, what are you trying to do? Is he walking toward the waterfall? He is bleeding so much. If he jumps down like that, he will die." Behind her, Boton Theoban clutched his stomach and laughed triumphantly. Oh, what a romance for the ages. As soon as he finished speaking, a gunshot rang out. Red blood sprayed from his shoulder. Daphne told herself, "I missed. The next shot will be at his heart." But he calmly asked, "What is this? Have I finally become a complete dragon?" However, immediately afterward, liquid began flowing from his hand. He shouted in horror, "Ah, what is this?" "No," Daphne sneered and said, "Has the time finally come? Did you think you could become a complete dragon by taking other people's lives? What? I also read the records. Long ago, there was a dragonkin like you who wanted to become a complete dragon. But how could someone who has killed so many people ever become a dragon? You will only have to face the wrath of God. How ridiculous. Now I will end your suffering. He trembled in fear and said in a shaking voice, "No, this cannot be. I will kill you." Daphne's gaze was unwavering. A bang rang out. The bullet struck him straight in the chest, causing him to collapse. Ragnar stood at the edge, witnessing everything. He smiled and said softly, "Thank God." Then he fell as Daphne screamed in terror. "Ragnar, no." Without hesitation, she jumped after him. The terrifying height I am falling from and the death I am about to face are frightening. But being without you and losing you right before my eyes is what terrifies me most. Even if it means I will die, I will not let go of your hand until the very end. A pale golden light enveloped the two of them as they fell. She looked toward the water and thought, "Thank God there is somewhere to escape the current. We were almost swept away just now, but the light from my chest protected us, and it was so warm." What was that? I think I know. It is the soulmate bond. This very bond also healed as wound. Now I need to find a safe place. Suddenly, a faint point of light appeared, and she thought in surprise, "What is that? It seems to want to guide us." Wait, this place is Joseph's refuge. Then this light must be him. Thank you, Joseph. Inside the cave, there's only a pale blue light. Daphne walked in holding a blanket. When she saw the dragon, she could not help being surprised. Ragnar, is this Ragnar's true form? So this is what awakening is like. This blanket is too small. He is warm, but also sparkling and soft. Ragnar, my soulmate, please wake up soon and come back to me. I waited in Joseph's refuge until Ragnar recovered, and afterward, my family came to rescue us. Floor shouted, "She's in here. Lady Daphne, someone is calling your name." Daphne. After that incident, I was bedridden for several days, but thanks to the loving care of my family, I quickly recovered. Ricarda hugged her tightly. "Daphne, I'm so glad." Simon arrested the emperor for the mass murders in the slums, and the emperor was forced to abdicate in disgrace. Duke Hieronymus was stripped of his title, and he chose to live in the tower and suffer for the rest of his life. Maria and Castor offered to give up their family's noble title and donate all of their property, except for business severance pay, to the imperial family and the slums. Daphne asked, "What do the two of you plan to do now?" Maria replied, "I plan to travel together with Castor. We will abandon the Hieronymus name and live as our true selves." I see. No one will blame you for that choice. Maria, Castor, I wish you both a wonderful new life. Maria smiled with emotion and said, "Thank you." Daphne. In just 1 week, everything returned to normal in the blink of an eye, and she sat beside Ragnar. "I told you, I have to stay by your side." Ragnar replied, "That's right, and now we have a soulmate bond. You are mine. I will not forgive you if you ever dare to recklessly throw away your life." "Understand." He gently wrapped his arm around her waist and pulled her closer. "Yes, I love you too. I overcame my fear of death and my fear of losing Ragnar. There may still be countless dangers lurking around us in this world, but nothing can frighten me anymore. As long as we are together, I know we can protect each other." The series ends here. Thank you for watching the whole series. While waiting for the new series to come out, please watch other series on Nine Sisters Review to pass the time. I wish you all happiness and energy. Goodbye, and see you again.